run them bands up.
Like, we weren't supposed to come up with something this clean. You know, like something happened.
What up? What up? What's going on? Back at it like Jack Rabbits. Man, it's slick nigga season. Slide up when you do you greasy the punchline king. I does my thing. And I was gonna make a video, right? On this topic. You see the title. But I figured I'd make an open panel for the Couch Gang. You know how we do. I wanted people to come in and get their take on it. And that last shit I played, I make a promise I follow through on it. Before we get started, hold up. Let me y'all like that beat? That beat, I put the guy that made that beat, CEDES. I think his name like CEDES17. He and he a YouTuber, make dope ass beats, bro. It's a lot of dudes that make dope beats on YouTube, and they be free, so it's like you can use them here. But obviously you can't make money off it or whatever. So let me look at the chat. It's a little too loud. Yeah, this beat fire, bro. All right, who we got? XL Pro said I got my passport. Yeah, we gonna talk about that today, man. We got Dirty Folks in the building. He says he has time. He said I got time today. I got time, cuz. Shout out to Mr. Goodbread. We have the lovely, the immaculate Jenny Morena. Got my guy Tola in the building. What's up, man? Got the Bell 5000. Bro, I got a whole video with this look. So I still gotta edit one of them. Like I did a recording. So y'all send me send me stuff on Instagram or whatever, or email me or whatever. Or y'all got my number. Just send me stuff. I just start doing reactions, even if it's not relevant to what we've been doing. I'm pretty sure. Okay, let me see. We good? Yeah, I can see it. All right, just making sure. Nah, niggas be halfway into it. Got my guy Tommy B. I'm dropping a link pretty soon, bro. I'm probably gonna run through this, drop the link, because I, kind of want to get my spill on it. But I do want to hit all three of these topics. Something I've been thinking about. But I think it's best for to bring people in so we can have a conversation. I should have tagged Affy. I should have tagged him in it because I know he a passport bro. I wanted it, that's probably like the main course. Might say that for last. Hopefully Westside and Big Mike pull in for the FBA conversation. And Couch Gang, where we stand on the Redpill rage as it relates to the dating and as it relates to the family court. I think it's separate. I think it needs to be distinguished, and we need to kind of be more clear going forward because everybody's looped in. And that's not a problem, but we should be able to, we should distinguish what's going on. And that's on our end. Got the lovely Shamiria Shoo. I'm saying Shoo all the way, every day, nonstop. She's dope. Definitely, please, Jenny or any one of my mods, put her channel in the chat. Subscribe, everybody subscribe. She's a dope sister, bro. She is exactly her. Savannah, Jenny, Gail. We ask, like, we complain. Like, we sit and we complain about the women that we actually have, and we, support them, man. It's free. Subscribe to the channel, like all our videos, help her get monetized. She's a dope sister, bro. Sister of Mandrell, who's a part of the tribe. Yeah, bro, she's fire, bro. What's crazy? It's like you had niggas that cake for a chick, right? But when you have a woman that, even if she has feminist views, if she can have a conversation and she can admit that she's wrong, and she can, what I'm saying, like her and Lucky and again Savannah and Gail, like all the same people I mentioned, Jenny. They may, they always gonna be on women's side because they're women, but at the end of the day, you can have a genuine conversation. That's what's dope. You know what I'm saying? I hope this music ain't too loud because I got these headphones in. I'm learning this game slowly but surely. Got the lady of the channel, Savannah, in the building. She about to be doing a lot. Got my big bro. Y'all have to go please check out my big brother Bernard. His live today was fire. I was super busy. I wanted to encourage you to drop the panel. He's just doing dope things, bro. He's giving y'all real fire, man. So make sure you drop your link, bro. Make sure you drop your link. Go check out his live from today. Go check out all his lives. I think he has about 4, if I'm not mistaken. Putting out solid content. Got the best, flat out the best background. Blow my shit out the water, man. Got my guy Poppy Blanco. I've been saying, bro, I see you every damn day, bro. They have been talking to you every day. Let's see. I think we got just about everybody. So we just look at the comments themselves. Yes, definitely hit that like button. For 30 folks there. He says, the world class still not cool, but he's Jerry's kid. So we love him anyway. That's what's up. I was never the black sheep though. I was always the cool family member. I always want to see what I was doing. I'm a fly motherfucker, bro. I just be letting niggas rock. Yeah, man. Yes, hit that like button. Can't say it enough. This is family, man. Appreciate you. Appreciate it, pimping. I tell him, look, look here, cool. For these 4 next time back. Y'all won't be ghetto, bro. Everybody's ghetto. I don't know what that face for. We definitely gonna get into it. Just wanna catch up. Y'all talking to each other. That's what's up. I was who was I talking to earlier? I said, look, I forgot who I was talking to. I said, when we be doing premieres and shit, when we do premieres and lives, everybody use the chat like the hallway. But like when class let out and you in the hallway, everybody be using the chat in the premieres and like, hey, what's going on with you? Where you going? What you doing tonight? Which is cool. That's what the community is about. So I love when y'all go, y'all be doing premieres, y'all go live, you can holler at people. It's fun. This is dope, man. We created definitely hit your own like button because we definitely created a different space. This is much more lit than Facebook. So shout out to everybody on Facebook. What's going on, Lisa B? How you doing, Sugarfoot? What you say, Dirty? You said I'm ducking my high school reunion for this, and because they said I didn't feel like getting a haircut, so I'm chilling. Man, I need one. What's going on? What's going on, bro? I gotta get up with you, man. We was talking sports all day yesterday on little podcast channel. I gotta get up with you. I dropped. I think I want to do some sports stuff this football season. I think I just really football. I think I do, bro. So I'm gonna have to get up with you, hop on them pounds with you, and talk about it since you're already doing it. Demoz, please put Black Show. Please put his link in his subscription on my sports guys. Poppy, Poppy, I don't gotta tell you. I met him on your channel. You already know what it is. Someone said album coming soon. Mr. Palmer, world class, dirty folks. Good buddy, Gus. Mr. Goodbread is over. That's right. It's fucking gonna be like Wu-Tang and shit. Couch gang. That's what's up. Got my man MPI. MPI hit you up, bro. You gotta hit me up. Hopefully I hit the right shit. Shoo, you know I'm team shoo all the way. Yeah, we're gonna get into it in a sec. I just gonna catch up on your comments. I think about that. What you say? Face facts. What's up, bro? Yeah. We definitely gonna cook today, bro. We definitely. I want y'all to get in here, and I'm just trying to catch up with everybody. And when everybody said, make sure got perfect attendance. Yeah, we caught up. Okay, yeah. So, and then definitely subscribe to my guy. I seen your little podcast. Hit the bro up. He got fire going on over there, bro. I think he live now, if I'm mistaken. All right, look. So the topic, right? My ghetto ass. Let me just, you know what I'm saying? Let's deal with this topic first, right? I gotta steal from my own title, put my shit up on some ghetto shit. We ghetto streaming. Y'all struggle stream. We ghetto stream over here. It's ghetto. And I don't care nothing about it. I don't feel no type of way. So we just gonna put this up first, right? And I pretty much have already said it. So let's no, that's not the right shit. Hold on. I forget it. Redpill rage, dating versus Redpill rage from family court. And I definitely gonna get couch game. I'm gonna get y'all in here real quick, man. I don't want to leave in. Y'all can just come in as I'm saying it. We can do all of that. So I wouldn't claim myself to be Redpill. You know, I come from a whole different community, but it's a clear distinction between the dudes that's coming in for the dating shit, and those of us that have been affected by family court. You know, mainly through child alienation, right? So, yeah, definitely, bro. I'm you know how shit be fucked up. Face facts in the building. Hold up. What's going on, bro?
What's going on, bro?
What's up, man? I gotta give you the proper introduction.
Bang.
Hold on, that ain't it. I'm fucking up. You gotta turn this shit on.
The champ is here. The champ is here.
We got face facts in the building. Couch gang member. What's up with you, brother?
Yes, sir. Now I seen the live stream pop up, so I had to jump in here and show some support.
Facts. Got dirty folks in the building. What's going on, bro?
What's poppin', Pimpin'? How you feeling, baby?
We great, man. I can't complain. Definitely want to y'all.
The champ is here. The champ is here.
The Tyler defeater. Definitely gotta get y'all on here in this first topic, because that's what we do. That's what we talk about. It's what most of us met on these YouTube streets. And I'll explain why I think it's live worthy to have this distinction, right? I know y'all been paying attention to it. You seen I think Suzette Speaks went live earlier today about Andrew Tate getting banned or whatever. And it seemed like it's a movement to kind of make the red pill seem like hostile guys, right? But they'll always distinguish between us and the white guys. But I think even within conversations in the so-called Black Manosphere, there's a serious misunderstanding about particularly women. Like, well, I always say, y'all know I always say females, right? There's some dudes that do not understand how females operate, and there's dudes that do understand how females operate. And those guys that are in the red pill rage because they can't have sex or they can't get in a relationship is dramatically different from those of us. And I'm not claiming it for y'all too, but it's dramatically different from those of us that have came to this space because of family court, child support, child alienation, or just aware of it. You know what I mean? Kind of pick a side or calling out bullshit. So, before I go in, I already said the not preface, but the settings for it. Which I'll take. Face, you came up first. What's your spill on it?
Yeah, there's absolutely a drastic difference, and the primary difference is the family court is whether they admit to it or not. It's a government operated and controlled agency. Now, they don't operate under the guidelines that they claim they operate under, which is what causes the conflict, because they're acting as a court, but they're not. They basically don't follow their own rules.
Right. That's peace. What would you say to the other side, if you know from what you see?
Well, I got to be honest. Like, I didn't even know that was a thing before I came to this space. And when I realized that it was actually a thing, then I started noticing the differences. Like, but what they like to do is they like to, cross contaminate and conflate one with the other. But it's kind of disingenuous when you blatantly ignore the differences. They're both problems, but there's no, how could I say it? There's no government intervention from the dating aspect. When you have government enforcement, that creates a whole nother atmosphere that most people don't even have the capacity to process.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Dirty, what's your take, bro? I know you talk about this a lot, actually.
You know what, man? I think my thing, turn my mic up. I think my thing is that men stay reactive instead of proactive. I think I've been more annoyed with men over the last 4 years than I have with family court or anything else. But I'll tell you what, family court is arbitration court. And I've been playing with arbiters for 20 years, since we was doing ghost payrolls allegedly before the Patriot Act. I've been playing with arbiters. So if we're just talking about arbitration is something that's proactive so that these situations won't happen.
That's true.
So when I see these things and I tell guys, tribe up, and we have a system, because you're talking about a system, and you have to fight a system with a system, right? You hear fire with fire, all that. Don't bring a knife to a gunfight. You hear all these things, but then nobody wants to organize a system for a system. They just want to do protest parades. So I like the way that Mr. Palmer brought attention to it.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of how I went off the deep end. Like how I went 0 dark 30, started fighting Steve Harvey, all type of shit. Because I went through a situation that nothing happened. Like I knocked up a chick killed the baby, nothing happened. She just run around, postpartum depression. You know what I'm saying? After I chased this bitch for 2 years to 5 different states, you know what I'm saying? And I was like, yo, this is some bullshit. But it's nothing you can do about it because the deed is done. Yeah. And then you it's like a red car. Once you see it one time, you see it everywhere.
Right. Forgot what I said. Smear or something in neurology. Go ahead.
So so once I saw that, I said, man, how can you proactively prevent bullshit? So these are the reason I came to these spaces, because I didn't realize how many guys, like you said, the real pill rage. Most of these guys have real pill rage, even the guys in their 40s, because they just out of a divorce. They've only been with 3 girls. They've been with their wife since college, and they don't understand the waves of the wild. And you're like, yo, bro, you don't know shit. You've been here 4 decades, for 2 scores and 3 years, and you don't know shit. So, the biggest frustration is, as a guy, is what's the phrase, bro? Don't know history are doomed to repeat it.
Yeah.
People who do know history are doomed to watch the people who don't know history repeat it.
Something like that.
So you can't stop it. So that's what I think about the red pill space. And I'm not red pill. I'm just an ass. Like, like he's red pill, he black pill. I'm like, no, I'm not, dude. I'm just not going.
So apparently this space has existed for a while, because I even remember back when I used to watch TV, like back in 2007. Even before then, there used to be shows on TV about pickup artists. I didn't know that was a part of the space, and I'm not being dismissive to that fact. You know, it's again, I bring it up because I'm just realizing at 36 that for the last year that a lot of these dudes is not having sex. Like a lot of these dudes are not getting women. Like you would laugh at a dude like, I'm getting more chicks than you and you can't get no bit. Like we would joke, but it's really dudes out here 30 can't get women and can't get a chick to, and I'm just like, wow. So if we're gonna say we're gonna be in a space to help men, then we got to do that. I'm looking to dial back some of my, let's say, misunderstanding and be more, again, understanding that my main focus is solely been, we got Tommy B in the building. What's going on, bro?
What's going on, folks?
What's up? Definitely want to get you in on this because I heard you say a couple of things about these three topics. One of these three topics. But I was saying, like, I've never in my life had a problem getting women. You know what I'm saying? I've had instances where I didn't get the girl I wanted. I can understand that. So I can't empathize but so much. So I'm at to be in a space if I'm gonna help men of all walks, seemingly, at least brothers. That's mainly my focus. I'm gonna have to be willing to understand the other side. And first, because we got to do housekeeping first before I don't have no link or nothing. I don't have nothing to show, but just a topic that I want to bring up because I brought up Andrew for the fact that, for the reason that it looked like they moving to kind of turn niggas into some type of terrorist watching group or whatever. But they are having a serious problem over there finding women, and as you know, the stock is low. The stock is trash right now. Like these chicks is tripping, and they like life is closing in on them. They think they're more valuable because they can't murder their babies, and fake go after a career. So I'm willing to listen to the other side. So, but what's happening is when we getting in these contentious conversations, and some of these female content creators is looping everybody up, and when they loop people up, I don't have a problem with being grouped and looped. But when they loop everybody up, certain things trigger some, and certain things don't trigger the other. Like you shooting shots at people that they don't deserve that. A nigga that's dealing with red pill rage because of dating shouldn't be told he's not a good dad because he's not even fucking. You know what I'm saying? A dude that got 3 baby mamas shouldn't be talked about. You can't get no bitches, and this is why you mad. Like, it's dumb. It's getting crazy, and it seems like nobody understands that it's a clear distinction between the two. I don't know if there's more distinctions than this, but this is what I've noticed. What you got, Tom? You ain't on anything on the topic. Matter of fact.
So I told you, like, when I initially started following you, I had seen a broadcast that you had put up there, and it was you, it was Big Mike. I think Dirty Folks was on that panel. I think Bernard S. And I think Westside might have been. But I told you the thing that made me even gravitate towards your channel like that was because it was like the first time, and I don't even know if I would even consider you in this space, but it's the first time in this space where I heard dudes talking. I'm like, I get it. Like, I got around here in like December, and anybody that was around back then would tell you since December shit till current, I just keep saying this shit is weird. What are y'all talking about?
Yeah.
From the everybody here acting like they make 6 figures and shit to the just some of the comments that they make to where you can tell like y'all don't deal with women. It's just that simple. Like, just I tell people, the more y'all talk, the more you expose yourself. You can try to make yourself look like whatever you want to. The problem is we're here to talk. And you can only fake the funk for so long. The more you talk, the more you're going to expose yourself. And like I heard a cat yesterday, I think it was yesterday, the day before, a little podcast episode, and they was talking about the rejection. I ain't throwing no names out there, but I heard somebody say, well, I ain't never been rejected. I just ain't. And I'm just like, because like I tell people since I've been here, like I was for the streets. Anybody that I know that was a player, you got some rejection. Like, you never went 10 for 10, bro. You know, you 6 or 7 for 10. You know, as much as these niggas talk about me with my height and this and that and the other, I'd have been rejected. So this particular person, bro, you 5'7" and you telling me you ain't never been rejected? Nigga, please.
Talk your shit.
Nigga, please. Like, so, but that's what I'm saying. Like, the more motherfuckers talk, it's like, you just gonna expose yourself. The real gonna see the real. But
It's hilarious.
one of the things that I've also nicknamed this spot is like it's revenge of the nerds, bro. It's a bunch of niggas that was in high school getting dissed by God. And I'm gonna give you the perfect example of what I mean. The individual that you had the back and forth with yesterday, he did the exact same thing with me. And I think what infuriates me the most with that type of shit, you wouldn't do that shit in my face, bro. We both know that. But because we behind this screen, it's rah, 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 rah. And it's like, all right, dog, you got it.
That's a Tommy B. quotable, Revenge of the Nerds. Go ahead.
Bro, it's just, and then, I mean, just to the way that they talk about the women, the way that they, it feels like these niggas trying to kill them out of their drawers. It's the weirdest shit in the world. It's, oh, you know, you should have sex with me by this date. And it's like, who are you niggas? I've never even asked for the shit. It's like, what the fuck? You giving mandates? Like, it's just the shit that I hear be so weird, dog. It's like, they so disconnected. You can't do nothing but laugh sometimes. But I think what's crazy is because naturally I wouldn't hang around a lot of this shit. So I never even knew this world existed. Like when they explained to me that most men aren't having sex regularly, that fucked me up.
Yo, this has been really like a revelation for me.
Yeah, I'm like, wait, y'all serious? And they're looking at me like I'm crazy. And I'm like, damn, like it's rough, I guess. Like it's just that shit threw me. So,
but as a guy, you can see why. Like the dude you was talking about, it's awkward. Like even if the dude is attractive to female, you so fucking awkward and weird. Like you don't have any finesse. Like I don't know what to tell you. Do you see a chick in real life? Use the environment, make her laugh, be cool, don't be too invested, don't be too detached.
Exactly, bro. Like you know what I call it?
You good. I
call it panty drying conversations. Like that's what these niggas like to go, is they like to have conversations with females that dry their draws. And I'm like, in my head, I'm not wired to do that. I'm like, I don't know, I guess the way I say it, motherfuckers might be like, oh, it's simpish, but it's not. But like, I naturally want to make women happy. Like, that's my natural instinct. Now, if they do something to flip that, it is what it is. But my natural instinct isn't to come into contact with females and be combative. That's weird to me. And like, I grew up, you know, I'm from Oakland, like player shit. That ain't player to me. That's weird. Like, I'll never, you know, like Doggy, we talking about the other day, women are my enemy. That's weird to me.
Crazy. And I call every
time they ask me about this gender war, I'm like, I can't participate in it, bro. It's not in me to be going up against. That's weird to me. Like that, I don't know. So like I said, it's just, if anything, it's actually kind of been enlightening. Like, oh, there's another world out here where people live a different way. And I think that's kind of like the revelation I've had since I've been in this space. Is like, it's really cats out here that's like, it's hard. Like because like my ugliest partner's got females, so that's why I'm tripping. Like, this is crazy to me. So I don't know, man.
Jenny said, that blew my mind. Maybe I was around all the guys that actually got all the girls, so I never heard of the version statistic. And that statistic is real, bro. It's statistic. Man, it's a fool. She's a fool. It's real. What is it? 53% of these dudes, something like that. I'm just like, what are y'all? What's going on? It's so many chicks. Like, all right, I can understand. Great, I only want to have sex with an attractive chick. All right, then we can get into all that high value man shit and dealing with who you qualify for. But I know when there's dudes that are complaining about getting chicks there, so it should be awkward. They don't know how to dress. They don't know what to them. I don't be dressing up. Y'all say I don't be dressing up because I get too much attention already. But I know what fit me. I know what don't fit me. I know the range I can play in. But I grew up around a lot of women. I've been told I was cute since I was a little boy. So Women be trying
But
to
you know
dress you
what?
up, and women
That's
always
what
say your girl
separates
like.
that stuff. It's because you got
You know
that
what?
kind of attention so young, and a lot of these cats are seeming they never got it.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm trying to humble myself with the conversation, because I get upset that it's conflated. But like I said, I come from the. If I'm in this space, this Redpill space, I'm from the family core. Go ahead, Dirty. My bad, bro.
No, I was gonna say, man, as a guy who was never told he was attractive as a youth, I didn't know that I was handsome until social media. They used to have a website called Fuck Me and Leave, and my cousin found it and used my picture and got like 1 million responses. And I wasn't even tripping then. Like he was like, "Cuz you must be fine, cuz all the girls want to sleep with you off your picture." And my whole thing was, what you gonna do if they try to meet you? Like I never even took that under consideration. Or like girls on MySpace, I was like in my 28, 29, and they like, "You so handsome." I'm like, "For real?" Because I had been scoring my whole life, but I thought girls slept with me because they thought I was funny. You know what I'm saying? I was like, yeah, I used to got personality. I crack jokes. I'm not realizing I was growing into my looks. You know what I mean? But even with that being said, you know what I found the strangest thing about this space? Men want access to women. That's just life. That's you since 13, 14 years old, freshman year of high school, and you get a wood for no reason, scared to go to the board, right? That's just life. What's amazing to me though is people come on this space to ask for advice from other men, what works for them. So you'll get the Fresh and Fits of the world who tell you to just pay for it. You'll get the Kevin Samuels of the world who just tells you to pay for it. And I'm in here like, yo, y'all paying? I got tacos. You know what I'm saying? And I'm dead ass. And my
No, you ain't. I mean, go ahead. Go
and
ahead.
and and, and my thing is, somebody came on my stream earlier today and said that he's scared to take the Marry Your Secretary course. He's like, "Well, your secretary show me." I said, "Look, bro, I don't even talk about the course. I talk about tribing. I just tell you that I want you guys to succeed in dating because I don't want you to kill me over a chick if when moves get made. Don't put holes in my boat. I ain't Marcus Garvey. I'm more like Larry Hoover. I'll air your ass out. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, yo, y'all didn't do no research on me. Like I came into this game. That's why I had fights with Steve Harvey. I came into this game teaching y'all how to have one night stands. And that was coming from letters I was sending my cousin in jail. And I said I'll just make it a book. So this is real life advice. I got little homies from Texas to Japan. They can't even speak Japanese. Like, yo, this Marry Your Secretary shit really works, man. I'm killing these toddlers out here because I give you principles. I don't say do this, this, and this. There is no particular way because we all have our own personality.
Facts.
But there's principles. There's principles. If you follow these principles, it'll work for you. When you get comfortable with yourself, it'll work for you. When I was a kid, I went from going to the mall with my friends, having contests who can get the most phone numbers.
Yeah.
And I went from losing to winning. And even then I won 100%, but I don't remember the 3 I lost. If I talk to 10 girls, I get 7 numbers. I don't care about the 3 I didn't get. And out them 7 numbers, I'm only going to talk to 2 girls.
Right.
So like it's all a numbers game.
It's all a numbers. That's why sales be easy for hood dudes and they be jamming off because we've been playing that game. Like I did that with my cousin. He a little taller than me. He got curly hair. He used to beat me all the time. But you still in a certain range. And but I love what you said. You give them principles, and a lot of principles is just what women actually want. But like you just said to me, Tommy, I was like, I'm having a revelation as I'm saying it. You quote it as I said it. You kind of can't make up for that though. You can't make up for the fact that you weren't told that. You weren't really encouraged, because what goes with, oh yeah, you cute when you little, is they're trying to dress you. You know what to look for. You know what I'm saying? In terms of putting an outfit on, you know what perfumes they like, you know what colognes to wear, little stuff I never had to have questions about. And I'm setting this up like this for a reason, because when we get to the next topic, you can't say that I didn't do it myself. I'm on one side of it, I'm not on the other side of it, but I have to help. If I'm gonna be a leader, I can't control who's coming into this space. I can't control what problem a man is having. Y'all understand what I'm saying? So I got to be willing to understand both sides. And like I'm with you though, Tommy. I think it's weird, like for
You know,
I've never had to ask, bro. I've never in my life had to open my mouth to these same black females about submission. They're gonna get up and cook. Yes, daddy. No, daddy. My shit gonna be iron. They're gonna figure out my schedule. This is what all of them have done. I'll be having problems because they be trying to be in my way because they see how fast I move, they see the competition, and they start acting goofy. But I don't have no problem with black females being submissive in a relationship. Not really asking for nobody else's wife or girlfriend or somebody single to be submissive to me. Be respectful. But I've never had to have a conversation about being submissive. So it's weird to me, but I have to understand that other end that these dudes are going through something that I don't understand. And
to even go off of what Dirty Folks was saying, they come in here to try to, quote unquote, learn, and then when you try to explain certain shit to them, like they fight back, and it's weird to me. Like I literally had an argument with some dudes over whether confidence is like one of the most important characteristics, and I'm like, okay, you talking to somebody who's telling you I haven't had a problem getting females. You're literally on here saying you have. And you're arguing with me. And mind you, there's women in the chat saying he's right. He's right. The fact that you're arguing with me literally explains to me why you have a problem with women. Literally explains to me why ain't nobody submitting to you. Right. That comes back to confidence, bro. And if you had it, you know what I was talking about. And what a lot of these cats understand, going back to what I said earlier, the more you talk, the more we can see it. And if we can see it, when you walk up to that female, she can see it.
Because she ain't got nothing else to focus.
Bro, I told a dude on here straight up, because I was in the military. I said, bro, if you was in the military with me, I wouldn't follow you. I wouldn't let you lead me nowhere. So if I feel like that towards you, that's just off of me seeing you on this YouTube shit. What you think the females is looking at when they talking to you? What you think they think of you? Like I'm listening to these niggas. I'm like, bro, there's no fucking way I'd follow you. You fucking cry, bro. I give you. I sat in. I was watching it, watching one show and watching a panel of guys, and one dude up there, I swear to God, counted off how many chicks rejected him and was quote unquote mean. And I'm like, I felt like I was in the Twilight Zone. Where do niggas do this at? My nigga said 23. I'm like, dude, like he had an exact number, bro. I'm like, whoa.
23 consecutive chicks rejected him?
23 consecutive, bro.
He had to have older.
He's a revenge of the nerd, dude. Like you look at him, you can tell can't dress, socially awkward, weirdo, probably be on a date trying to talk mathematics or some weird shit. Like, you know, just like probably don't got a romantic bone in his body. You feel me? Like just no rhythm, nothing. You feel me? Like just. And again, but because those type of cats don't exist in my world, that's why this has kind of been a learning process to me. Because you know what it takes? It's kind of putting me into the mind of, like I said, those kids in high school that was on that side that had that rough time, that hate thinking about high school. It puts you in the head of those kids, and now you're starting to see how that shit affected them later on in life. I think that's what we're seeing now. I think before we didn't have the internet, so they keep saying they didn't have a voice, because that's one, like that's another thing. Like they's like, oh, you know, I've never felt like I've had a voice with women. I'm like, I've never felt like I didn't. Like that's crazy to me. So yeah, so I think what happened is now you got this YouTube thing, and they have a voice. They feel important. That's why we even see some of the cats that we look at that people look at. And they looking at this cat like he's like the coolest motherfucker ever, and I'm looking like this nigga lame as fuck. This who y'all master is? Oh wow, buddy. Okay, you feel me? So I'm just like I know if this nigga came to my corner, nigga, we send you to the store and you paying for whatever the fuck we tell you to pay for. Like, nigga, this y'all master? All right,
go ahead. Get it. I'm getting an echo. I don't know where it's from. Get in the go ahead, Dirty. And I want to address this question about Black.
No, I was gonna say that's crazy because I use the same analogy. I just want to say what bro said. I just want to piggyback off that because even it's bigger than what he's saying, but it's much simpler. Because the answer was in the statement, but he made it two different statements instead of the same ideology. He said that, man, these kind of guys weren't in his circle. I say all the time on my show, I was like, I didn't even know y'all niggas existed to social media. I say the same thing. Here's the thing though, that I had to come to grips with. These men don't have any male friends, bro. Like they don't have no friends. Like everything is a relationship. How you relate to other people is a relationship. Who you bond with, who you tie with, who you want to support is a relationship. Going crazy in the chat saying what's up to people you never met but you like them. It's a relationship. It's forging bonds.
Right.
They don't have any experience at building and maintaining relationships of any type.
You know what? That translates straight over. We got Poppy in the building. What's going on, Poppy?
Yo. How's everybody doing?
We're good. Hold on real quick. We that translates right over back to the family court aspect of how, you know, reason I learned about it, because it's almost like, and that's why I say let's distinguish it, because you know me, I always talk about if we're gonna have a problem, who started it? I start with the black mothers, because we can't go in the past. All we can do is move forward, and then a baby is going to be born, or you got some new babies born. Let's start here. I think again, it's the same situation. Dad's not being in the house is producing these dudes that don't know how to talk to females. And literally what you just said, Dirty, you don't have no relationship with men. Now, my dad was locked up, but I had my uncle, and then I had all my big cousins, and I had my big brother and stuff like that, right? But even dads, even uncles and cousins get alienated from little boys too. So that's why I think the family court injustice, so I can be specific, should be pushed to the front of the red pill and not the dating shit. And I think that's what's happening. And again, you know, we about to do, shout out Mr. Palmer. That's why I think what Mr. Palmer doing is so fucking important. And I don't think the two should be conflated, period. They really need two separate names, which I think they do. Because what Mr. Palmer doing is keeping these, again, y'all to watch hours of it with me. He's keeping people from hurting these dudes, from hurting themselves, hurting these chicks, outlining it, letting dudes know that you're not the only one, which they doing on the dating part too, right? That could be, they could take themselves out from that, you know, not being able to get a chick is, I can imagine it hurt. I've had a chick that I wanted I couldn't have, and I had before. It hurt. I ain't gonna act like it didn't. But if you living with that every day, I couldn't live like that every day. So I think it's important. Black says, do you really believe most men aren't getting it? Even the person in my circle with the least game is getting it. And this is the thing, Black. So I think a lot of the brothers can agree. Like, I've seen so many dudes get a chick, and I don't know, I didn't see her fuck him, but I can imagine he's fucking. I've seen so many brothers get chicks. So I'm thinking niggas will get some pussy eventually. That's how I was thinking. He may not get the chick I can get, and I can't get certain chicks that a nigga can get, another nigga can get, but in my mind, niggas was getting it, but apparently it's not what's happening.
You know what's crazy? When I was in the Navy, I even seen like the little nerdy white guy eventually gets in. That's why it fucked me up. It wasn't even just like, it's not even a situation of like all the cool guys was the only ones. I've seen nerd niggas be able to pull. So it ain't even just like a cool and nerd thing. It's just like you niggas is just awkward. It ain't even that you a nerd, you want a jock. You just was awkward.
They have a desire. You don't understand their desires, gentlemen. I understand the ways of the Tyler, because Tyler is unisex. People, it's like 90% of women, but like 30-40% of these niggas Tylers too. Here's the mathematics on it. Here's the mathematics on it, and it's gonna be very simple. From the time I was a kid, getting those boxes of cookies at the mall, walking around trying to get a girl, all the way into now, right? I was goal oriented. What was I there for? I was there for the draws.
What's up, Black?
These guys don't want the draws, bro. I'm not saying no gay shit.
You think that? What you think? They're afraid of pussy?
No, they're not afraid of it. They're looking for love. They believe in the Disney mantra. They're looking.
You serious?
I'm dead ass. There's
he got something. He got a point.
Like, there's no everybody got $40 eventually. Even the brokest nigga can come up with $40. You know what I'm saying? So it's not about the sex. They looking for love.
I'll pay for you.
I'm looking for love, but that don't.
No, you know what?
No,
if you hear the way that they describe these women, though, I think he's right, because I'll give you a perfect example. when you hear them describe women, they act like there's never going to be any conflict in a relationship. And I'm looking at these niggas like, no, she gonna snap back sometimes. She's a human. But when you listen to these cats, it's like they want like a robot. They don't want an actual woman, because men that have dealt with women know, I don't care how submissive, yada, 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 you gonna do something one day where she gonna have to maybe correct you.
Right.
Like I misstepped one time and I've been corrected before. It didn't make me a punk or nothing. She's a human. She saw me trip up. Yo, straighten up. That's what they there for.
Yeah. I ain't
But
mad.
you know what it is, bro?
Go ahead, Poppy.
I think the thing is that a lot of the guys, they be talking themselves out of the pussy. That's what it is, man. That's one that the thing is in today's day, bro. A lot of men, and I'm talking about men right now, they don't got social awareness at all, son. And I blame social media, man. Thank God I kind of missed that. I just got into social media last year, so I'm glad that I missed that whole social media wave thing, whatever. Because to me, there is no better approach when you approach a woman face to face. There is nothing better than that. In today's day, you got guys just sending a DM, and eventually, maybe she answers to you, maybe she doesn't answer to you, but that takes away the whole, you know what I mean? The whole social awareness, the whole kind of like how do you need to operate on those fields? And that's what they end up over here on Instagram, YouTube, kind of like quote unquote complaining about these girls. Because I'm with Tom. That's how I met my boy Tommy. We just talking in back channels and everything. That's why I stumbled into him. We just talking. I'm like, bro, like I don't see. In my real life, I don't see these kind of things. Me and my friend, and Tommy was like, yo, shit, me neither. So I'm like, yo, what the fuck this niggas? I mean, to be fair though, some of these guys complain be fair. He be right on the money. You know what I mean? Like if you was married and you was married, whatever, with a girl and hunger cheat on you, and then she filed for divorce, she still take out for your shit. I get that complaint. You see what I'm saying? That's fair right there. But like a lot of these other guys, man, you can painfully hear that they just don't be around these girls. You can painfully hear that.
Yeah, I like the way you said that, because that's exactly what I be going through. You stand on the other side. You disagree, Black. What's up?
Well, I mean, I think it's validity in everything that you guys are saying, my bros are saying, because it does occur. Yeah, it does occur. Mm-hmm. But the thing about it is, I think with social media, it's like a small percentage get magnified to a point that it appears to be the majority. But what I will say, it's enough to affect the culture. So it is happening enough. I'm sitting here thinking, I've been dating I'm in my 40s, right? And I've been rejected before, and women have changed. It haven't stopped me from getting the box, per se. So I'm like, all right, the times are changing, women are changing, dudes are getting less social, which is very true. Women are getting hyper social, so the gap is getting bigger. But at the end of the day, they living in an illusion, because a lot of them women are still smashing on dudes that they don't think is their type anyway. So that's why I'm questioning, is it really as bad as they portraying it? Because sure, dudes might not be getting the box as much as before, but they making it seem like it's an epidemic, and I'm having a hard time understanding that.
I think on my end, I'm just culture shock. That's it. I don't want to make it seem like it's a big thing. I'm just culture shock. That's right.
And I think that's what it is, bro. I think it's just we can't even fathom this shit. Again, the nigga that we jokingly say is the ugliest nigga we kick it with still get females. Right. So it's crazy when you see a dude and you just like, wait, so you just, but you know, and then a lot of us is of a certain age. So that was another thing, like what you were saying with the being social. I tell these cats, like, we didn't step outside the door with our pencil and pad. Period.
That's true. And man, Drew, you're actually right, because we always had to talk. We didn't use social media as a buffer. We actually didn't have approach anxiety, as they call it, as much as these people do right now. So I totally agree with what you're saying.
I disagree. Not totally. I agree with you guys because it's my life too. But this is what I disagree about. It goes back to proximity, right? The number one fear in life is public speaking. Number two is death. So people are more afraid to, I know. So people are more afraid to talk to a girl than they are to die. Do you know how crazy that is?
That's sick.
So you're
Well,
looking, yeah, true facts. So you're looking at the social, what social media did, it did two things concurrently. It gave men who were afraid to approach women the keyboard courage to go into an inbox because the rejection isn't as bad if they just
Bingo.
don't get a reply. And it gave ugly girls that should be sucking dick for a friend an opportunity to be in her imagination and say, if Lizzo can do it, I can too. All of a sudden, girls who know they threes suddenly became tens with filters on social media. So you have the girls that are the least eligible acting eligible, and then you have the guys who shouldn't approach girls ever. They should like not reproduce, shooting they shot. You know what I'm saying? And believing what girls say on social media, which is another thing. Don't believe these girls on social media. So now he believes
I always
everything
say
that
that.
these women say that a man should be. And I keep trying to tell guys on my channel, like, you cannot judge your manhood by a woman's standards, because girls don't have standards. They say they want a man 6 foot, 6 pack, six
Six
figures,
figures.
but they baby daddy 5'4", broke. You know what I'm saying? That's like, you can't believe what they say, yo.
With 6 cigarettes.
I
and
be,
you know,
don't I always be saying that on my channel, man. This
Yep.
nigga Daddy for stealing my shit.
Suck it
hey,
up.
and you know what it also did. One thing that you didn't mention too is for them ugly girls. Now these niggas that want to, pew pew one in the broads and don't nobody know, you can hit that on the low way easier because I ain't got to meet you in public. I met you online. So that's how they getting their confidence up, because a lot of these niggas that, is getting tired of chasing these bros at a certain level. Well, let me go knock this down right quick. Behind the scenes, that's the don't never poster and all that shit. So she getting dick, that's building her confidence.
I don't know, bro. Them ugly bitches been getting dick though. I be always
No, that's what I'm saying. They are.
Yes.
Absolutely, they are.
I'm saying, I've always wondered how they got kids though. I've always, my whole life before social media, I'm like, who fucked this bitch raw? Like, who did this?
Hey, listen to me.
Somebody
When I was
needed
on the
somewhere to
road,
stay. That's what it was.
when we was on the ship, it was 2,000 men. It was 500 women. They had a chick on there that literally had niggas denying that they had ever fucked her, that she was trying to put out there like that. When niggas get desperate, niggas too. And niggas, that's one thing the military showed me. When niggas get desperate, they'll stick that motherfucker in anything.
That's
Let me-
100.
Yes, sir.
And
You
I
know,
I agree with Dirty Folks also, because I disagree for a different reason. What this topic that the Noble's talking on, basically what you have is, you have a situation where you have one group of men who have trouble getting women, and then you got another group of men who have trouble getting rid of the women, because that's essentially what the issue with the family court is, where they want to attach themselves to you. They want your provision without your authority. Now,
that's facts.
The man's provision only works because it goes along with his authority. Like, what people don't understand about money is, money is just a piece of paper, so it's a tool. It's not having money that's the problem. It's how you apply having the money that creates the issue. Because I learned that working at the bank. That's why I don't understand the whole 6-figure myth, because I've seen people make 6 figures and still be broke, especially in places like New York, Miami,
absolutely,
California.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one of the main issues as far as the woman being the economic lead of the house. And I got to shout out Dirty Folks, because he said this on one of his podcasts, where he was like, women will buy what they want and beg for what they need. That's exactly what child support is. Because there's no monitoring system as far as what they do with the money. And that's why we have conflict in these spaces, because you have a large segment of men that is larger than I gotta be honest, I didn't even know it was such a thing. This segment of men that don't have access to women is so large.
Nobody knew.
Nobody.
Real.
But
I gotta be honest.
But on the flip side,
Because
I didn't know the other side
like-
either. I didn't know
me and
the
my
family
bro-
court shit either. Go ahead,
Like,
Pablo.
me and my friends, listen, now I'm still quote unquote new doing this little YouTube shit, bro. And like I said, man, I ask all my friends, But like, if they knew what the hell FBA means, they don't. They some of them were told, asked me that was the new NBA or something. I'm like, nah, dude. You see what I said? Like, most people don't know what people be talking about on YouTube and Instagram and TikTok, I guess. You see what I'm saying? Right. So, back to the to my man, what my man Daddy Paul said, he's completely right. And I would like to add a little bit more on that. The thing is now with the explosion of social media, but before the social media, that girl that was, even the dyings or the ugly ones, they were forced, quote unquote, to kind of deal with the guy from her neighborhood. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, let's just say you're in a little ass town. Let's just say you're somewhere in Illinois, little town named Peoria. Nobody know where the fuck Peoria is. It's probably like 100,000 people over there, massive, right?
I know what Peoria is. What the Illinois? Yeah, I know what Peoria is, but you absolutely.
Well, it is a small town. It's a small town.
I'm saying, I know, but I live in Chicago. That's why I know. That's why I'm laughing. Like,
I worked with somebody that will live there. That's the only reason why I know.
Yeah, I know. I've been there. That's how I even know. But I'm using that's an example, like this little ass town over there. Right.
You already got shit in prison.
Those girls only was kind of forced to only mess with those guys on that area. But now with the social media game, guess what? The baddest girl in Peoria, man, she getting digged down in New York and Miami by a guy because he see them pictures, he flying her ass out. You see, so now she even the ones that are fire and force, because it's so much lying with this filter and everything, that she becomes a 10 on the social media. Guess what? The guy in Detroit flying her out, the guy in LA flying her out, and now she thinks she's better than the guys from her own town. And that's what it is.
He's absolutely right. Because with the awesome,
he's right. He's right, but
let Black go ahead. Who's about to say?
Oh no, I had a question for the panel. But when you was talking about the filters and stuff like that, I don't even think that's even necessary. Let's look at, for example, I don't know if you guys saw the picture that's circulating around with Pinky on it.
Yeah.
Is Pinky over here how she used to be? Is Pinky how she is now? It's dudes that will still smash Pinky the way she look right now, even knowing
most niggas will.
Even knowing what she have the ability to look like. So it's just that men are really, really, really that thirsty, I guess. I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy. So a lot of people tell me, you got to understand everybody don't think like you, which leads to my question.
Okay.
How many of you guys on this panel have had a woman tell you that, hey, you know how to communicate well, because most men don't know how to communicate?
I have, yeah. They say that a lot. That's pretty normal.
That's normal.
So that's pretty normal. That's pretty normal for us on this panel, right? Okay, twofold. For us, it's not an issue because we don't have a problem talking and conversing with women. But then the women are saying that's what most guys are like. So for me, I'm trying to figure it out, because I'm like, so it is the 68.2, the majority on the bell curve. Are those the most men, and are we the outliers? That's all I'm trying to figure out.
I think Dirty Folks is most equipped to answer that question, because I know what he's gonna say.
You're gonna get a Dirty Folks take because you added in that variable that, you know, females are liars.
If they breathing, they lying. They either lying on their back or they lying with clothes on. Either way. But here's the answer. Here's the answer to that. But they lie to themselves. So I mean, it's the truth to them, but they lying to themselves. So how they gonna say truth to them? But you still gonna die because they fight promoters. Anyway, but as the story progresses, here's the answer to your question. It's a simple answer. If my body count, and I'm a reborn virgin, I'm a born again virgin. And as a born again virgin, if my body count, I would put my body count against anybody unless they're a professional athlete or a high level rock and roll star. You know what I'm saying? I ain't Will Chamberlain, but I'm killing, right?
I don't know how to do it. I have no idea.
A lot of threesomes. Anyway, but here's the thing. When you hear those songs by like Rick Ross and Snoop Dogg, like Ain't No Fun If the Homies Can't Have None and all that, girls have a type. And their type changes, but the energy of their type stays the same. The confidence, the arrogance, all that type is the same.
Yeah, some base things. Gotcha.
So I can sleep with, if I slept with 100 girls that my boy Brian and my boy Bill slept with, because they doing numbers too. But we rotating the same girls, and we didn't even know each other slept with them. Like he'll sleep with the girl in like 2013. I hit in 2017. Because in 2013 she like light skinned niggas with curly hair. In 2017 she like brown skinned niggas with pretty eyes. So as her, you know what I'm saying? So we all flavors for all seasons.
They follow the fads, right? That's what I'm saying about the line thing. Yeah.
So because they live comparatively. So now they all say they want a 6 foot nigga, but only 3% of the nation is 6 feet. So they're lying, right?
Facts.
But if they thought they were telling the truth, that means that 6 foot dudes would get all the pussy. So you still wouldn't get no pussy if you 5'11" or shorter, because that's how girls are. Light skin was in when Albie Shaw and Christopher Williams was doing their thing. Light skin niggas was winning. Dark skin niggas was African booty scratchers. Then Wesley Snipes get hot and got them at old dog pop out. Now dark skin niggas is in.
Tyrese and Tyson.
I would argue dark skinned niggas ain't never went out.
They ain't. They ain't. Light skin when niggas went out, but dark skin
they get seasons. Like as long as Drake is breathing, they got action. Him and Chris Brown.
All right, I'll go with that. Here's my thing. But the question that you're asking me is a simple answer. If I'm doing numbers by the thousands to the point that I'm like, I got a routine. Like I do this, this, and this. There's only 5 different type of girl. So it's 5 personalities. In 3 minutes, I should know a personality. And I got 1 of 5 lines I'm going to give her. Because I'm trying to fuck today. I'm not trying to wait till tomorrow. So we're going to do this, 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 and this. And at the end of it, it's going to end with a taco and some tequila. And everything going to be good. If I got that from practice, years of practice, a lot of rejection, a lot of practice, a lot of, this is life. But if I got that, then that means that other guys who get it in, they have their routine, whether it's their cars, whether it's the clothes they wear, you know what I'm saying? Whether it's they make sure they got a hat that match every shirt, whatever their style is, that fits their personality. Whether they a light-skinned, pretty nigga with a beard, because beard gang is in, whatever their thing is, they got their thing. And they work it. And they work it. And it's no problem with that. They work it. Work your number like you supposed to, right? Just like fat girls put on body shapers so they look like they got big titties, like everything ain't big.
That's true.
Work your number. But what happens is you have a lot of men who don't have social skills because they never did any group participation shit. So that's most black women, because I ain't never seen black women that wasn't lesbian do team building shit. You don't see you don't see black girls really on the volleyball team, or you know what I'm saying, holding up other girls for the pyramid. You know what I'm saying? Right. You see them.
Right. That's why I say that parents should put their daughters in team sports early. I
totally agree with that. But because of that, they make black girls horrible partners because they don't know how partnership works. They're very selfish. It makes guys think that they have female talking points. The guys y'all talking about have female talking points.
Bro, listen. I want to, because I agree with y'all. And Tommy B, so we got Robert Brownie. What's up? Peace.
Hey,
what's going on? We so on a little podcast channel, right? I don't know if you had heard that particular conversation though, Tommy. Every time we would kind of, I want to say, box them into the truth, they would always say, "But dudes will accept it. But you can get a boyfriend. But you can get a man." You know what I'm saying? It's like, at the end of the day, I'm always with dirty folks with that. Everything is our fault, right? It's our fault because at the end of the day, we're the leaders. But my shit is, if it's gonna be my fault, then I need the full control. If I tell you shut the fuck up, sit your ass down, shut the fuck up.
It might not be my fault, but it's my responsibility.
No, exactly. It's so fault, but it's so fake. Nobody ever says the second part of that. When I say men build culture, nobody ever says the second part of that. They just blame men for building a bad culture. When I say it's men's fault, it's men's fault, it's men's fix. So nothing she says with clothes on matters. Nobody mentions that part. But if I got to take all the blame, I'll take the blame, right? As the coach, she's my star player. When the team wins, give her all the credit. When the team loses, I got to do that press conference.
That's facts.
So it don't matter what the fuck she talking about, because I got to take that weight. They don't fire the player, they fire the coach.
Yeah, I was
Absolutely.
on your panel one time, World Class, and I think some people got mixed up. You was asking about, we was talking about the Roe v. Wade thing. I think you was asking about like the responsibility, and that's why I said in my situation, I take the brunt of it because I'm gonna make the decision if I have sex with her, whether it's gonna be a condom or not, and whether I shoot it up. I take that. So everything that happened after that, it ain't even an argument for me. So when I saw these cats in this space arguing about, oh, but she get the no. I'm gonna make the decision if this is even gonna be a situation or not. Period. From the jump, I can control that. Yeah. And so for me, you know, that's why like people have heard about my situation with, you know, my kid's mom, and they tell me I'm lucky, and I'm like, I'm not taking that no more, because I'd say I was lucky if it was a one night stand, and then I didn't end up having any drama with these women. But I keep telling you, I knew them, and I hear these cats telling these stories about these chicks they was with, and I'm like, you must didn't know her. Like, it wasn't to me that I didn't get taken to court.
They definitely should substitute the word lucky for rare. Because you took
rare.
You take control of the situation, but before you took control of the situation, you already knew who you were as before you went into it. You did a lot of work prior to. You know, like you just said, it wasn't a one night stand.
Yeah.
I made that decision.
I knew her family, all of that.
Right. I made that decision to make my son with my son's mother, and it's on me. Like, and I often say, and people in my actual life, my private life, it's like I used to have a joke with her. But when she was pregnant, let me see my son, because I already knew what type of shit she was on. Yeah. I already knew what she was at. I was like, I see what you gonna do. Cool. I had a joke with her. Let me see my son playing a game. I know what you were gonna do, and I ate that. Yeah. But what I'm saying is, what fucking pissed me off wasn't so much her, it was a family. That's why I put it family court. That's why I didn't put it the chick. You know, they're that problem with females. We got a problem with the court and the system.
That's why whenever I talk about my situation, I tell people, not only did I know her, I knew her family. I knew how they would react if she did any of that bullshit. So I not only was focused on how she would react, I also went to see the attitude of the family. And if she did some fucked up shit, would they take her back every time, or, you know, all that type of shit. And so when I seen that it wasn't like that, then I knew, oh, okay, if she's trying some funny shit, her family gonna be on her helmet. Oh, that ain't cool. You need to woo woo.
Which is one of the first things I tell them dudes in that red pill rage dating sphere, whatever you want to call it. Y'all have to learn from us on the other side. You have to stop dealing with chicks that got a family that has a history of child alienation and child support and all of that. That's one of the, if there's no rule that, you know, Poppy, you don't like the fat chicks. It's dirty, don't like chicks if they got clothes on. All of that. But all that shit funny. But we have to make a lot of us don't like. We have to make a standard of not dealing with chicks that have a family history of child alienation. You know what I'm saying? That's something that needs to be number one and implemented for everybody, because it's like, what's going to come first? We need to make a decision on what we're going to deal with first. The family court needs to be the first issue, because dads are not in the house for these niggas that not know how to get a woman. When you come from a nigga knowing how to get a woman, it's crazy. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's something we should put forward. And I think these dudes need to I think the space needs to make it clear between the two, not to separate, but to understand like what we're doing over here. Now I'll just put Mr. Palmer as the person, as the main guy. What Mr. Palmer is doing is really saving a lot of dudes' lives and saving a lot of women and children from getting hurt, because it's stressful to know you got a baby that you love and you can't get to your baby. It's crazy, bro. I will say this on this live. I've spent at least 100 days trying to convince myself not to shoot that bitch. Real shit. You should 100. At least.
Hey, y'all know what?
I listen to y'all stories.
I definitely want to do something on my show about that, but being that it's so sensitive.
Shout out to Big Mike. Yeah.
I wanted to get a panel of men to do that, because I didn't want to seem like I was ranting against my son's mom, because they don't understand that legit men, especially you can see it now, black men are killing women now because they emote emotionally first. That, hey, even if you don't do that, it takes a lot for a man not to make that OJ trip.
Yeah,
I'm serious.
Nigga. I done got in the car and drove quarter of the way and turned around. I have,
because that's your instincts kicking in for you to naturally protect your child. You see, it's a different situation if it's a situation where it just doesn't work out with you and the mother, and she leaves the child out of it, so you can still both work as individuals to do what's best for the child. But that's not the typical scenario. What it is these women are technically insurgents because they know that the system is lopsided because it's a financial thing, and they know that the system is going to back them, you know, almost to the point where it's illegal. Like the family court is egregious with some of the things that they're willing to do and what they're willing to commit as far as the court system is concerned. And you have a lot of people that are cooperators, like you have lawyers, you have CPS agents. And to add to what Noble was saying about, you know, avoiding women that have a history of child alienation in their family, you also got to worry about when the father is there and he's emasculated, because that was the mistake that I made.
Yeah,
I made that mistake personally. Honestly,
Yeah.
and as crazy as this is going to sound, especially in this place, I think that's the only thing that's worse than dealing with someone that comes from a single mother, is one that's having a father there and she's basically the father's the mother's drone. Like he's basically a eunuch and a concubine.
Yep.
I agree.
Yeah, I'm with you. You know what's crazy? You immediately just convinced me of that because that's what Palmer been showing,
No,
right?
but did you see that show? Not to cut you off, no, but did you see that show I did about girl dads are the number one enemy to men?
No, I know you and Good Birds go back and forth about that. Not back and forth, but I gotta watch that.
Fuck them girl dads.
What's my friend? Oh my gosh. Like I said, I found that chicks that grew up with their dad, their real dad, not like what Face Facts is saying, but they seem to be better human beings to me. Like my ex was a girl dad, and she can think. So I don't know. I gotta watch that. But Facebook, that shit is powerful. What you just said, because now she got this little fucking. I always was told by my OGs, man, you don't underestimate no nigga. I treat everybody like y'all that nigga. That's all. I've always treated every nigga like you that nigga. I can't afford it because that one slip up, I'm out of this bitch. And at 8 years old, I got to see my brother dead in the casket. So death was real to me. It wasn't no joke. So when you got a nigga that's just going, oh my God, dude, that left a nigga 6'2", 340. You just going on a moment's notice to file what some chick is gonna say, man, that shit, you right, bro. You right. I can't even hold you.
Here's the thing. This is why I disagree with y'all. And I don't disagree with y'all in principle. I disagree with y'all in practice. All right? What you guys are saying is true, that you need to vet their family because their family teach them the life lessons that they're going to use on you. I agree with that. Where I disagree with is, then we get to the woman score portion, and you never know what these goofy ass toddlers going to do when they mad. They will raise the village just because it's Tuesday. My thing, and what I talk about on my pod all the time, is like, yo, I call it the Marry Your Secretary app, but basically it's an app to save men. Like, yo, you tell girls this is what I'm gonna do for you, and you give them all type of incentives because you know girls love incentives. But in the end of the day, what they're doing is they're basically agreeing to be surrogates. Because you gotta understand that this is your child. You know a fruit by the seed, not the dirt. Girls are the dirt that the seed goes in. And if she's a good girl, she's soil. But either way, dirt is dirt. You know a fruit by a seed. So it's yours by natural law. By natural law. So these girls defy nature just to be bitter and to get a couple of dollars. You feel what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So my whole thing is, I don't think it personally, I don't think it matters because that goes under the auspice of girls play fair. And I don't think they play fair. But it's something y'all said that was powerful, and I just wanted to co-sign y'all. 90% of protection is prevention. And there's a lot of girls who really owe their life to some guy's friend that was like, yo, bro, it ain't that serious. Don't do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they swear to God they the least protected, but for the shit that you did, you should be dead. Motherfuckers is saving your life every day like the Red Cross, and you show no appreciation. And I think guys just want some appreciation for that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, dirty folks is right, especially with the prevention. Like, as far as this family court issue, there are a few ways to, you know, prevent you from going down that path. But there's two issues with it. Number one, we're not there yet. Number two, you'll get banned for talking about it on YouTube.
Problem.
I'm gonna let
If you
that.
get big enough, they will ban you for sure. Look what happened to the Andrew Tate nigga.
Right.
They bang his ass. But we got Cynthia G saying you can delete Black Baby Boy. It's fine.
Well, you can't make that comparison never get old because that shit crazy. That bitch is fine. So we do got 3 topics. We're gonna let this one breathe, and we always gonna come back. I'm having my big sister come up and deal with actual solutions that she been doing with the child support and everything. I'm calling my mentee, one of my young ones. He's young, he's 30, but I'm 36. His shit that he going through literally just 2 days ago. He gonna come up and talk about that shit, and because he just called me immediately. He said, "Bro," I said, "Man, this just that the 3rd, the 4th, and the 5th, man. Like 30 folks said, man, they owe us a lot, man. We be keeping y'all little raggedy ass hookers alive."
I got a homeboy that's going through a divorce right now. I damn near talk that nigga off the ledge every goddamn week, man. And it was crazy to me. He was married to his chick 20 years. I got 2 BMs, and I don't go through half the shit that he go through. Like that shit. So that's another thing is, in this space, when I first got in here, I kind of was butting heads with, because I'm not against them pushing marriage, but they push it as if it's the end all be all. And I got 2 friends, both getting divorces, both going through way more drama with their kids than I ever went through with my BMs. So
you can see it. Yeah, you can see it.
Yeah.
At least you can see it.
A lot of that is a paperwork issue too,
Listen,
depending on how your paperwork is set up.
I got 2 BMs and I ain't got no grades.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I got grades everywhere. All right, so this it's the next topic. If this ain't your tea, it is what it is. But this is what's been going on in the Manosphere, man. This is what's going on in the so-called Black Manosphere. Poppy mentioned it earlier. This FBA versus immigrant. This is something that I made aware of earlier this year. Shout out to Big Mike. Shout out to Westside Kulik. I seen Tariq Nasheed. I seen a video where he's arguing with this African chick, and I was only interested in it because I grew up with Nigerians. I know they don't fuck with us, especially the ones that immigrated here. And what I never noticed was their children, because I used to go to school with their children, and had a cool dude that I went to school with named Asante. We was cool, but what I've been seeing in this space is pretty fucking dumb. It's pretty stupid. Full disclosure, I'm a Moorish American Muslim and a Moorish Science Temple of America, so I don't really deal with the FBA shit. I don't want to have an identity based off tit for tat with somebody else about reparations when I don't want reparations, because the reparations for slaves, and we were never slaves, we were POWs. That's my position, so I'm not in favor of it, but I know what I've watched, and it's been kind of fucking ridiculous. See, it don't seem like it's what you've been watching, but you have been watching it. When you watch these niggas, a lot of these niggas, let's level up, let's do this, let's get the bag. And within the middle of that conversation, you have a lot of these first generations talking about y'all not doing what you supposed to, y'all not doing this, or y'all not doing that, and y'all not taking advantage of what you have here. And I'm like, bro, what you leaving out when you have this conversation, you immigrants, you not even the immigrants, really the first generation, they sound like us. I didn't really get it until, again, Big Mike and Westside kind of pointed that shit out. What you keep leaving out is that those of us that's been labeled as Negro, Black, and colored are still under Dred Scott, who that never been repealed. So you are not a citizen, you don't have to be recognized. Y'all, Mexicans, Marcus always say, I know Marcus probably watching, Mexicans, Arabs, Nigerians, a lot of North Africans are designated and classified as white. Meaning when you put applications in, you're getting something that we're not getting. You're getting approval and you have stuff that we're not getting. You have treaties that we're not getting. Black people don't have no treaty. Black people don't have none of these things that you have. You got a treaty. You already have a classification that assists you. So I hate to use the word because niggas have used it entirely too much, but y'all whole position is disingenuous. And y'all antagonizing people and playing with people. And I'm here to tell you, it's a lot of different things. I can go and do the scholarship shit and trash all y'all niggas, but you playing games with very, very dangerous people. You think these niggas won't kill you, but they will. You playing games. You need to stop. Like Big Mike pointed out the other day, these Nigerians, and you got the fucking chaotic truth nigga, and you got a lot of these dudes that's in this manosphere, black manosphere space, pretending to be us. You're not us. You're not. It's cool. I'm cool. Whoever you are, you good. But stop speaking like you us because you're not us. Your parents and you got white on your shit. Stop saying you black people when you're not. You got a nationality. And then in your fucking country, in Nigeria, the crime rate is 66%. The homicide rate is 34%. Here is just 5%. So go fix your shit. Now that's the immigrant part. The FBA part. I just mentioned it, breeze over it. Again, my fucking identity is not to tick for tat with somebody else. Just because they doing that shit don't mean I'm gonna come up with some goofy shit. I've been said the red, black, and gray RBG shit is dumb. You naming yourself after colors. It's fuck shit. You're foundational black American where your fucking nigga, where your status is based off slavery. And you're not a slave. I'm here to explain to you that the word slave comes from the word Slav, that's Slavonkian Scandinavian. That's somebody with pale skin. It's not you. You are not a slave. You got dehumanized, right? I'm glad you came up, Big Mike. Shout out to Big Mike.
What up, Big Mike?
You were never a slave, right? The transatlantic slave trade was us selling white people. They were again, I've said this multiple times. White people were never free until the Declaration of Independence. They came over here as property from the king. All this stuff is just basic, simple information. It's not rocket science. You are indigenous and autochthonous to here. I'm not with the FBA shit, but I'm not against it. Because if y'all want reparations for being slaves, you will never get it because you were never a slave. You need to be compensated for being prisoners of war. All these other people that got paid, they were called prisoners of war. So I got a video. I'm gonna do a video with my brother explaining this. So that's it. And I'm trying to show y'all that how I'm going about this because the real meat and potatoes is behind this. It's these past bros. That's the most popular conversation. But I'm being neutral on it because I see both sides. As, again, like I've taken a position already, right, on both situations. I'm with the family court if I'm in the red pill space. But I have empathy and understanding for the other side, and I'm going to bring y'all to the conversation and help y'all with that. This situation, I've been in the middle of these conversations with the FBA versus immigrants, and fundamentally, just coming into the conversation, I'm not with the FBA. But the dumb shit I'm watching with these immigrants, I know why they keep asking these niggas, oh, so where you from? Because if all of us that are here, if we have a conversation, yo, where you from? Yeah, my dad is from here. My mom from down there. Because we trying to find out, and Big Mike said it better than I can. We always trying to find out if we family, if you from the same tribe I'm from. You know what I'm saying? We always, and so when we ask these niggas, like, oh, why you want to know that? What you mean, why I want to know that? That's what we do. I'm Puerto Rican. My grandmother was
from
she was
to state to city to block.
Facts. Everybody, we all do this. My grandmother, my father's mom is Puerto Rican and Italian. She was in Michigan, right? So my dad is from Detroit. Shoot niggas up there. My mom's side is from Virginia. My granddad from my mom is from like North Carolina. So I'm spread all the fuck out. So I don't have no shame. You know what I'm saying? So it's like if I see somebody look like my dad, you from Detroit, I'm like, damn, that nigga could be my cousin or some shit. So I'm noticing why, again, thanks to Big Mike and Westside, I'm noticing why they asked that. So what really pushed me into this conversation was when Six the Goddess said what she said on the Lapeef show. I know everybody kind of know that with Chaotic started get me to kind of figure that out. Then he found out both his parents is Nigerian. Because y'all saying a lot of shit, saying us as black people when you can catch these niggas, and was fucking irritated the shit out of me. A lot of these niggas is island dudes that's from the Caribbean. It's on the same shit.
That was my when I first got into space, the big thing was to ask the Haitians how they were raised, because they seemed like they was making them like they was these perfect people, and they kept talking about how they was raised and their culture and how da-da-da. And I said, bruh, why y'all ain't mentioned the Zopounds not one time? Y'all raised so good and y'all culture is so great, but y'all still got the Zopound in Miami fucking shit up.
What's
the
that?
Same way, and we got the history where we went through in this country. You're literally telling us y'all ain't got that, and y'all coming over here and do this, and y'all still ended up with a Zopound down there. So it almost makes me wonder how they don't even understand how we ended up the way we ended up in these situations. If your people then came over here and ended up doing the exact same shit.
That's what makes it.
No,
That's what makes it so
they
bad, though.
understand.
That's what makes it so bad is they're actually using it to hide behind the crimes they commit. So they hide behind blackness as a whole when they commit crimes. If you notice, you're not going to be able to go look up any black immigrant crime statistics. But if you look at what's going on in New York City, a lot of those drill rappers, those are Caribbean kids.
Yeah.
A lot of the people that are committing the crimes in Chicago are children of immigrants, and they're not saying that. I actually witnessed it yesterday on This Is America show where he was talking about the young lady that fired off in Midtown Atlanta and saying another black woman, this is a black person, you know, shooting people. This girl was Cameroonian. And they said that in the papers. She was from Cameroon and she was trying to actually get back to Cameroon. But go to the lady in Dallas firing off in the airport, Nigerian. They're trying to use blackness to hide behind their crimes.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but hold on, I got a little pushback on that though.
Yeah, please, Bobby, because I know you spoke about it. Go ahead.
On my man Tommy, the reason why even Soul Pound became a gang is because I know this for a fact because I actually know a whole lot of these Soul Pound guys. And their little brother went to school with me, and their big brother they were the one that started that. It's Michael and them. The reason why that gang started is because the Black American kids was literally beating the shit out of the Haitian kids in Miami. You see what I'm saying? Miami is like it's like the headquarters for Haiti. Like that's probably where you're gonna find the most Haitians over here in the state would be in Miami. They even got their own city named Little Haiti. So what was going on?
Did you say it's the birthplace of Hating or Haitians?
No, Haiti. That's like
Haiti. Okay, yeah. I thought you said.
So here's what happened. So this school named Edison, still the school in Jackson. Miami is segregated. Whatever little city you are, that's most likely where your ethnicity from. You see what I'm saying? Like a Liberty City is where the blacks go to school at. Most of the people who go to school is black, African American. Edison is like most of them gonna be Haitians. Miami, Opaloka would be a mix of everybody. Little Havana, it's gonna be Hialeah. It's gonna be a bunch of Cubans. Most of the people go to school in Cuba. So this is what happened. The American black kids used to beat the dog shit out of the Haitian kids. They used to like literally rob them, slap them around, call them all kind of names, and that's where that Soul Pound thing became a thing. And you see what I'm saying about it, like everything. Once you start like a quote unquote group, once the mission is completed, you go ahead and turn that into crime. But that's the reason why Soul Pound started right there, because the black kid was beating the shit out of him, and now all the Haitians got together. And they was like, yo, we ain't gonna take this shit no more. We're gonna start really, we're gonna get into some violence. They ain't fuck with the niggas no more because they man business. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I gotta push back a little bit on that, Poppy. I know you know them folks, but black kids in the United States really don't have a habit of beating the shit out of new black people that come here. We don't track down and beat the shit out of newcomers. Now, it probably already started out as some kind of territorial beef or something, but if you look, that's why the Crips and the Bloods started. That's why every gang started, was to protect our neighborhoods against other invaders and other people coming in. So
even the white gang.
Yeah, it started out against white gangs, and the biggest white gang was the police. So I just have a hard time that out of everybody in Miami that could beat the shit out of Haitians, it was the black people that did it. It wasn't the Cubans. It wasn't the drug trade. It wasn't none of that. None of that had anything to do with it.
Yeah, but babe, Mike, trust me, believe it, man. Look, I was raised in New York. I mean, I was born in Colombia, raised in New York, and then I also live in Miami. That's why I even got real close information about this. I went to school in Miami for my junior and senior year. I seen this with my own two eyes, bro. See what I'm saying? So and this is when I start seeing it, they already been starting going at each other. But when you start talking to people and stuff like that, listen, when you're in high school, let's be honest over here, man. And let's just say the American kids is in class, right? They're gonna be fresh and all of that. If the little Haitian kid or the Nigerian kid come in there, they're gonna pick him because he's gonna have a different clothes than everybody. Can we agree on that?
That's it. I
That's
agree
that's
on that.
that's the
I give you
that's the
that.
basis of the problem. They get picked on and they don't know how to deal with it. But we all pick on each other. We gonna pick on the black kid
I
that
ain't got
got
no
the whack
problem with that.
outfit. Right.
I ain't got no problem with that. But here's the thing, Mike. In Miami, I don't know if you ever been in Miami. It's real racist out there. Listen, the Cubans go at the Americans. Everybody over there go at each other. You see what I'm saying? So, and once you got to the point that they were robbing me. Listen, I ain't got no problem with bullying, man, because people trying that shit on me, that just didn't work out because I was with the vibes. I wasn't looking for it. But once you get me there, we was gonna go there all the way. That's what I'm trying to tell you. No, let me repeat this one more time. It wasn't every kid now, Big Mike. But the kids that was in game and stuff like that, they were picking on this. They were robbing them.
I can't say either we robbing you or we talking about you because you ain't got nothing. It can't be both.
Well, I see what the issue is. I see what the issue is.
No, but hold on.
There's an age difference.
What I'm trying to say is the kids at school were just robbing. Everybody got a little $5-10 to go to school buy lunch. That's what I'm saying. They were taking stuff from these kids just for the fun of it. He ain't had nothing to be. He ain't have to be something of value. They were taking their shit.
I just feel like that's just another way to hide behind us to commit crime.
Right. No, Mike is definitely right. But what it is also what you're doing is you're talking about different eras. What Poppy's talking about, that's a reflection of poverty and males being raised by single mothers. That's not a cultural issue. What Mike is talking about, probably from his era, was a cultural thing where I guess what would be considered foundational is running around beating up. And see that's a cultural thing versus a poverty and who's leading the community. So probably around the time when Poppy was coming up, that's what a lot of it was. But it was masked to be a cultural war. But that's not really what it was. That's a poverty and a result of who's leading the household. Because
you're right.
What are you robbing somebody for $5 for? That's not even enough for you to. The purpose of crime was to supplement, industry. Now, when they put women in charge of our community, a lot of the crime was resulted from emotional things. Because that's all it really is when you take somebody's sneakers. There's a big difference between stealing sneakers or somebody walking down the street as to, an organized drug trade or a bank heist. So that's a lot what was going on. It wasn't a cultural thing, but because there are other people that have outside interests that want to push, particular agendas, that's what it gets masked as. Oh, they're doing that to you because of where you're from. No, they're doing that to you because it's an ignorance thing.
If y'all new to it,
you're right. You do crying to everybody that's close to you. I wasn't disagreeing. I was disagreeing with man Tommy because all I was trying to explain how they started. But
right.
That's why I always went out of my way to say.
And you're right. That's the issue. You're both right. You're both correct.
No, but what I'm trying to say is once the mission is completed, it becomes illegal. You see what I'm saying? It becomes a quote unquote criminal enterprise. You see what I'm saying? Everything started good. And once the mission is completed, niggas turn into crime. That's how everything is.
I don't think it's the mission complete. It's once that money start getting into it. Once you start putting money in there, that's when almost anything go left. Whether you're talking church, gangs, any organization,
you're right.
Even politicians. Once that money get in there, it goes left.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm with that.
Yeah, then it's no longer about the cause. It's about who's willing to give me the most money to support their agenda. I mean, I get into political conversation with people, and I say, okay, first, one thing for sure, we got to get our money up. No, you don't need to chase a bag. I'm like, how the fuck you expect to get anything done then? You need resources. You need financing. You need funding. I mean, because their pocket's way deeper than ours as it stands right now. You know what I'm saying? The opposition is, at least.
Yeah, stuff costs. You got to pay people to work.
Yeah.
And you got to pay for war, period.
Exactly.
War costs money.
100%, yeah.
War costs money.
Absolutely. And
that's how
these
you
churches,
create
these churches,
to
man.
war.
These churches, man. Look, don't even get me started on that. That's the ultimate hustle.
Hey,
I love every corrupt minute of it too. It's so hilarious to watch.
The armor of God ain't free, my nigga.
Right? you got preachers up there on the pulpit singing instead of preaching and call it a sermon. And the best are the ones you go into old country towns. Like I was in the one, I was at a church over there near Tuskegee, Alabama, right? Small church. This dude, I couldn't understand a word he said. Like seriously, I didn't understand not one word, not even and, the, or but. I don't know what he said. He was just mumbling, and everybody, amen, amen. Mm-hmm. I'm like, how the fuck y'all understand this?
They speak the same damn language.
Probably so.
But it's also too though, like another thing when it comes to this FBA versus immigrants, it's different kind of immigrants too. That's one thing. That's another thing I realized. Because, for example, like my people that come from the side of the track, most people that come from, like, let's just say the Caribbeans or South America, they don't engage into the whole race. The way we look at it is there is no difference between a black American and a black guy from Haiti or a black guy from Colombia. You see what I'm saying? There is no difference between they even because the way that I was raised, and I was told by my grandparents. You see what I'm saying? I mean, I had one of my let me see, 1, 2, 3, my third great granddaddy. He was a slave in Colombia. You see what I'm saying? So the way they taught us was, if you black, you black. You see what? So, but one thing I noticed is the guys that come, I think, from Africa and Middle East, they are a different kind of black. Those are the one kind of like thing to talk down on the black Americans in a way. I didn't notice none of that until I got into the space, because I wasn't raised with Africans like that. Yeah, all the blacks I was raised was the African Americans and the blacks that come from South America.
I don't know if I completely get with that, just based off the last show on a little podcast show when old girl pretty much told you how the Dominicans felt. She literally
what she said?
I think what she said, something about like she wouldn't they looked at Puerto Ricans a certain way, and they basically looked at them the same way as they looked at American black, and like lazy, and I forget, it was something else she said, but that's how her parents looked at them. And then if she wanted a Puerto Rican, she wouldn't get one from here, she would get one straight from Puerto Rico. But they didn't mess with black Americans, because they looked at them in a negative. Like she literally just said that on a little podcast.
Yeah, she said that yesterday. I just forgot who it was.
That was this morning, World Class.
Yeah, my thing is this.
That was this morning.
Oh, this morning? Okay.
Yeah. My thing with this, with that, fellas, I never understood it either. I never understood that, even as a kid, because I spent a lot of time in New York, a lot of family up there and everything. And everybody kind of got along or whatever. But then you did hear that whole thing, but where Africans would look at, that's when I noticed, even as a child, like Africans did look at us different. I used to watch them when they had these outdoor swap meets or whatever up there in Harlem. And then the Africans would charge some black people one price. My mama got into it with one of the dudes, because she's like, nah, I just saw you sell this same purse to that chick, to that bitch over there for X amount of dollars, but you want to charge me twice that? That's the price, man. Fuck. And my mama got a mouth on him, right? She would bargain, motherfuck that. I ain't paying you that price. My mama got a wild mouth, right? You ain't finna pull wool over her eyes. You're not finna fleece her, But that's the first time I noticed it, and I just, for the life of me, just couldn't understand why Africans look down on us when the way the world looks at them, like they're not even niggas, they're Africans.
You can't say that on the internet, man.
I just did.
Right.
That's the way the world. The thing is, that's the way the world. Yeah, but that's the thing. That's the way the world looks at, especially when I joined the army and being African myself. When I got in the army, that my eyes are open. I'm like, okay, y'all got no reason to look down on us. Look at you. When I went to Africa, I was like, you can have this whole stinking fucked up continent.
Exactly.
I don't want one country. No. Nah.
Racism is a misunderstood concept. People don't understand what racism really is. It's a tool of convenience and also an economic strategy. So economics plays a big role in what they market to you as racism a lot of times. So what happens with a lot of immigrants, and this is where the FBA has an issue with it, They're black when it's convenient, and then they're immigrants when it's convenient.
Yeah,
That's
I got a problem with that
precisely
too.
the issue.
Yeah, I got a problem with that too.
They're immigrants. They're immigrants when they do something good. If they become a doctor, they're the first Ugandan doctor, the first Nigerian doctor. But when them niggas go shoot up an airport or do something to a woman, you know, out here, then all of a sudden they just black.
Okay, here's a problem I have because
they trying to hide the hairline there.
Now y'all gangbang, and I appreciate a good gangbang, and I had to cam up and gangbang with y'all. Check this out. I don't give a fuck about that black shit. I don't call myself black, nigga. Tribe up. When I talk about we have to rebrand, that's what I mean. We are in a place where people can marry a dog, and men can become women. There's 31 different sexual proclivities now, like ice cream. I ain't got to be black, and I don't want to be black. This is my thing. This goes with what Big Mike just said. What Big Mike said was 100% true. But let me tell you what else 100% true. If they're the first Ugandan doctor, when they blew up the airport, they black. When these goddamn Keishas cure cancer, it's black girl magic. But when they goddamn beat their kids, they just black. Everybody's ops until they not, nigga. Everybody's a goddamn colored unless they try. The problem with colors, American colors, is they have no pride and self-identity. They compare themselves to slaves. Either they don't want to be slaves here and call themselves foundational black, which they say come from slave, or American descendant of black, or Hebrew Israelites. All the Hebrews known for is being fucking slaves and running back to the Pharaoh after they got free. All the fuck they want to be is slaves. Until you decide, man, have some type of providence, have some type of pride. Because as men, I fuck with all men. But you know what I'm saying? As a man, I treat anybody as a man. What we're talking about is a difference of culture, but y'all blaming it on color. I don't. Chicago culture ain't the same as New York culture.
That's this specific.
Yeah.
That's.
I mean, like I like hearing this. This is actually true stuff instead of it being a bunch of BS that people spit out.
Yeah, for real.
All right, so let me
I think it's got a lot to do with classism too.
Hold on. So we have you that's speaking Trip,
yes.
Pip, and we have Kev. What's going on?
What's going on, man?
What's your have on the topic?
I'm just trying to figure out what kind of red pill it was at first.
This ain't red pill. This is man talk.
Yeah.
Man talk. All right.
Man pill.
We already agreed that we all hate our mothers, so we ain't got a red pill that part. It's just man talk.
Okay, go ahead, Pip. Trip.
I forgot what I was saying. Sorry. Completely.
No, you were saying that you enjoy the fact that we having
a true conversation. You guys aren't trying to sugarcoat shit, and you're not trying to sit here and be like, oh, something. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think a lot of this though has to do with like classism, right? Like, rich people don't give a fuck about anybody else. They don't care what color your skin is or any of that shit. They just hate you just based on the fact that you don't have the same amount of money as them. You know? And the same shit goes with politicians. Like, they're fucking millionaires and stuff. And they're going to sit there and say, oh, we need this group of this color of people to vote for us because they're that color or whatever. Like, I don't know if you guys saw that clip from The View where that one girl said that she was a black Republican. And that other girl looks at her and she's like, oh, that's a fucking oxymoron to me. Black and Republican. And then she's like, I don't understand black Latino Republicans either. And it's like, well, what does that have to do with skin color? You picked a political side.
Yeah.
Don't listen to girls with clothes.
Well, Republican Party. The Republican Party is the only party that was created off of skin tone and skin color. So actually,
the Republican Party is the party that ended slavery.
Black people are the base of the Republican Party. So,
and the Democratic Party is the ones that started the KKK. They hired the KKK.
I agree.
Is what I should say.
Fuck both sides.
No, because to be honest, I just did, for those of us on the Dirty Folks podcast earlier, I just did a whole thing about we in Reconstruction. Y'all still fighting the gender war. We in Reconstruction. The Civil War is over. We lost that, honestly. Men lost the Civil War, right? The gender war, the Civil War, lost that. We in Reconstruction. Here's the thing.
All right, I'm sorry. We out basketball Americans.
I'm cool with that. Here's cool with that. You know what I'm saying? So then even basketball Americans are still basketballists because you team LeBron, I'm team Jordan when we talk about the GOAT. People debate about anything. That's not even an issue. The issue is that when everybody else has a culture that they go back to and they derive their patterns from a culture. I'll give you all an example. If I say landscaping and roof repair, what ethnic group would you think I'm talking about?
Mexican.
Okay.
Hispanic. Yeah.
If I say gas station and liquor store, what ethnic group do you think I'm talking about?
Indian and Middle Eastern.
Middle Eastern, because I'm in Michigan, and
okay, cool.
like every gas station.
That's nationwide, bro.
If I say,
oh really?
Yeah.
I just thought it was here.
I'm in Alabama. It's here too.
Okay.
In Georgia and I used to live in Atlanta. It's there too. You live in
North
North Carolina. It's there.
Wow. They just got it unlocked though. You can't hate the game.
It's on the West Coast too, man. It's there.
We're talking about cultural norms, right? So, so no matter what cultural norm I give you, you'll give me the response, and I know what response you'll give me, right? So if I say attorneys and accountants, y'all will say Jews.
Jewish.
There's nothing I can say that you don't see a culture that bases their economics and their dating preferences based on their culture.
I might have one military member.
Military member is not a culture; that's a profession. But even as a profession, even
so
with
gas
that,
station attendant.
Gas station attendant.
But I'm gonna be. I'll tell you, as a military member, being a military member doesn't outweigh race.
No, but I'm just saying, like, you don't really have like a specific race that you expect to be military, is all.
Because
And
military is national.
really, that would only really
Exactly.
be germane to this,
Exactly.
to this country, because you don't have that too much in too many other countries. This country is a range of different nationalities.
Exactly, yeah.
It's
But
national.
it's supposed to be. It's a melting pot.
Well, that's what they say. But then we segregate. So the whole thing, and we're segregated based on culture. That's why there's a Chinatown in every city. We're segregated based on culture. So even as men of different cultures, we can appreciate different cultures, and we can incorporate those into our lives. Like Mexicans don't talk about tacos more than me. You know what I'm saying? What?
But you know what though, Dirty? Here's the thing. That's generally speaking, and that's what, like I've said plenty of times on I think twice on Big Mike, is that nigga, I thought we was on the same team. I can accept that. I hate it, but I didn't try the fufu. You know what I mean? I've done that. I've done jerk chicken. I've done different cultures, the dances, the outfits, all of that. We've done that. But the problem that I'm seeing and that Big Mike has seen is that it's specifically what has been brought up. Y'all niggas do fuck shit and pretend to be us. It's identity theft. It ain't an issue of culture. It's like you pretending to be somebody you're not when you do fuck shit. But then when you're successful, you the first Ghanaian to do X. You the first Nigerian to do this.
Okay.
X,
Okay. It is about culture. Okay. If I say online internet scam that the Bank of England is holding $5 million in your name and I need your social, what ethnic group do you think I'm talking about?
Nigerians.
Fucking right. So even with color, we still talking culture. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. If you want to,
but that's what they hide. That's what they hide, Dirty, and that's what we against. Stop hiding your culture.
I agree with you.
We don't really know what we're gonna call ourselves. I think freedman is the term that kind of describes everybody, the politically recognized term.
Yeah,
that describes everybody in that. But
I'm gonna be with that more than the FBA. But go ahead, my bad.
I roll with freedmen over FBA. Plus, they trying to make that shit like a hate group or something now. So you know what I mean? It's totally lost its.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's still a problem with that though, because it ties your origins to slavery. Like
exactly, like we call ourselves the Urkian tribe because Urkian means patriarchy in Chippewa.
Like I say, from down south in small cities down south. I ain't mean to cut you off, Dirty.
No,
in small cities down south, a lot of times your family shares the name of a white family in the same town, so you already know. You know what I mean? You don't have to guess. And I think maybe not being geographically away from that, being in different regions of the United States, I could see how maybe you wouldn't know if you went to, came from slavery or not. But you got to think about this. There were free people of color, Indian amalgamations, whatever you want to call them. There were free people, and there were people who were enslaved. So the ones that were freed men already. Everybody just got their freedman status after slavery. So it's still not a delineation between that and those
But it kind of
descendants of slaves.
is. But it kind of is because I mean it's not delineation, but what you're telling me is you're still basically based on a social designation. I'm chasing a nationality, not a social designation. It's totally different. If you want to know why the Asians got a hate crime bill and the Mexicans got the Dream Act, it's because it was based on a nationality, not on a social designation. They change their social designation every 10 years already. Y'all,
but our nationality is American. That's our nationality. That's the nation that we're from. Okay. We're from the United States of America, so our nationality is American.
No. We don't. Blacks don't have a nationality.
Yeah, we actually do.
Well, I mean that's
as a construct. Black doesn't have a nationality. We're
talking about freedmen, though.
I understand what you're saying. I don't like the name, but I understand the principle. Blacks don't have a nationality. Blacks are owned by America. The name, the brand is owned by America. That's why they can change you all the time.
He giving you that by saying.
I'm giving you that. That's like I say, we can't get stuck on what to call ourselves. I think what we understand who we're talking about. We know who we're talking about when we're talking about these things. I think when we get stuck on the name because everybody has their different views of what the name should be, it kind of takes us down these veins that don't really.
I'm not stuck on the name, sir, because it's 12 recognized Native tribes, and they're all Native Americans, whether you Chippewa, Seminole, whatever. I'm not stuck on the name. That's not what I'm stuck on. I'm stuck on the culture. So when you say that, that's an all-inclusive thing. I don't want to be included with y'all niggas. I don't even like y'all like that. I call you coloreds. I don't even like y'all like that because y'all like Keisha and I hate Keisha. Look, y'all are in a situation in which you have the perfect opportunity. The LGBT showed you that you have the perfect opportunity to reinvent yourself. And all you want to do is make a modification of what you were already designated as. But that does not build a culture. That just renames you. I've been renamed 3 times in my lifetime. My grandfather's been renamed 5 times.
Well, we see what happens when you try to reinvent yourself. Tariq Nasheed just got a visit from the FBI for coming up with FBA.
Yeah, here's the thing.
So when you try to reinvent yourself, you already know the heat coming down on you because our people can't reinvent themselves in this country without some kind of violent backlash.
So I'm probably the least educated on all this stuff, but I do understand what y'all saying because I didn't even know what FBA was. And for me, it got confusing because we're caught up. And when I say we're, I'm not talking about just the gentleman on the panel. I'm talking about as a people, culture, whatever. We caught up with how to identify ourselves, and I don't even know what we identifying ourselves to even do. Because, like for me, racism it's there, whatever. But even being in Cali, I don't pay attention to it because I'm gonna do what I gotta do regardless of the restrictions, the laws, or whatever. Even when we find a name for ourselves, they still gonna figure out a back way door not to give us what we asking for. My question is, what are we asking for?
That's a good question.
Well, wait, and also, who are we gonna send to speak on our behalf? We have no representative.
I want to be on the UN.
We have no. But the thing is, we have no recognized representative, and they're not gonna listen to us as a collective unless we have one person to go speak on our behalf.
Oh my God!
But at the same time, back to what y'all was saying, we don't even know what we want to ask for. Like there's companies. This report came out. This company, when the whole Black Lives Matter thing first started with George Floyd, they asked people that people to send them a representative and tell them what they can do and what do they want to help Black people that work for the company, right? Them motherfuckers, they sent a woman in, right? They got women to committee up and do this. These chicks quit in there and said, we like to wear Black Lives Matter t-shirts to work.
Mistake. That was mistake number one.
That's what they had. Like out of all, and you finally got their ear. You finally have not only their ear, but their attention. They're paying attention to you. You asked to wear fucking t-shirts.
Okay, so let me ask you.
How does that phrase go? Never send a child to do a man's job.
I agree, but it's just this shit crazy, man. Like, holy fuck.
Okay, so here's the thing. So and that goes back to the idea of a freedman. I don't care about the name. The idea of freedman is the idea of all inclusiveness based on a historical precedent. What I'm saying, I don't give a fuck about history. What I give a fuck about is today. History is a blueprint of what worked and what didn't work, so you can modify it. It's not a blueprint of who should come with you. Because even if today they said, okay, we'll get everybody 40 acres and a mule, if you could trace your lineage back to 1860, these bitches don't know who their baby daddy is. So goddamn it, man, it'll be 4 kids and only one of them FBA, if you want to call it that. Like, you're at a point that you just got to start from now and say, this is what we're doing now.
No.
And I think that's
hold on.
But that, go ahead.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
You don't have a choice. You don't have a choice whether you like history or not. Like, this is not a conversation for finesse. You don't have a choice on what it is. You can't make up a name. You have to come up the same way you went back down. You don't have a choice. You have to know law. You have to know history. You have to come up. It is one word and one word only. You don't like it, stay a slave. It's MOOR. You're not going to be recognized outside of being a Moor. I don't care who you are. This is an empire. It's still operating today. The treaty is still in position, and that's it. Do what you want, but it's not going to work. I promise you.
How old are you, bro?
36.
Not the one next to me. That one. Yeah.
43.
My bad. What's your name, sir?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, talking about you.
I'm 43.
I didn't hear you. My bad.
I'm 43. That's
Okay.
how old it was. I'm 43.
So you have to understand, like, these other countries, because it's called rights of indigenous people. You have a right to a nationality, right? They've been using that to declare their nationality and come back the same way they were, establish stuff the same way they were. So you can't be paid reparations. It's not going to happen. They're not claiming that. They're claiming a grievance. You can't come up and make nothing new. You have to, because those people don't exist. The new name that you come up don't exist.
No,
Black people don't exist.
I know what you're saying. Okay, so let me reverb.
Hold on one second.
Go ahead.
With everything that's written down, see what we're talking about, and what my idea of reparations would be to give me back the shit that was taken from my family.
That's what I'm saying.
So that money was deposited under the name of freedmen in the Freedmen's Bank. There was a Freedmen's Bureau that officiated and administered all of this paperwork. The railroads from the east to the west were built with money from that bank.
That's true.
And it wasn't loaned. There was not interest paid on that. There's a paper trail of money that's owed back to people's families. So you don't even have to create anything out of thin air. You really just have to trace the paperwork back to the Freedmen's Bank and the Freedmen's Bureau and see whose money was taken, because damn near everybody had money in there, because that was the only places we could bank at.
And that goes
all you would have to do at that point is make a qualified claim, and that's it. You have to make a qualified claim. I always say do both, but then if one of them comes with everything in law is about your jurisdiction. So one of these things puts you in a place where you want to be, and another thing puts you in a place where you don't want to be. To answer Black's question, what we want is our shit back. I want my shit back. I want what perfect. Everything that's in the Smithsonian that they have that belongs to us is worth more than this country.
Okay, I like that.
Same thing can be said about Africa with the British Museum. This is what I'm saying. I'm not going against what you guys are saying. When I say start from here, I'm talking about culturally. I'm not talking about lineage wise. Okay, right here. You just made an example. I don't know where you will. Where Marco. Anyway, he just said, man, they asked what you wanted. Motherfucker sent the girl, because everybody love to hide behind a black girl skirt. They sent the girl, and the girl said, we want to wear a t-shirt. You know why? Because y'all sent the girl. Girls don't know shit. They just do shit. What I'm saying is, culturally, you're in a matriarchy, and even worse than that, y'all egalitarian. So you think just because of a color, everybody can do the same thing. You've never put yourself in a position that you can say, this is what we're doing, and we're gonna stand on it. Just gonna stand on it. You know what I'm saying? Without being communist, by being true Americans.
I had to push it back, because in the 1920s, they stood on being Christians. You can't say they didn't. They stood on being Christians and that culture. They stood on that for a good 100 years, if not more. And it didn't work. Now, granted, we know now not retroactively, but we know now in hindsight that some flaws in that. But yeah, they stood on that. They produced a lot of good finance, and it just goes to show you that what I'm saying is true. You have to go through what as it was in history. You are here. Y'all don't understand how much Islam plays in your life, irrespective of what your religion is. The Christians lost. They didn't win. They lost. Their existence, and the Jews, their existence is under Islamic law to this day. The United States of America's foundation came from a Muslim sultan acknowledging them, because the country of Morocco didn't exist. Country of Morocco didn't exist until 1956. So that was a kingdom. You gotta understand, the conversation that we're having is way bigger than just a tribe. I'm tribed up. I know I'm Iroquois. I know I'm Tunica. I know I'm Choctaw, Arawak, Taino. I know I'm all of these things. I big this up, right? But I understand I have to have a nationality, and I understand that I have to have a religion. And a religion ties me to royalty. Then I can make royal claims. We're having such a small conversation, very, very small conversation, to be talking about some little bit of money called $20 trillion, when what you're worth right now is 100 to 150 trillion a month.
Right. No, I get what Dirty Folks is saying. He's not disagreeing with the fact that we're owed reparations, but what he's saying is, culturally, at the place we are now, it's still a matriarchy. So even if they negotiated giving us reparations that we were owed, some way, somehow, because it's a matriarchy, they'd fashion it into a way where it was a welfare program where it wouldn't do anything or fix the problem. And then it'd be even worse, because now they can say, hey, we gave you the money, you just fucked it up.
Yeah, but you know good and well that their culture only exists through 14th Amendment citizenship.
And that's what we use. But that's what we use to rebrand. I agree with you. I just did the whole reparation tip earlier.
That's what I'm saying. I know that's what you're saying, but we don't need the 14th. It's going to cost you way more, because they're still going to be regulated by the legislative branch. Okay, that's the problem.
Here's the thing. Every American has a right to have their own providence and their own sovereignty. That's why we have states. We're the United States, but every state is really its own sovereign nation with their own laws, rules, constitution.
So they have governors, yes.
Right. And they just pay homage to Rome, to Washington, D.C., right? No matter where you go in this nation, when you're sovereign, whether you're other people, non-black people do it right. Black people give it all up for some pussy. But when you don't care about the pussy, when you're not a matriarchy, then you can look at the Amish, you can look at the Mormons, you can look at the Jews, and you can see we were all in the same place in 1920. 1920, 1930, all of our names was on that sign. No Jews, no blacks, no Mexicans, no Irish, no dog. Everybody else said, man, we want this. And they asked blacks then, what do you want? They're like, we just want our girls back. And to this day, you're still judging your masculinity. A lot of people judging their masculinity by their ability to get a girl. Girls are the least important part of a car. Like, girls are the rims of the car. They're not important. They make the car look better. It drive better. Better tires, but they need the engine that make it move. But y'all putting the rims in front of the car, and that's some hood nigga shit. I mean, niggas, got a $600 car with $3,000 rims. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Niggas operate like hood niggas. So what I'm saying is, culturally and economically, we say, okay, this is going to be the industries that we're known for. This is going to be the religion that we adopt. This is going to be our food, because you got to have national, all that. Everything that's on there, our Founders Day, which is like the 4th of July is Founders Day for the United States. All these things that every frat, every biker club, every gang, every nation has. Black people don't have, because there is no culture. Our culture is really the American culture. It's just a black-washed white culture.
No,
yeah.
I know, I understand what you're saying. You want to establish stuff. That's fine. That's what you're supposed to do. But you only understand life from a commercial standpoint, because that's all we've been bonding into. All of that is legislative. When you say culture, you only get culture from religion. And I'm gonna say this again. You don't. I
said religion though. I said what our history is, what our official religion is.
But every royal on this planet is attached to a religion. That's the only thing that makes him a royal. So
that's fine.
In each one of these religions, in one of these structures, is the culture. That's where we got it from. The culture is already there. The Bible stands as law according to the U.S. government, so it's already there. You don't really need a culture. What you need is to distinguish public from private. Keep conflating it too. If we go straight back to the last conversation as it relates to family court, the only reason to go left is because this lady, your girlfriend, your wife, your baby mama, take your private rights and bring it and trade it for public assistance. There's a conflation and a mixing up of public and private. Religion is private. That's why it's one of the first things they give you.
Okay, so here's the issue with that, because the original laws are religious laws. I give you that.
All of them are. Yeah.
Okay, there you go. But here's the thing. Then we're not. First of all, we're still talking religion, because if everything is anarchy, then people not following religion, they're following anarchy, which means in order to have that religion, you have to be able to enforce the laws and doctrines in it, which your toddlers don't do. They break code all the time. And I say that all the time. You ain't never seen an AKA chick married to an Alpha Phi Alpha.
We're not talking girls. We're not talking.
No, I know we're not talking girls, but what I'm saying is, if you're adding a culture and you can't defend your culture, you just, no matter what it is, if I get whatever I get, I'm just like,
no. The culture has gone nowhere. The culture has never been a problem. People are miseducated and taking themselves outside of what they need. You got people talking about, I'm spiritual. I'm not religious. How the fuck are you spiritual? Where do you get the knowledge of being spiritual from? You get it from religion.
But that's so dumb.
It's stupid as shit. Then people, oh no, I'm about to go get the bag. Where the fuck do you think you got the concept of getting the bag? The richest nigga ever is in the Bible. The Bible has produced more money than technology for the last 2,000 years. Hundreds of trillions of dollars is made for the last 2,000 years. It's nothing in life is richer than religion. Nothing is even close to close.
This is where we're disagreeing. If you're saying that religion is culture, and I don't disagree with that, but I'm saying that you have a broken culture, that either it's not the religion for you, or the men aren't enforcing the laws and doctrines. Either way, you need to start from right now and saying, man, get down and lay down. Because that's the only way.
That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. None. Yeah. Start enforcing the laws. That's what we've been saying. So we've been saying in our culture, enforcing the laws. And I'm not talking about the crazy shit is, what we calling religion is the real law. What we calling the Constitution for the United States of America is actually religion. It's an expression of religion. That's why it says in there, all men are created equal. It's playing off the Bible. It's playing off the Quran. It's the most powerful thing. If I'm lying, I said this plenty of times. I just said it in the last video. When niggas had to get the jab, right? The only thing that saved niggas from getting the jab was what?
Exemption.
That's it.
Or telling them to kiss your ass like you did in New York.
Oh yeah.
In the term,
but that's
religion. In the term religion, I mean, to when you a ligature, which means to bind something, that's just basically rebinding you to the law. That's the whole term. Is religion.
That's gravity, because you don't jump the fuck off the planet.
Right.
Science and religion is the same thing. It's not separate. So people think you lose stuff when I say religion because of the connotation. That's why I always speak up for religion, because it's like the little kid everybody think they're gonna whip on. But all your concepts come. Mansa Musa was the richest nigga in the world. He was a Muslim. He was doing what he did because that's what the Quran told him to do.
But this crazy thing about Mansa Musa is he didn't start up as a Muslim. He became a Muslim in order to get cheaper trade during the Silk Road. So he changed his religion to get a discount.
But he couldn't do it without it.
Well, that's how we know he was definitely black.
That's right. Nigga wore the coupon.
But you had to understand that Islam is Islam was a culture before it was ever called a religion. That's why you see all the way before Prophet Muhammad, you see turbans, and it's something they assimilated. This particular conversation we got to come back to, because we won't get to the real horse.
I just want to say something real quick before you say that.
Yeah, go ahead.
The thing about Islam, though, is Islam is the first. You say that, but Islam is the first quote unquote religion that was also a legislation at the same time. They fought wars and created legislation for the religion. So they already have 3 bodies of government. You can say that the United States is based on the same thing, and I'll give you that. But I'm saying it was a whole holistic approach. It wasn't just spiritual. It was also a nigga that won every fight and that created a government. So what I'm saying is he had to enforce his laws. Niggas don't enforce it. They hide behind skirts. They don't enforce it. So
I'll give you that.
You got to start from here to enforce it. All right, continue.
Yeah, definitely. So, everybody done been in. Shout out to Affy. That's my guy. He be on Couch Gang. This passport bros versus everybody. I was gonna put Manosphere in, but Black Manosphere. I ain't put up Black Manosphere too long. As you've seen, I've taken positions on things. Honestly, this is the dumbest beef. One of the dumbest beefs I've ever seen, bro. When I tell you I'm so neutral on it and completely against it, it irritates. This is the stupidest shit. So I'll start with the solution, right? I don't know why y'all niggas are not looking at it as the dudes that don't want to be pass bros. Y'all the FBI. And the dudes that do want to be pass bros, you the CIA. So where at some point you may not be in this position, you may want to travel later. I don't understand why y'all beefing. I think both of y'all are dumb. I don't know where to start. I'm a type of dude I don't like to travel. I hate. Ever since I was little, I went to MGM Studios in Orlando, and I hated it the entire time. And mind you, I was on a train, but it had stuff on the train. It took forever on the fucking train, but it was fun stuff for children on the train and everything. But I hate traveling. I always hate traveling. So I don't have no horse in this race. I think it's fucking stupid for you niggas that's going against the past bros to shame them because they want to fucking go somewhere, irrespective of what they want to go somewhere for. We can go down that hole to go, damn, y'all niggas is lame for trying to get bitches in other countries and you can't get it here. You can go there, but at the end of the day, you niggas are still complaining about the chicks here. So I want to say I'm so neutral on it. It's weird, but I think you're dumb for hating a nigga because he wanted. That's what his bliss is. That's what he want to do.
People over care about shit, bro. Like I was on the panel one time. I think he might have been there, Poppy, when they was getting on bruh, you know, the simp dude. And they come to me and they go, and I'm like, I don't care. This nigga being a simp don't affect my life in any way, shape, or form. You niggas just took 2 hours to try to get this nigga to explain why he is. I don't give a fuck. If that's what he do you?
Oh, we on lock. Well,
but I'm just like, I don't understand the passion behind getting on this dude. He a simp. Cool. Move on. Like I don't understand. Like for the life of me, and like they come to me, oh, you being I'm not being politically correct. I promise you, I don't give a fuck. I just don't care. And I think that's what this is. If they want to go out the country, who cares? That's more for you here. Why do you care?
It weirds the fuck out of me. I'm so confused, bro.
And you know what? This is the root of almost a lot of the fights I just see in this society at all. Why are you so passionate about this shit? Who gives a fuck? It's so many arguments I've seen. I'm just going, why are you so passionate about this?
I don't understand it.
At the end of the day, you know what? You got it, bro. And you just keep going. Who cares?
You still this. I've never been in no conversations about it. I've never put it on my channel. I'm just having live and having y'all with me because I'm not invested. I see both sides as being dumb. Bro, if you got lit, you got your bread, you want to go travel, go do your shit. Like Poppy travel all the time. I don't see him shaming niggas because they can't travel. Niggas that say something to him. But them dudes that want to be passport bros, yo, I'm seeing y'all start. I see y'all started. I ain't gonna sit there and hold you. Y'all be starting this shit. Telling a nigga he too broke to leave. Nigga, you can leave the country for $100, $200, $300.
I got a Cancun trip right now for $600. It ain't that much.
Yeah, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing with that. First of all, I think it's kind of like a slow week for news. So these niggas start beefing with each other. I think that's one of the cases. I think they call each other and be like, yo.
You said it's a slow week for news? So they started
yeah, like a passport bro, man, I'm a dating coach. Because that's what the real beef is, the dating coach versus the passport bro. That's what I get from.
See, I became back to it. That's what's up.
Yeah, that's because the dating coaches, quote unquote, are the niggas that's supposed to have all the gains. So I see why the dating coach is mad, because now the passport bro probably was his student, right? And he had to pay him what, $100, $200, $300 to be on his Discord or whatever Instagram group he might have. So now what the passport bro did before he became a passport bro, he just was like, man, fuck this. I ain't gonna continue paying you for your quote unquote getting learn some knowledge. I'm gonna just go ahead, go get me a passport and go to Colombia. I get me a girl there for $50. Over here, you teaching me all this game, I ain't getting no result. But here's the thing, man, and this is what the passport bro is losing. These niggas, they go to these countries, right? And the first thing they do is get one of them girls. She might be a good girl, she might be a prostitute, who knows? You see what I'm saying? All I know is she hanging around the resort, nigga, she trying to get your ass. They just do it a different way. They just want to be more quote unquote feminine and nice. Of course, they don't know the language, so of course all they're going to do is smile to you. They don't know what the fuck you saying. I've been in 8 countries. I know what the game is.
Right.
Yeah, like, I have been in 8 countries, but the different with me, I know Spanish, so obviously I can talk to you different language. Right. So here's the thing with these guys, man. What these guys do is they found this girl, and they kind of like start like a showcasing this girl like it's a trophy, right? It's a trophy, but they're not doing it because they happy with themselves. They just doing it to show like pretty much to show off. Quote unquote, the girls back here in the States, because that's all they continue talking about. Like, oh, these black girls in America. Like, my nigga, if you happy with that, who give a fuck how these black girls acting up over here? That's what they doing. They're using that to go against these girls, bro. That's the way I see it.
Savannah said, I don't like chiming in on this, but the passport bros are turning into Jehovah's Witnesses and divestors. Stop going to door to door. Just leave.
Yeah, they just be like, hey man, look, man, she's nice and feminine, this and that. Well, my nigga, just enjoy your time, bro. Just enjoy.
And I'm not listening.
You know what? It goes to what you said too, Noble, about like the religion people. It's like, dog, if you don't believe in religion, just don't follow it. You ain't got to go on a bashing spree, nigga. Who hurt you? Just don't follow it. You know what I'm saying? So that like a lot of these cats in this space, they wonder why they can have conversations with me. And I'm not necessarily locked down to a religion because I don't hold nothing against them. I know the good stuff is done for people. So for me personally, who am I to hold something against them? Right. But at the same time, I don't have to not follow them and then go on my quest to make everybody else not follow it. I just don't follow it. And it's just that simple. But for some reason, in this society we in right now, not only do I have to do it, I have to announce to everybody that I'm doing it. And then I got to convince them to do the same thing I'm doing.
And then you got to fight other people that don't want to do.
That's when it becomes. To be honest with you, I honestly don't give a damn. But that's how you can tell who's real, who's not, bro. When you going a little bit too hard, my nigga, I already know what time it is. When you had to tell me you fought 300 girls like 100 times, nigga, my nigga, you didn't do it.
Do you guys think this is just nothing more of another way of trying to hold Black women accountable? Because that's the only thing I really see about this. I haven't even really got all into it. I thought I had to ask somebody yesterday, is the Passport Bros a podcast or is it a group of men or what is it? What's going on? Because okay, fine, you find women over there, cool, I get it. Now y'all trying to push it as a movement, and it's like y'all throwing it in the faces of Black women. Sure, we don't like a lot of things that they don't do, but at the same time, it's not binary where we either love them or hate them. It's like, what's going on? Now y'all pushing too hard, like Papi Blanco said, and it's easy for the women to say, oh, this is like a cult, or this is not real, or whatever. But so for me, it's just another way to fill the space that Kevin Samuels left, I guess.
Maybe.
No, but here's the thing, Black. This is when the shit get interesting. I was in this little channel, one of the quote unquote Passport Bro channel. Matter of fact, it was that guy that he's pretty hot right now, the Austin, I forgot his goddamn name. Austin Holland, something like that.
Yeah.
I was in the chat, then I was on the panel, right? Here's when the shit get tricky. They are like their own little channel, so pretty much they talk about themselves, they brag about the females that they get, how good they are, blah blah blah, all that good stuff, right? And guess who comes into the panel to argue with these niggas? The fucking Black girls, bro. 3 girls call in, right? And 3 this when the shit get funny. 3 of them call in. All of them were married all of a sudden, right? Like, yeah, I'm married with my husband for 22 years, but why do you go to these countries to fight? I'm like, yo, if you don't give a fuck, why do you get these niggas go to these countries?
Why are you even here?
Because they're lying.
Hold on, Tommy, hold on. This is when the shit gets even funnier. It's 2-3 in the morning. The East Coast, these bitches is calling. That's why I went to the panel, yo. I ain't gonna lie, I be on some fucking roasting shit. I be on trolling kind of activity sometimes when I'm bored. So I was like, yo, and that went to the panel, right? And I'm like, lady, what time? Where you located at? One of them was in Ohio, the other one was in Illinois, and the other they're all in Eastern time, right? And they, first of all, I ain't hit hit him hard first. So I thrown the little softball first. I'm like, yo, where you from? And then so I wanted to see what time it was. And then it was like 2, 3 in the morning where she was, right? And then she was like, oh, you mentioned you're married, right? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, yo, what do your husband think about you over here in a panel with like 8 niggas over here at 3 in the morning? Worry about what these niggas stick their dick at.
Was that Jay Breezy, nigga?
Like, what the hell, yo?
Why? Leave Jay
they all came up like, yeah, but my husband's very secure about my about. I'm like, no, you're disrespecting that nigga. So I'm like, yo, this is what I told him. Like, yo, you know what? You fucking lying. You ain't fucking married. You just want to come over here and argue with these niggas because you actually care. You care because you came over here to argue with these idiots over here. And you think like everybody worry about these niggas, bro. Like everybody worry with each other, son.
I want to give a shout out to Savannah actually, because I agree with her. Here's the thing: these bitches been waiting to excel for 25 years. They've been going to Jamaica to suck a dick since goddamn Stella got her groove back. They got whole travel groups of girls that go to different nations and get a hotel room to fuck strange. This is what they do. Black men are just catching up, and they're not even doing it as well because they're not even organized. They just go by themselves and tell guys to do shit because they want to be the only good man. All these niggas want to be the only good man. That's why I always yell tribe up. Because niggas want to be the only good man. When I go out of town, me and my guys, we've been had passports. Before you needed passports, we just had birth certificates. Remember before the Patriot Act, you could just travel with a birth certificate? That's how long I've been traveling. I've never not fucked. It never thought like, oh my God, the pussy's so much easier to get here than it is at the crib.
It's normal, bro. It's normal.
So what's happening here is, I agree with you about that. I agree with Poppy about the relationship coach dudes. I agree on that they mad. I'm not mad. I just don't understand. I don't understand why I gotta fly 2,500 miles away to spend $50 on some pussy. I could go to a bachelor party right here if I must pay for the pussy. You know what I'm saying? Like the challenge is to get it for 2 tacos.
I was hoping to coach one of them in the comment, somebody to come in to explain to me what is y'all goal? Who is the leader of this? I got questions. Who's the leader? Who's like the main guy pushing it? I got questions. I only got debates. I just want to know what the goal is.
The
goal
Zoom from Taiwan, dude, ain't he like a major one in there?
Zoom from
Taiwan or some shit.
Zoom to Thailand.
Thailand.
Oh, by the way, sorry about that. It's storming here, so my power and internet went out for a little bit.
Okay.
Apologize for that.
You're right.
But to be honest, bro, the real passport, the original passport, bro, you really want to like the real definition of it, it should be that guy. What's his name? Ochedu Jackson. He's the most vocal about it. He didn't even live in America. That's how much of the passport, bro, is.
He still live in Poland?
Yeah, he lives somewhere. He be between Poland and Africa.
So is the goal to? He said Theo Y. I heard Theo Y for plenty of times too. Big Mike said that in the chat. Yeah, I don't think he made content. He just be on people's channels. I think he set up the Manosphere meetup. If I'm not mistaken, Mike. Let me know in the chat. So I really want to find out what their goal is because I'm confused. And then the niggas that's fighting against them, I want to know y'all goal. I'm so confused. I ain't even gonna sit there. What's the point of fighting them? What the fuck?
I'm not fighting. Here's my thing. It doesn't matter if they go or not, because if they weren't getting action in America, then they weren't my competition anyway.
Exactly.
It's not about them. I just don't understand. Because if you couldn't mac a bitch here, you can't mac a bitch there.
And you know what I tell these cats? Even if you get a chick over there on the inside, you know what it is. You can't run from that. You know why she with you. You know the only reason why you got her, and you know if you bring her back here, a real nigga still gonna take her.
But I know why they do it. I know why they do it. Shout out to Patrice O'Neal. Shout out to Patrice O'Neal, because Patrice O'Neal was passport bro. He used to take his girl down there to have threesome, and he said, when you go out this country, people sell what you want. Here, women sell what they got. You made one filet mignon, but you went to McDonald's. Okay. McDonald's don't sell filet mignon, my nigga. So it's the customer service, and we all know Keisha's got the worst customers. I don't care what state you in. Keisha got the worst customer service you've ever experienced.
But here's the thing, though. I believe that I know all the passable bros are like the same, of course, but the majority of them, you can just say, we can, I don't know if y'all gonna agree with me, but you can just say are the guys that they really can get these girls like that over here, so they have to go over there. And also, it's a financial thing about it too, though. Because you can always, over there, let's say, listen, this only happened on the internet. According to the internet, if a man made 40, 50, 60,000, he broke his hell, right?
Yeah.
Guess what? That 40, 50, 60,000, you are a king in Dominican Republic. You are a king in Colombia. You see what I'm saying? So to the point that some of these guys get in this relationship with this girl, and they end up taking care of her because all you have to do is send her $400 a month to her house, and that's good enough to pay the bills out there.
That's a good point, Bobby.
Right.
And guess what? And some of them gonna be quote unquote, they're gonna be some good looking women. They're gonna literally do what the fuck you asked them to do. I think that's what these guys like.
Right.
They want to be able to control these females to the point that they ain't got no choice. They want to suffocate them to the point they don't have no choice but to fuck with them.
Listen, Poppy's absolutely right. I can speak on this because I try not to disclose too much information, but the passport bros thing, I know personally, I know men that were doing this 20 years ago. So the knowledge that I have on this predates anybody that claims to be a passport bro. What Poppy is saying is 100% right. I know people, and I work with some of them personally, who used to have families like down in the DR, but this is 20, 15 years ago. What they would do is instead of them having the children, because how the passport movement started was it was a direct response, like it was basically a reaction to the family court system here. Men wanted to have families without the government getting involved. So it's not an issue of where it started. It's an issue to where it's gone. Like if you want to, have options outside the country, that's fine. You just don't have to be weird about it. Right. Like, I actually support the movement. I think a man should have the option to do what he wants to do, but you don't have to be weird about it. They do a lot of weird things, like they'll put their passport on the camera and they're waving it around, like that's when it starts getting weird.
This is when it gets tricky. When I get on the planes, I don't know where all these niggas be traveling at, bro. I'm usually the only nigga in the plane, to be honest with you. And maybe me and another one if I love.
Hey, Poppy, though, I think it's seen bigger on the internet than what it is, though.
Because you probably flying Delta or American, they're probably flying Spirit. I mean, I'm not throwing no shade. Like, you get there how you get there. But
I'm a Frontier Southwest nigga, and I get everywhere, nigga. I'm in the box city of planes, nigga.
Yeah, but you got to take 8 flights to go from Chicago to Miami. Like,
no, I don't. That's
your
Delta.
bags to get there before you will.
Delta get you right there.
Delta's support. You got to be in Atlanta for Delta to get you right there. Everywhere else, you got to go.
You got to take so many transfer flights. One of them's on a cargo plane. Like, you don't want to do that to yourself. But listen, I understand how it started. The only issue is where it's gotten. Like, listen, we got to admit, like, the circumstances of dating and having families in this country are terrible. But again, you can do what you want to do. But again, this is why I always say that the women are architects of their own complaints. You got all these weird dudes running around, but who raised them? You tried to raise this man, you tried to raise these boys without their fathers, and then you're confused about why they're weird. They're weird because women are repulsed by their own behavior.
Wow.
Yeah, women don't like themselves.
Listen, if y'all don't know, this is Face Fact, part of Couch Gang. He's been contributing in multiple ways on multiple channels, man. I definitely appreciate you dropping the wisdom, bro. I just had to throw that in, bro.
Hey, nigga. Me and Face Facts was cool till today, man. I'm through with you, bro. We're gonna talk about.
Listen, man, you doing your YouTube thing. You ain't got to fly Southwest no more, man. We gonna upgrade.
I'm a nigga that I'll put on all 7 outfits at one time, so I ain't got to pay for luggage, bro. I'm flying.
Just check the bag. Listen, I agree with you now because checking the bag now, like post pandemic, has gotten crazy. Before it was only like $25, $50. Like now,
actually, I take that back though. It's if you go anywhere outside of America, it's $50. Depending on the airline, but it's $50 and $60.
You damn near paying a whole nother ticket. Just
and don't let that
it's
shit
cheaper
be
to
over
buy
50 pounds.
depending on where you're going. It'd be cheaper for you to buy another ticket, put
That's
the suitcase in the seat next to you, and then put the smaller bag in the overhead compartment, like the bag is another passenger.
Nah, player, this what you
And
do.
don't let that bag be over 50 pounds too, boy. I made that
Right.
mistake.
That's why you just
See
buy
my
the plane. You
grandparents.
just buy another plane ticket for the actual bag instead of, because the bag ain't
Yo,
gonna weigh
my
more than a
shit-
person. Especially,
I was going to
let
see
me not
my-
even say it. I'm not gonna go there.
Nah, this what I do. This how I get around the guys. I'm gonna help y'all out. I go with like two pair of clothes on my back, right? No drawers, no socks, no shit, right? Then when I get there, I find a TJ Maxx and I just buy my little, beach gear, whatever. And then when it's time for me to leave, I find a Salvation Army and get a coupon. You know what I'm saying? So I get a rebate, a tax return for all that shit I just bought. So I can write off on my taxes. You know what I'm saying?
Dirty, I got one better for you. Listen, if you're gonna fly Third World Airlines, it's better for you to just buy clothes when you. It's just better for you to buy clothes when you get there. Don't even. And now you won't even get a ride because you look like a local.
That's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking.
Third World Airline, though. I'm weak.
There is no such a thing as a
That's what it sounded.
airline.
It sounded like it's cheaper just to buy clothes when you get there.
As I was saying, I found a TJ Maxx nigga and buy some flip flops and a Hawaiian soapy shirt.
I'm mad this nigga said a TJ. He gonna find a TJ Maxx.
This nigga said Third World Airlines.
Right.
I'm weak.
All I know, man, them passport bros, man, they just wanna brag a little bit.
Hey, you know the craziest
they wanna
thing?
brag on it.
You know the craziest thing? Because I got my passport because I was supposed to meet the president of South Africa, but they canceled the trip.
Why would you want to do that? It's good. You cancel the trip. Don't meet any president from Africa.
Hey, man, I was just trying to move my soap on the motherland. Anyway, as the story progresses.
I get it. Yeah.
Hey.
Fuck Africa, man.
Yeah. They don't use soap. They can't afford $10 soap.
The whole continent, Noble.
Hey, yeah.
You can have it if you want it.
You sound like Westside, like it don't exist.
You can have it.
No, he got. Oh yeah, Westside said they don't exist.
Yes, I said they don't exist. No, but here's my thing.
You can have it.
Everybody who has a passport, because me and my DR, Puerto Rico, like niggas get. You don't even have a passport for Puerto Rico, but still, like niggas pick, right? Jamaica, whatever, right? I need to go to Anguilla, right? Okay, cool. People travel. That's cool. Most of the dudes that yell passport bros ain't got no passport, bro.
Yep, that's a fact.
That's because they don't got their birth certificate. Their mama don't want them to know who their real daddy is.
The nigga, hey, everybody watch Maree. So shit, them bros be going to Maree, man, for like 10 different niggas. None of the niggas be their fucking baby daddy. That tells you a whole lot.
Yeah, that show's crazy, man. Yeah, one chick has been up there like 12 times. Brought 12 different dudes up there. You are not like this chick just doing it for the money, just for the fuck of it now. Yeah, there's no way you went through 12 dudes and none of them the daddy. And you could, I don't know who the daddy is, Maree.
I believe in her.
You ain't getting that. Come on, man.
You get like $102 to be embarrassed for the rest of existence.
Bro,
hey, some people are just that dumb, apparently.
The amount of women I know who don't know when their menstrual cycle is unless you ask what she was wearing when she had her period. It never gets old.
Are you serious?
Dead ass.
Yeah, it's real out here.
Girls don't know nothing about their pussy.
Is that bad?
It's worse than that.
Damn, how?
Because your mama black. That's how, nigga. Because your mama black.
Come on, mama black.
Yeah, because your mama black.
Okay.
Shout out to Palmer.
I guess. I mean, you know.
but if you really want to keep it 100 though, like I believe, and I don't got no data on this, but I think girls are the original passport people, man. Because when my man Dirty said, because my man Dirty said they used to go to Jamaica. That's a fact because I went to Jamaica. And, the mother of my kids is Jamaican, so I ended up going over there to meet some of her family members or whatever, right? Fam, let me tell you something, man. Them girls go over there to get dick down by the nigga that be paddling the canoe, the nigga that working there with something. I seen that with my own eyes, bro.
1983, Eddie Murphy Raw. And he was talking about girls going down there to meet Dexter. That was 1983. He was talking about girls was going out the country to get dick.
I wasn't even born in 1983.
Nigga, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I remember he's talking about that he's gonna go to Africa and find him a big zebra bitch. With a big bone in her nose and a fucked up afro.
The takeaway is don't bring her back.
Bitch.
A zebra bitch is funny.
Yeah.
Hey, what that nigga say? Bush bitch.
Yeah, bush bitch. Yeah. And I'm coming back with a bush bitch.
And now that
Eddie, why you treat me like animal?
Now that we talking about that,
what have you done for me lately?
The warm up to that joke was Dexter St. Jock. The dude who was slung so long he put on his shoulder and
he slung the shit on his shoulder.
Yeah.
Hey, been past Port Sisson. I put a link in the back chat about how long they had a travel club for girls who want to go out the country.
I did see that.
I saw that.
But what about this, fellas? What about this one right here? The girls that go to, I actually know a couple of girls do that shit too. That go to the Middle East to do some wild to get the golden shower and all that shit.
They get paid handsomely for that too. Although it's not as much as I thought it would be. Yeah, exactly. Like it'd be like 30 grand, 50 grand. I'm like, that's it.
Hey, that's if you can get that shit back through customs.
That's it.
That's
if they get paid to get a train run on it for it goes for
it's like less than 100 grand or some shit. I'm like, that's all your money.
You gotta understand, man, Drew. For
like the trip costs that much. You're kind of breaking even. I mean,
no, that's not how it works.
If you're gonna go on a trip and have fun, enjoy yourself.
No, but listen, man, bro, this is how it goes. I know two girls personally. Matter of fact, one of them is fucking on a TV show. I used to mess on a reality TV show. One of them loved hip hop joints. She took the trip, right? First of all, these Middle Eastern niggas, they don't know her like in real life, so they only seen the pictures on Instagram, whatever, right? They inbox, hey man, how much for you to come over here? So they start like kind of like negotiating the price back and forth, whatever. And the nigga with a man, I got 20, and hold up here now. I want 34. I'm like, yo, I got 30. That take it or leave it. Come over there for like a week, right? They gonna go over there to get 30 bands. They gonna hold, and the reason she even though telling me the story is because she called me from one time, and she tell me, Papi, I got a problem. I got all this cash on me. I don't know how to bring it back. Because that's one thing you can when you outside America you cannot come back in with that money because they take it.
Yeah.
If it is you have to be under 10,000. That's why a lot of them hoes don't know. I'm pretty sure a lot of them hoes lose it because that's what the Middle Eastern niggas do. They give you the money cash. They ain't gonna sign no check for you. So this is what I was like, yo, all you have to do.
100% right.
Yeah. So I was like, yo, all you have to do is buy. Do you have a laptop? You're gonna have to buy one of those fake laptops and shit like that. Then old school laptops. Remember the old school laptops used to be thick. You're supposed to but ain't got nothing inside. You have to open that shit and put your money in, and then that's it. Nobody you cannot see that through the scan because the laptop has like a special material and shit like that. That's how people that be doing shit like that move. And that's when I'm like, hold on, man, what you doing over there in Qatar? And then Hungary she told me a little bit. I'm like, oh, I know what you want. And she told me, like, you know what I'm doing. Come get dance in Miami. So I already put two together. They go over there to get pissed on. Fuck. They go over there to get four by like 4 or 5 different guys for 30 bands. You gotta understand, my nigga, 30, you know what? People don't make 30 bands in a week, bro.
Yeah, but you can't put 100 bands in a laptop. You can't put 100 bands in a laptop.
Yeah, but my thing
No, you can, but you can put 30.
But he's
you can put 20 in a laptop. They don't gotta put the whole 30 in there. They put 20.
They can buy crypto now.
No, I'm just saying they just done it bad because even if they got offered more money, it's gonna be even that much harder to even bring it home.
But here's the trick though. That's not the first trip that they paid though. After the second trip, they're gonna inbox it again like, hey, yeah, next time I need you to come, but I need you to bring 5 sis girls. And guess what? For every extra girl you bring, we wanna throw you between 2 and 5 bands. So that's how because then niggas in those countries, what most people don't know is that they got more men than women in those countries. And then niggas don't want to degrade their own women. So if you got that kind of money, you don't care spending $200,000 in a week and having fun with your boys.
I'm so glad you said that. Because I almost forgot. This is the biggest problem that I see with the past bros. That's the first thing I thought, bro. It's like you announcing to the world that you about to go get another chick. Man, do you not think about the niggas that these chicks belong to in their respective countries? You understand, like the beef that we have here with Mexicans is
it's
about
real
that chick.
beef.
Yeah.
Nigga, what?
Listen, I'm glad Nova brought that up, because what the passport bros don't understand is this will probably bring them to your channel, so I'm saying it anyway. What they don't understand is a lot of times they're just traveling side dudes. When they get there, a lot of times that chick that you think, you know, is just, you know, single and alone, she probably got a husband down there.
Facts.
Yeah.
That you don't know.
He know the deal.
I can't.
Yeah,
Hold on. You got to say that again. That's crazy.
Ain't say shit wrong.
A lot of these passport bros don't understand that they're just traveling side dudes. A lot of these women have husbands when you go down there and you don't know. I know stories of people that I've interacted with personally.
Shit like that.
That have gone to some of these countries and have gotten killed. Because there was one it was in the news recently where the guy went down there and he bought a house and then he ended up getting bumped off. But of course, nothing happened to the chick. Yeah, that was Colombia. There's another one. Guy in Jamaica got bumped off. He went down there to handle some affairs. He had a woman down there. Of course, he gets knocked off. Nothing happens to her. So I'm not saying that they're wrong for doing what they want to do, because like Dirty Ferg said, you know, Keisha's horrible, and we understand that. And they want to get away from what's going on here, but you can't go down there blind thinking it's an end all. There's no easy solution to anything in life.
Bro, all I'm saying is if niggas from DC, right? I'm in Baltimore. If niggas from DC, if we seen online that them niggas just come up here to get our girls, we fucking them niggas up. We gonna beat them niggas the fuck up. It's not even a conversation. You getting trashed. Like, nigga, if you don't get your, as soon as we hear the accent, you mash. It ain't no lot to that. Are you from where? You just gonna start getting banged up.
Here's the problem with that. I agree with you, because that's why we have wars with Mexicans, low key, because we trying to fight these people. But here's the thing with that though, bro. What they also don't realize is they getting the worst women of that community. They getting the probes. They just not getting American probes. You feel what I'm saying? People act like these guys are going deep into those communities and meeting parents and all that shit. That shit ain't going on. They meeting the girls by the resort who about that life. You know what I'm saying? And I don't have a problem with that as long as you know that's what you're getting. You know what I'm saying?
But that's the problem, dirty folks, is they don't.
They should.
And that's why they're in the position to go over there. They can't identify.
I'm gonna give you the number one red flag, man. If she knows English, nigga, you in for the hook, nigga.
I can't say that again.
Because in those countries, nobody speaks English. I mean, don't get me wrong. When I was a child in Colombia, I came to America when I was a little boy, between 9, I was 8 or 9, something like that, right? And you look, my English still broken, but it's okay. But look, if hunger knows English, man, you should already know what time it is, man, because they don't speak English in those countries, yo.
Yeah.
And
let Poppy say that. Let Poppy say that again, because in DR, all you child support duckers, passport bros, I know you listening. And I'm couch gang certified, so you know I'm not lying to you. All y'all going down to DR thinking you're going to duck child support? They got it set up where if you get a chick in the DR pregnant, she can put you on child support up here from down there.
Yes.
That's New York, Florida, and California.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. They're gonna follow you over there.
Texas is most likely on the way. The 4 horsemen of the apocalypse.
Say those 4 states again: New York, Florida,
New York, Florida, California, and Texas is probably on the way.
Big dogs. The big that they call them the big dogs.
You can't even go to Asia anymore because the white boys is the service niggas. Y'all service niggas were sleeping with so many Asian chicks, like in Japan, and now you can.
Philippines.
Yeah,
I had a cat that came back. We was in training, and he had been over in Japan for 2 years. And he flat out couldn't stand American women because of how much they catered to him over in Japan. He despised American women. Like, that shit was good.
All I'm saying is you can't do child support going to Japan no more. But yeah, that other part is
tripping off traveling side dudes. That's
that's cool.
That's
background
what I was
music
thinking.
sound like
Thing is, bro,
traveling
look,
music.
You think
I
she
got
ain't
no-
smashing nothing over there?
Yeah, I ain't got no problem with them dudes like going. Like, listen, I got zero problem, bro. If you feel the need to, you feel the need to going 2, 3, 4, 5,000 miles away to be the my nigga, go at it. So the only thing is, man, you couldn't do that shit in your own city, man. He's pushing every city for $50.
That's what I love about it is one, I want a dude to go do what he want to do in life. The other thing is, if he going over there to find a husband, shit. If you're going over there to find a wife,
listen. If you go to Thailand, you might find a husband. You gotta be careful.
If you're going to go find a husband, just say that.
Hell to the no.
Hold up, I got my big sister Kate Glover ill in here. We got Patriarch. What's going on, Patriarch?
What's going on, y'all? On this again? Passport again, bro?
No, this is actually my first time talking about it. Period.
Bro. Like,
yeah. I've kind of sat back for a minute.
This is the algorithm, nigga.
What's your take on them?
Like I said before, when we first started, I'm completely neutral. I think that the beef is extremely stupid on both sides. It's frustrating. The solution I started with is the guys that are against the guys that want to stay here, which I'm one of them, will be the FBI. The guys that want to leave, y'all be the CIA. Because my understanding is that the quality of females here in the United States, and again, backed by the family court and the incentive that they give them, is low quality. So let's find a way to make a solution, work on team, work it out, with each other and move forward. But I think the arguments that I've been hearing has been dumb on both sides. If a nigga want to go and leave, for whatever reason, let him go rock his shit, pop his shit, do whatever you're doing. The other thing on the passport side, why are you antagonizing a nigga? Like I see them starting it, to be honest with you. I see them starting this shit, right? And I don't know what their goal is anymore. But thanks to Face Facts, I didn't know that it was a long history. I thought this was some new shit. So he let me know that a lot of it had again to do with family court, with dudes wanting to be able to move around the government and actually have a wife. And I do appreciate that thought process of if dudes want to be married that bad, you go find a woman in another culture. Because I always tell these black females that you're not the only bad chick with a bad ass, a fat ass, and a pretty face. You're not. This world is smothered with chocolate pretty women or brown skin women, so you don't have to tolerate it. So I do think I like that part.
Yeah.
And I do like the fact that dudes living their dreams, doing what they need to do to go, because this is your planet. I'm not a big on travel, but you go everywhere you want to go. Go to Alaska, do your shit. Man, get that bucket list done. So I'm just still listening to everything. I'm neutral on it because I think we missing a goal fighting about a bunch of dumb shit. But I like what Poppy says. News been low. Niggas just started fighting with each other.
But that's what I'm saying. For me, my only thing is I've done the whole thing, but it still goes back to a bunch of men who are lonely and who think that women are gonna make up for their loneliness, and who actually if you're a simp over here, you can be a simp over there.
I said that's when you got here.
And so but that's been my whole thing. And for me, when it comes to their opinions on black women, listen, I'm all one to throw black women under the bus, but there ain't no way in hell you gonna ever convince me a Dominican woman. I don't know Colombians, I don't know Brazilians. I know there's no way you're gonna they're more submissive. No, they're just poor. And when they get the opportunity, they will sink their claws into you so deep and so fast, and you will not see. Like, my thing is, be careful. Just realize the game. Like, the game they're very sophisticated in how they manipulate people, bro. Like, they're playing a different game than black women are. Black women are upfront with you. If they don't want you, they're gonna tell you, I'm not really rocking with you, which I can honestly respect. But with the Dominicans, bro, it's a long-term finesse game. And somebody said something about kids, bro. They'll have a kid. From what I understand, the dudes that have went over there, they'll have a kid with somebody. The kid will go there, and they'll somehow find the way for the kid to get them over there, bro. It's like, bro, like the games, they some schemers, bro. I'm telling you,
But Eric, but here's the
perfect
thing, though.
dudes to run that game.
I believe. Oh, go ahead.
Say it again.
No, I was saying, based off what he said, you got the perfect dudes to run that game on. Because these is the same dudes that the American girls was running game on. And like he said, them girls got way more game than these bros. So you literally got the perfect prey coming into them countries.
That's
Only
sad.
dudes.
That's what I'm saying. That's why it makes it compounds the stupidity, because you guys, those of us that are here, should be most sympathetic to dudes that want to leave, and the dudes that want to leave should be most empathetic, I should say both, to us in the same situation. And y'all fighting, and you don't understand. I'm so fucking confused. It's the stupidest argument. I've been in the conscious community for a long time. Them niggas are fucking idiots. I've been in the dumbest fucking conversation you could ever imagine in life. This shit here ranks up there with the stupid shit. It's just I don't see any point, but I get it.
But here's the thing with the
news is low,
bro. Oh, I'm sorry. You ain't finished?
No, go ahead.
Okay, but for Aria, like I'm gonna play the passport bro role. Let's just say I'm a passport bro, right?
You're a passport bro.
Which nigga? I didn't even never consider myself.
Listen, I ain't telling you not to travel. I'm just saying, be number one. Why are you going? You going because you deep down. Let's be honest. The thing is, let's be honest about this. You going?
But here's the thing, Aria. Which one you wanna like? For example, in America, right? You got federal taxes and state taxes. They both gonna fuck you equally, right?
Correct.
So now at that point, you gotta make a decision. Which one of the two fuckers I want to get fucked by?
Some people can't get fucked here, which is why some people can't get fucked by the state, which is why they go federal. And in there lies the problem. Not saying that what they doing is wrong. I'm gonna congratulate you, whatever you do, but I'm saying this. Be clear on what it is you're doing, and don't give me that story on. The thing is, the stories I'm hearing, the women's submissive, the women is better. Think about it like this. If I grew up in East Oakland, if I grew up in West Baltimore, them girls got dudes that they around too. And these girls done left they dudes for you. So what that tell you about them? They ain't got no loyalty to where they from. So you think they're gonna have loyalty to you? That's my only
Eric, do you remember that girl that jumped into that panel a couple nights ago that she's supposed to be married?
Which one? I
She
know
was
the
on
Dominican
that.
one I had conversation
No,
with
the girl.
today.
No, the girl that was on that Austin Holland guy, whatever his name is. She was.
They kicked
she
me
was
down.
saying-
Yeah, the one that kicked
that
me
one.
down. He kicked me down. Yeah.
Remember what I'm saying that to say it is like everybody is kind of like chasing each other in a way. You know what I mean? Because at least I give the passport bros a little bit of confidence. At least they be like, man, I ain't gonna play this game. I'm out. You see what I'm saying? But they turn around. So they turn around and trying to like show off, kind of like rub it on these girls' faces. And then in the other end, you got these black girls calling to this show, asking these niggas why they living, why they married. So everybody over here chasing everybody.
They ain't married. Lying ass whores. They ain't married.
Man, that's the thing. My thing about it is this, right?
Not late night on the phone.
So
with niggas.
my thing is some of these people got bigger problems, bro. Some of y'all dudes can't bench press your own body weight. You ain't been to the gym this millennium. You bro, I've been down there. I know what it is. I've been down there a couple times. I may go to Cartagena for dental work. I know what it is, and I know what I'm seeing when I get down there. And for y'all to think that y'all it's the delusion for me. Listen, women are submissive to me in the strip club because they're at work. Them girls are at work, and that is their job.
Shout out to going out the country for dental work. Shout out to you, sir.
But
yeah, the dentists are submissive to me. They're submissive to my money.
That's what I said when I spoke earlier. I said, no matter what they do, deep down inside, you still the nigga that you was when you was over here, and you know that.
Facts.
Okay, so here's a bigger problem then. This is the original problem, and this goes right back to tribe, and this goes back to the first conversation we had. What I said about that. I'm gonna camera for this. Your mama black. Let me explain something to you. If your mama gave you a hug and your daddy wasn't a girl dad and he really trained his daughter to submit to masculinity instead of listen to your mother, happy wife, happy life, then you wouldn't have horrible whores. You'll be able to get a hug wherever you are. So you're running because you want love. All your move is about love. None of your moves is about power. So even when we saying that, Now that I say that, I want them to leave because they was weak links anyway. Let them rescind they whole.
I ain't gonna say because I've been down there and I've done it, and it's cool. It's all right. I mean, the flight sometimes ain't worth the trip. You know what I'm saying? Like I've been down there. It's all right. I mean, it's women here. You know what I'm saying? But for me, you went to mom, right? All right. What did our mom? You talk about they moms and they sisters. Okay, well, what did our moms tell us? Our moms told us to be smart and watch out for these girls. Watch out for them here. Watch out for them down there.
Mm-hmm.
And your mom, if she loved you, she for damn sure wouldn't trust one of them. I've dated a Dominican girl, bro. I know, bro. I'm telling you, it was literally, nah, bro. Like that. I like I said, I can't speak to Colombians, but I know it's water and oil, bro. It's water and oil with us and them. And it's funny because they might look like us, but they're so opposite. They're so diametrically different.
Culture over color,
man, over everything, man. They don't like, and it just don't mix.
You see how all this relates back to pussy? Why tolerology is the most important thing I preach? Because everything come back to pussy.
But you notice that here though. That's the thing that confuses me. You notice that, like my ex she's Trinidad. Like
she's
Trinidad.
She's not dead.
Right. She's not dead. So she's from Trinidad. The Jamaican chick I met with before, she's vastly different. The girl I met with before, right after my ex, is from Georgia. They're different. They're not like, they have little subtleties. I mean, if you fucking chick, this is how you know a chick. After you make her come, that's where you really get to know her. You see how clingy she is. You see what she do on her own. All you are to me is what you do without me telling you. I don't care about none of that other stuff. You know what I'm saying? All that coaching you get on my plan. Who you are is what you do without me asking you. And you can see the difference. Like that's why I could never understand. And I shout y'all out. I could never understand why y'all niggas mess with white chicks. They're fucking disgusting and they're annoying. But
I've never messed with a white woman.
Yeah, I don't. It shit blows my mind. So it's like, what gives you the confidence to go to a whole nother country? But I encourage them. I would never stand in their way though. It just, what's the problem? My thing is, fuck it. Let's start at the top with them. What are we trying to solve? What's the problem we trying to accomplish? Like, what are we trying to?
We got to. Well,
it cannot be that dirty. Like it can't be that. Like it can't be that.
So maybe they're not getting. Maybe they're not getting sex like that, and we are the minority because because men are gonna go with the path of least resistance. If it's easy to go down there and spend a few $100 and you ain't gotta have no game to do it, and you give yourself this false illusion that you that dude. Fine, okay, if that's what you gotta do that. Some dudes go out there because they like different kind of ice cream. They doing it for pleasure. Like most of us said, you can be
very attractive women.
You can be and
you'll do it for pleasure. Don't be passport bros though. Them not the dudes that yell passport bros. Them the dudes that just slide to DR, get some pussy, and come home. Be like,
and dip off. Ain't nobody making no type of. I don't have to label myself. No, I ain't gotta let everybody know what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
That's it.
What happened to that?
So that's the point.
Yeah,
the point is they're looking for love. Y'all
you know what happened to it? The niggas went out there and fell in love with the pussy. That's what happened to it.
Hey, check this out. And they done bought it. They put up a whole Dominican family in a brand new apartment in Santo Domingo. Trust me.
I'm about to say niggas not doing the conversion rates to pesos. It's a reason why niggas ain't taking them passports to Europe.
Oh yeah, bro. Because you're
over there.
Hey, I'm telling you this.
It's the conversion rate on pesos.
England got the baddest women, bro. No. Like England got some bad ones, but you ain't gonna go over there because
that's like on New York,
buy
right?
them. You can't buy them. You can't buy them. That's what I'm saying. I bet you they won't go approach no Colombian woman in no Miami.
And here what I'm going, Aria. I was gonna ask you this, like you said.
Where was you at last night? Where's you at last night? We seen you in the club.
Yeah, live stream. You saw that ass?
Yeah, I saw that. She had a fish hook booty. Her booty was flat and then it was round at the bottom. Her butt looked like a fish hook.
That's a Mexican joint. But look, this is what I was gonna ask you, yo. You said you was with a Dominican girl. My question to you was gonna be: was she a Dominican girl born in the state? Or she was a pure Dominican girl, straight fresh out the boat from Dominican Republic.
I want you to go into that too, Poppy.
I know the argument you're gonna make with this, but I was the only dude that was I was the only Black American man she dated. She was born here, but her family, bro, like her family was like on some man, fuck, like you look like us. No, you look like me. I'm American. I'm better than you. That's how. Like I'm telling you, if you don't. That is another thing about the passport. But if you walk in there with that on them, then they gotta shut up. The only way you can win with them, you gotta let your nuts. Dominic, I'm telling you, bro, they will try you, bro. I'm telling you, it's like the first day in the feds. Somebody's gonna try you, and
but here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, and this is what we separate ways because. And you know where I'm going. Obviously, you already said it.
Yeah, you said if they was fresh off the boat, they wouldn't have rocked with me. Of course, I can't speak your la-da-da-da-da, yo.
No. I was gonna say this. It's a difference between a Dominican girl born in New York or Florida, or it don't matter in the States, and compared to a woman that is like literally born in Dominican Republic, and then you met her and she only been here for, let's just say, 6 months. It's two completely different women. Bro. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying.
And I don't want to be in a relationship with either one of them.
But
I don't.
What's the? Give me a key difference.
Oh, goofy ass bitches. And that's what I'm saying. These dudes. Hold on a second. Let me just make this one point.
Go ahead.
The worst thing you can do, give some of these dudes, is what they want. You think it's all fun and games. Be in a relationship with one of them goofy ass guala talking bitches for fucking 2 years. Wow. And you tell me if it was everything you thought it was. I get it. You have sex with them the first night. Be with them for 2 years. Be with them for go see her hair nets. You talk about bonnets, right? They wear little fish nets on their head. Go see that fishnet crap in your bathroom. And they leaving that everywhere.
He ain't lying. Maria is just Keisha to speak Spanish. That's all it really is.
I know, right?
But that's the part that trips me out though when you hear these cats talk, because they act like it's like gonna be the most peaceful life ever, and I'm like, have y'all ever met women?
No,
but
that's woman.
Look.
I do you one better though. The Spanish joint actually cut you because they could be so in love with your ass.
That's what they said.
They will cut your ass.
Cut you. They'll put stuff in your food. They'll put glass in the blender and put it in the smoothie. I tell you the worst shit ever, bro.
What?
Going to eat their food, going to their family cookouts and eating their. Oh my God, that shit was nasty, bro. The way they fry chicken is off. Yo, them plantains taste
it's
like
no
crap.
Nasty, nigga. It's just different, bro. That's all it is.
Bro,
man.
I'm too American for that, bro. Them goofy
ass.
That's your problem.
Hey, Eric. Did they cook the plantains where they had that strong ass flavor as soon as you get in your mouth?
I hate plantains.
And then hold on a second. Hey, and then don't have no family from like the country and meet up with them together. It'll be all out hell, bro. If y'all families meet up together, like. If you raised on Motown and they listen to the Suavemente and they come together and it's like hell. It's all hell, bro.
But you know what's crazy, Eric? I see that all the time in New York, bro. He goes just fine. He goes just fine.
Nah, the ones in New York is different. New York is
that's what I'm saying.
You can't compare New York to nowhere else.
No, I dated one in New York when I was in college in DC. They some goofy. I mean, listen. I'm not saying that they're goofy. I'm not saying they're bad people. They just don't mesh well. If you're a Black American and you grew up on Greens and you grew up watching the Jackson 5 movie, American Dream, and you hate the dad in that movie, they ain't you and you ain't them. I don't care how much you think you look alike to them. You ain't the same thing as them. They don't even know who Patti LaBelle or Anita Baker is. They never woke up cleaning up their house with Anita Baker playing in the background. They never went through that.
Okay, we're talking culture. All right.
Yeah, but you talk about a different culture.
Yeah, we been talking about that.
That's what I was going.
But that's
what I was going to say. Like you're dating a girl that is born here is completely. It's 180-degree completely different than the girl that is born in Dominican Republic. I did it both ways, so trust me what I'm telling you. The girl that is born here.
How they treat y'all? I'm curious. How they treat y'all? How y'all two get along? How Colombians and Dominicans get along? I'm curious of that.
I mean, it's gonna be cultural difference, but I'm gonna be biased, my nigga, because I speak Spanish, so we kind of in the same track. You see what I'm saying?
Speak Spanish.
Right,
for you, be different because you're Black African American. I'm an Afro Latino nigga, so So like
right.
they,
That's exactly what
I'm
he's
trying to
saying.
explain to you, like it's different. Is the difference is the cultural part. You see what I'm saying? Like the girl born here, they're gonna try to swing on you. If you say something wild, they're gonna square up with you at some point. The one born over there, they will dare to fucking listen. I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. America got the most disrespectful women on planet Earth, bro. And I don't care. And I don't even say black. I'm talking about over black, white, Chinese. If she born here, she poison, my nigga. But over here, these females, these females out here, they got no problem calling your ass gay, bitch ass nigga. Listen, that will never happen.
Hold on a second, bro. Hold on. But hey, stop.
But listen, that would never happen.
You know why, right?
Listen. But listen, Eric, that would never happen in Colombia. If you're in Colombia, in the Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, you know why? Because then girls would probably get killed.
Exactly, bro. I'll never forget. I was in the line. One of the first times I ever went to this place called Sosua, which I'll never step foot in that place again. One of the first times I ever went, right? Dude, I remember it was a girl in the line, probably one of the most beautiful women I'd ever seen, bro. It had like a little tennis chain necklace, probably had a 45-inch ass, just hair down the back, just beautiful, 10 out of 10. It was an old Dominican cab driver behind her. And she said something, and she's Dominican. She said something like disrespectful, like got smart with him. Bro, he cocked back, and the line is like, it's like 20 people in line. He cocked back in front of all of us and smacked her right in the face.
Okay, that's not the question. That's not the question. The question is, what did the guys do?
Okay, so let me say this. So the American dude behind me was like, oh, he can't do that. But then his friend was like, yo, you better stop, bro. We ain't from here. We better be quiet. They ain't American. Because everybody just all the Dominican dudes just stepped back like nothing happened. But one of the American dudes behind me was like, oh, he can't. And his friend was like, hey, bro, you better step out of that because that's not our business. That's the way they get down here.
Okay, so brings us back to America, our matriarchs, and matriarchy is slavery. So you enforce the very things that you hate that make the passport bros go. All them passport bros will fight me for training my toddler, and then try to go overseas to find a better trained toddler because they're as bipolar as they mamas that raised them. That's why I'm saying that's why my number 2 rule in life is not to get killed by a simp over a toddler, because that's why the only important part was what did the men. He looking crazy like Tyler.
No, I'm thinking about that woman getting smacked.
I mean,
like I'm replaying that in my head, like bro, like it was shocking for me to see it.
Man, I would have been. I would have.
No, but no, nobody did nothing. All the Dominican men did nothing. They just all sat back like.
It shouldn't be that shocking. You saw what happened when that Dominican dude smacked that chick on the train.
Oh yeah. It was kind of like that. The dude with the 8-ball jacket on, right? Yeah.
Let me tell you the most frightening thing to a woman.
I didn't see that. What is it?
The 8-ball jacket.
The subway slapper. They called him the subway slapper.
No, he slapped that, brought it to obscurity. Like,
yo, he smacked her back in the 1776.
I think Good Bread. Hold on.
Good Bread talked about it. Palmer talked about it. Everybody talked about the 8-ball slap. That was the slap heard around Brooklyn. All the way.
Nah, that wasn't heard around Brooklyn. That was heard around the world.
I was thinking y'all saying something recent. No, I know I seen that.
Yeah, that happened. That was the lower east side on the F train.
With the young shit getting in his face and everything, he just
yeah.
I give you a perfect example of how comfortable these toddlers are with other people fighting their fights for them because they professional fighters. I had a girl come to my crib. I had to throw outside naked too. Well, she had panties on. Shout out to her for having panties on. She wasn't totally naked, but she got out the bathtub on some bullshit and she wanted to fight. And the bitch broke my laptop, so I threw her outside. And the bitch tried to bust my window, so I went outside and beat her ass and dragged her to her car. Now, it's a summer day, so it's a bunch of people outside. But this is my hood, and I'm a good dude, right? So she's yelling for everybody to help. Please, somebody help me. It's a bunch of girls out there. Ladies, you see this man abusing me? Help. They're like, yo, we know old crazy ass. You gonna be fucked with that? He ain't doing this shit for nothing. You know what I'm saying? So her whole thing is now she's afraid because she doesn't have the backup she thought she would have for being disrespectful. And she got the wrong one because I don't give a shit. Nigga, I paid that $500 for that domestic violence bond. Be right back before the streetlights come off. Beat your ass again. Do not fuck with me because I don't fuck with you. You know what I'm saying? Disrespect has to be made with disrespect.
Yeah, bro. But
people like, All right, this is what I was gonna say about the whole American versus natural born though. It's like dudes that date white girls, dudes like Zone, right? Who date the snow. There's a difference. Have you ever listened to dudes? And I hear gay people say this too, because everybody who likes penises and dumb shit or likes whatever, badussy, whatever. This is what they say. Black dudes would be like, I want a white girl, but I don't want a white girl that like black dudes. I want a white girl, like a valley girl. I'm like, yo, but if the valley girl don't like black dudes, then she wouldn't fuck with you.
They can't, like, they don't. Like, that's most of the, okay. So
it's not supposed to make sense. It's not supposed to make sense.
That's crazy.
It's like Passport Bro saying.
But I'll be honest with you, right? Like, they don't see it like that because the girls, I guess, are quote unquote melanated. You dating one of them is like you dating a girl from the backwoods of Arkansas. They don't know you. They don't know your man. The girl from the backwoods of Arkansas may know your culture more than they do. What did he say? Men that want to travel, food, learn the culture, having party with women. I got you, Marcus. We already had this conversation yesterday. We know. But I'm telling you, I'm just saying this. They ain't submissive as you think they are. Like that whole they all submissive. Nah, they ain't at all. They can, and I'm telling you this. If they get enough money and power, they make black women look super submissive. Because I don't like the whole they're more submissive than black women. That's just absolutely not true.
But you know what another difference is, bro? Another major difference is the Spanish girls. These are like Dominicans, Colombians, Puerto Ricans, Panamanians, shit like that. Them girls love to fuck all day, bro. That's one thing about them girls. I think that's what them guys like too.
All girls.
I might need to get one.
Nah. They enjoying some
bro. He's right. No, he's right.
So
I'm telling you,
hold on a second. Hold on a second. You think they like to fuck on a trick all day?
No, that's not what he's talking about. He's just saying in general. He's not talking about.
You talking about Face? You saying Poppy right?
But it depends on the girl like you.
I'm saying Poppy. I'm saying Poppy's right, but I'm explaining to you why he's white. I mean, why he's right. Damn it. Mm-hmm. No, what he's saying is you got to remember women's standards are based on their desperation. So a lot of times when these chicks are in these third world countries, that's really what it is. Like it's a status thing. It's kind of like why, you know, a lot of black women suffer from the dementia with white guys, where they'd rather date a broke white guy than a rich black guy, because like it's a cultural thing. It's a status symbol. Women don't operate off of logic. They operate off of emotion. The problem with men is we're trying to find a logical solution to the stupid shit that they do, and there isn't one.
So let's throw the clothes on. I caught you say white instead of right, Nick, because you want that snow bunny too. I'm with you, bro. We gonna be.
Listen, man. You said snow bunny. I lost my mind, man. I went to an all white junior high school, man. I ain't never been the same since.
Hey, shout out to
and I'm double confused because I'm half FBA, half immigrant. So man, my whole shit is all fucked up.
Hey, but I'll say this: have you ever seen a dude on the block trap for 3 days, never change clothes, barely sleep?
Yes, Saturday.
That's what I heard when you say these girls love to have sex. That's all the fuck they can do. You know what I'm saying? Do what you built for. The only difference between a natural woman, and when I talk about a woman in her natural and her human nature, her natural position, and American women, is American women are tripolar because they'll try anything and they dumb as shit. They got 15 different fucking voices in their head. They all carry. And they all got different names. Act like y'all ain't never heard a girl that got 2 different nicknames for her damn self on top of her real name that you know from school. Girls is just nuts. So this is what they do. They'll say that this coochie is my moneymaker, but they'll give it to anybody within the first 3 days. And then they'll try to hold back on the sex and weaponize it, because that's what they were taught, to weaponize the sex. Because they too dumb to understand if you keep fucking, you'll get paid more. You're getting paid per fuck. You're not getting paid for summer vacation. You know what I'm saying? You're getting paid to work. So they don't understand the concept. Everything they try to do is to emulate men and still be treated as women, because they bipolar. What black men have a horrible tendency of, because they raised by their mothers, and that's why they go and getting passports so they can meet a girl that look like their mother and not act like their mother. Because if they wanted a girl that acted like their mother, they neighbor. You feel what I'm saying? What they doing is they doing the same thing. They're saying, okay, I want to go out here and I want to get love. I want to feel the love I never felt except for anybody except my grandmother. Niggas skip a whole generation when they start talking about love. My grandma loved me. Like, your mama in the crib. My grandma loved me though. So they're looking for love. Y'all keep acting like it's something deep. It's not. It's love. It's not even sex necessarily, because my boy having a bachelor party next week. He getting married. So the day before he gives his life to another woman, guess what he gonna do with a stranger?
Fuck a lot of strippers.
So it's not about the sex. Motherfuckers trying to buy love, and you can't buy love. And then they turn around and they also, not because Kevin Samuels and the rest of the people, all the baby boomers, the happy wife, happy life people, told them that women have a monetary value. And they don't, because women are horrible with money. They don't know what to do with money.
They don't
just
need
want,
it.
They just want
They
stuff.
don't need it.
They don't need money. They just want stuff.
And it ruins them. It's
They
not
buy
good for them.
weave and nails in
You know what I'm
person.
saying? What men would be happier if they found a broke orphan chick and caught her right before she went on the blade and became a pro. And like, shorty, I'll put some soap and water on you and let you stay with me. They would be happier. But then they were taught to think like women, because it's the whole gender reversal thing. They're taught to find a woman they can go 50-50 with. Nigga, I've never heard that shit in my life. I don't even want a girl to go 50-50 with me. And I'm not trying to be that alpha man. I just want to buy a slave. I don't need you to have enough money to catch a Greyhound away from me. You need to be right here washing dishes, eating tacos. No family. You just right here.
Yeah, no, not let out the kitchen. No, I feel you. But that's what I'm saying. That's my whole thing with these dudes that say that, oh, the modern women have changed. I'm even tired of hearing that word. Okay, well then you should just be against them having rights. Because it's like, okay, you say that there's a problem. We can all see the problem. But when I asked you, what are you willing to do or what are you willing to give to solve the problem, it usually is nothing. It's usually like you think by pointing it out to them of how much status that they gain, that's going to put them back in the kitchen. And it's not. So I just say this, going back to your grandma point and love, your grandma, all these people that say they're trying to look for love and you're trying to like recreate what your grandma gave you. Your grandma told you first to love yourself. Okay. And you, if you love yourself, you should be fine by yourself, even if nobody else wants you. But we all know that ain't the case, because if that was the case, then you wouldn't have to be bragging about your exploits in Colombia or whatnot. So
that's weird.
I was always told to put myself first.
No, I come from an era where we lied on our dick the other way. Like, I did not fuck that girl. I swear to God, you know you fucked that bitch. Like, I did not, bro. I ain't fucked that. We came the whole other way around. Like,
but dirty folks, you know where that come from? That come from excess. See, the other dudes got a lie because they don't have access. But if you have excess, then you get put in a position where sometimes you gotta be like, nah.
But you gotta understand though the culture that we're living now, bro. I call it, this is a backwards culture, bro. It's backwards. We're doing everything backwards. I remember when I was in middle school, and the shit that we used to listen, the rap like JC, Jada Kids, shit like that, right? That was like pimp rap to me, right?
Me, I'm a pimp. I ain't paying for no sex. Man, I'd rather
like
buy a car or a new Rolex.
But now, let's fast forward 2022. Niggas is proud.
Going ones and not even getting lap dances.
Niggas be like, yo, I'm gonna buy you the new BMW, the 5 Series, and the condo, and the $500 and the $50,000 purse. I'm like, what?
But you know where that come from, though, Poppy. You know where that come from. You know where that come from. It come from niggas that grew up with it started with niggas who grew up with single mamas watching them beg niggas for money and get broke off to do sexual favors. So the niggas see that they got a single mama that's gonna sit up and do stuff like that. They teaching the young boys that's what you have to do in order to get this type of attention from a woman. So really all these dudes that's doing all of this, man, tricking and shit is exposing that they were raised by single mothers. Because ain't no dad gonna tell you to do that. Your dad ain't gonna tell you to do that. He gonna tell you to go get the bitch.
The shit my guy Big Mike's 100% right, bro. Because look, if everybody's familiar with NBA Jumboy, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Look at his mama always on the Instagram and shit like that, and she always talk about niggas broken her off and stuff like that. The same thing with that girl, Young Miami. She talk about getting with young niggas and they gotta pay her to be with her. This is a 50-year-old lady.
Right.
So Big Mike, but you're assuming that these dads are that nigga too. See, that's what one thing I had to come to grips with is back in the day, some of these dads was these niggas before these niggas existed. And so that's the part you got to remember is some of these niggas are getting raised by their dad who was them back in the day. They existed back then too.
I'm 44. I'll say that that's not something that was normal back in my day. Now, I'm not saying that, the prostitution game wasn't popping, but mainly that was due to drugs, where we were from. But I would say that most men that were raised by men don't look at tricking as the way to go. Not saying they won't trick, not saying you won't meet a chick that you won't trick off on. But as far as that being my only means of getting pussy, which is what a lot of these dudes come across as, is they have to go somewhere and finesse somebody and fool somebody to get some pussy.
So for me, I didn't know if that was a cultural thing because where I come from, that shit was always like, we even looked at the niggas down south with the strip clubs like, what the fuck y'all doing? Like, I ain't going no throwing my money. Like, that was weird.
That's relatively new, though. That's relatively new, bro. Back in the day, all right, okay, so check this out. Y'all older than me, but I remember back in the day, girls would grind on dudes. Now to get that grind, you got to make it rain 51s on a bit. Like it's like
that's what they doing in the club.
Bro, dude, you go to regular, bro. You go to regular. Hold on a second, time out. You go to regular ass clubs. Wow. And you see dudes throwing ones at regular, like nigga, this ain't even the street
bro,
club.
that's nuts.
In the strip club, he's not lying. It's a different generation.
I heard about that. I ain't seen them for myself.
But it did start with Lil Wayne with it ain't tricking if you got it. That's where it started with Lil Wayne when he said it ain't tricking if you got it, and all these little dumb niggas ran with that dumb shit.
Yeah, make it rain.
But these young single mother raised niggas.
But when they specifically came with that comment, because it was always looked down upon when we talked about tricking, but when he said it ain't tricking if you got it, that's when these niggas started this weird shit.
I blame T-Pain. I'm in love with a stripper. That's.
Let me put clarity.
It was a constant decline. It wasn't just one person.
My brain is not computing.
The T-Pain thing was a lie too. He admitted to it. He admitted that he not only did he not like strippers, he wouldn't even talk to one if he even if he
could. What you gonna ask me, world class? What you gonna ask me about dudes in regular clubs throwing ones in the air?
Listening to regular music that come on the radio.
I see that all the time.
Money.
That is nuts.
I'm talking about you can go, dude. They're doing it down in DR. They're doing it in DR. They're doing it in DR. Go look up DR. Dudes making it rain. They're doing it in DR.
That's happening over here, bro.
My first time in Atlanta, I went to the strip club and I'm sitting on the stairs, and this broad just walks over to me and just starts dancing. I'm not even paying attention to the broad, and she's just like dancing like right off to my right. I'm like, whatever, not even paying her attention. After about 10 songs, the bitch turned around and me go, that'll be 100. I said, bitch, for what? I just sat here and danced for you, bitch. I don't know where you think I'm from, but nah, you got me fucked. Like my brother-in-law had to come over here. I'm like, y'all got me fucked. I'm talking about no grinding on me, nothing. Just stood right next to me and danced. I'm like, this shit crazy.
Yo, look, but here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. I've been going to strip clubs for this nigga since I was even old enough. I've been going to strip clubs since I was like 15 years old, bro. Right? And listen, I threw money in them bitch. I ain't gonna sit over here and make it seem like I'm guilty.
We all done it. We all done it.
Yeah, everybody's done it. It's just can't make a habit out of it.
I've only had a Sprite at the strip club. I swear to God.
I spent the same $5. I put the $5 in, put the $5 out. I put it in the front.
He said he spent the same $5.
And I did the hokey pokey with a 20.
Then I go home with it. Brother-in-law's bachelor party. He gave me a dub to throw to her, and I slipped that shit straight in my pocket. I just don't do nothing for me. I wasn't raised on this shit. It's weird.
Let me tell you how the strip clubs work too. Before the rappers took it over. I used to go to these lockdowns that the Masons was throwing, but I go because they gave
good old days,
free hot wings, right? No, I travel for the hot wings. There's no denying, nigga. I travel for hot wings. So I go on this spot and they lock the doors behind. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a lockdown. And I don't trick. Like, I'll give a girl a couple dollars. Like, if they having a lap dance special, I'll be like, shorty, sit on my lap and make me laugh. And I'll take it. I'm like, you ain't finna be naked and I'm fully clothed and you grinding on me. I can't touch you. I ain't gonna do that. But if you make me laugh, that'd be my entertainment. I give $5. Girls ain't funny though, so I always keep my money right. So
if you make me laugh.
So the promoters see me in there, right? And you know, my name was my name, right? When I was a younger guy. So the promoters see me, they say, "Man, bro, you not tipping." I say, "I'm also not asking for dances." So the promoters come out, put me on the dance floor, sent 3 girls with me, one pulled beads out of booty. Shout out to the pearl booty girl. And the promoters was throwing money on the girls in order to entice other people. Like, yo, y'all need to tip the strip. Like, y'all looking at this nigga getting danced, even though they paying for it. Which is smart on their part, because the girls got to check in at the end of the night. They're gonna get their money right back. So they tricking on behalf of me, and they trying to. I'm like, bro, if you want to pay for me, pay for a private room. Send me to a champagne room, but I'm not interested in this shit. You know what I'm saying? So I see the move, but now you got the rappers coming in, the Lil Waynes and the Neos and all that, and they tricking, and they coming with their girl and they spending 60. I don't understand how you spend 60 with your girl.
Well, here's the thing about the rappers. See, this is how you can tell, like, you know, with matriarchy, why it's always a bad idea. What people don't understand about business is those rappers aren't tricking. They're convincing your dumb ass to trick. When they throw all that money in the strip club, it's a tax write-off.
Yes.
Or they pay for them to be there.
I'll do you one better though.
Hey,
here's the deal.
But why don't the niggas go throw money at a school? Why don't they go throw money at a college? You know,
then they'll be too. Then those people will be. I'll answer that.
They're rappers. They're not leaders.
If they throw money at a school, then those people will be too smart to buy their albums to go to their concerts. That's never gonna happen.
That's why everybody laughed when the Migos went to their old high school and held $1,000 check, and the nigga had on $2,000 shoes. It just looked weird.
Wow. Man,
but here's how that thing worked though. Like most of the street clubs, it's all a hassle, man. You just gotta follow the money, man. The reason I even know about it is because a few of my friends, I got a couple of homies that one of them went to the NBA. I got a couple of homies that went to the league. So when they put, for example, when my man got drafted, Brian McKinney was a first round pick, right? That was my best friend, his cousin, right? So he got like, man, that man got money on top of money, man. That nigga first check was like 20 mils, right? So I went and partied with him. Right? We went to Miami. They put his face in the flyer and all of that, right? The nigga cashed out 30. First, they gave him $20,000 first, right? $20,000. To remind you, this is Miami. Miami is a big city. Miami is like heaven for strippers. Right. So they gave him 20,000 in once. Do you know how much money that shit look like in once, bro? It's blocks. It's a box, bro. It's a big ass U-Haul box. They bring out crap.
And
so they made the big ass announcement.
Some shit like that.
What is that?
I think they hit you for like 5% when you get the ones out the strip club.
No, that's some new shit. That's literally like 2-3 years new.
Oh,
that's some new shit.
Okay.
So look, so what they do is they bring you the money, right? And like my man, I think Aria said that it's a tax write-off. But check this out though. Only that money is from the club, bro. That's not even sometimes the players' money.
Oh,
they just telling you that.
That's what Dirty was just saying.
They just telling you that so they can bring the people, the doughboys and the regular 9-to-5 guy to really outmatch the players and the rappers.
Well, Big Meech and them was the one that started that. They would get with the from what I understand. Y'all can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, no, that's correct. No, you are 100% correct.
They would go
it was before then.
We gonna throw this much.
Hold on. Let Tommy finish. Go ahead.
So they would get with the club owner and say, "We gonna come here and say report that we threw 500," but the club owner's gonna give them back say 450. They get to keep the 50, and they still get the tax write-off. But the promotion is that he came here and threw 500. So what these idiots did, like they said, was to come in there and try to compete. Even the athletes were idiots because they didn't even know sometimes, and they would come in there and get to throwing their real money, and that's basically how this era just throwing money all over the place started.
Easily influenced. That's just
and let me just say this. So I used to have a neighbor who was a white stripper, and I'd like watch her dog from time to time. And I asked her, and I'm like, so, like, who makes more money, like the white strip clubs or the black strip clubs? She said, when I first started stripping, the white girls, we was making the money. Now she like, now it ain't even no competition. The black girls, they she's like, my butt's not big enough. If I could, I would go in them strip. They're wiping us out with money. And I'm like, because I thought they would make more, you know what I mean? And then she's like, absolutely not. And she's like, and she was even telling me, even for the white strip club, you got to at least have a conversation. Making it rain is not big in a white strip club, right?
Hell, they don't even do it.
I'm telling you, you don't even have to talk to nobody. You can stand there and then 50,000 ones just fall from the sky. So she's like, yeah, man. He's like, she said when she was doing it for a while, she said, when I first was doing it, we was making the money, but now, she's like, now it's
back when the boob jobs was in.
Yeah, bro. Now they making way more money.
Right.
Shouts out to black business though.
Back when titties was in.
Yeah. That's because the colors don't understand business. When you go to the strip club, that's 100% profit margin, because not only are you not smart enough to get your own singles before you go to the club, you get singles from the club. So you take your 20s, your 50s, your 100s, exchange those for singles. So now the strip club has your money. Then you go and get singles from them. You throw those same singles that they just exchanged for you. So now the strip club just doubled your money.
Bro, it's crazy. I mean, it's like I said, I know, but one thing you can't lie about is a lot of strip clubs are owned or black owned. You got to, or at least like V Live is black owned. V Live, what's the one in Miami? We know Magic City. We know most of the ones in Atlanta are black owned.
CEDES. Talking about CEDES.
Stadium in DC was black owned. Right?
You're wrong, Aria. Most strip clubs, it's a few black owners, but most of them are owned by Russians and white people.
Shout out to
Kino Diamonds.
Okay,
Kino
so
Diamonds.
King of
Diamonds
Diamonds in Miami. No, but King of Diamonds in the beginning was owned by a bunch of people. And so a lot of them was black in the beginning.
Listen, it was owned by Russians the whole time, bro.
It was always owned by them.
The original Kino Diamond is where G5 is right now. I mean, you from Miami, you know.
I went to G5 before. G5 is like right
okay, G5. That's the original Kino Diamond. Now remember, that's 2006, 7. I was even old enough. The only reason I even went in there is because my homie playing the league. They have to let us in.
It's crazy to me. Y'all know
Magic City.
Because you know why? Because that's bigger
I know
than
business.
The
That's
now.
why.
No, I know. No,
Magic City is the only one that's primary black owned. That's why they always trying to close
as well. Like that shit's crazy.
I went to G5, so I had a layover and I missed my flight for the next day. So I went to G5 for lobster tail. They actually, a lot of them make decent food now too.
Good food.
Even the bottle thing, I can't get myself to buy a $40
don't do
bottle
it.
of Hennessy
Don't
for
do it.
$600. I
Don't
can't
do it.
do
But
it.
here we go, Tommy. The reason why the Miami clubs win, because I'm glad you mentioned that, because that's how they get you, bro. Usually in a regular club, a bottle gonna run you in Miami. You ain't gonna pay nothing less than $400 bottle Henny, right? In the club, you just paying for the little spark when the pretty ass girl bring you the bottle. That's it, right? Now, what the street club in Miami do, most of them do the same thing, like a happy hour. And me and my friends do it. When I go to Miami, that's what we do. So when you go to the street club in Miami, guess what? They got a little special going on. If you go over there, let's just say, because in Miami, the street club is 24/7, bro. Like you see niggas at the street club at 3 in the afternoon over there, no problem. That parking lot is full, my nigga, because they sell food. They sell food in there. The food is good. I can't even lie on that. The food is good, but guess what? They start selling bottles for $50 and $75. So what I'm like, yo, I'm in the city, man. Well, let's go party real quick. Let's go have a drink. So I go over there. I already know I'm gonna spend a check. So I'm like, yo, so we go over there. We buy like 3 or 4 bottles, right? We drink one, and then since we know the girl will be fucking the fucking bottle girl, we told her, like, yo, put this in the bag. We're gonna come after at 12 or 1 o'clock in the morning, because the clubs close at 4 or 5 in the morning over there. We're gonna come around 1, and I want you to bring the bottles by the next 3 bottles. It's like you gotta know how to work. Like you wanna get fucked either way, you might as well get fucked at your own turn.
I don't know, bro. I know the DJs. I tell them to put my bottles in the DJ crates, and then I just go to the backstage. I don't look. Y'all never underestimate my cheekness, bro.
And I'm just gonna say this, man. Y'all niggas wonder why we live in a matriarchy. Y'all niggas go through a lot for them to get to a bitch. Sex.
Hey, that's why
I'm just gonna be honest, man. Y'all niggas stay trying to get back into pussy, man. What's up?
When I
Nah,
saw
man,
that
don't
these
be
niggas was paying for
disingenuous. We're in a
no Hennessy,
matriarchy.
I said you niggas is out of y'all mind.
Hey,
It's no
hey, I'm
way
just
I can do
that
that.
ain't disingenuous. That ain't
It is.
disingenuous at all. No,
Listen,
it's
we're in
not.
a matriarchy because it's
It's an
government
obstacle.
sponsored.
It's an
There's no
obstacle
other
course.
reason behind
Yeah,
it.
it's artificially sponsored.
It's government sponsored.
Man,
Hey, I'm talking about why we staying. I'm talking about why we staying in one. Why we
You're right.
staying
No,
in one?
I refuse. I try. Listen, I refuse. I've cut down on my strip clubs. I just refuse. I just don't care anymore,
Hey,
bro. I really
Hey,
don't.
look, man. Look, I could go. I could come to you. You seem like a little sex tourist. So if I ever decide to go become a full-time trick, I'll holler at you.
Who? Me?
Yeah, you.
What the fuck, bro? I get active here. I get active here.
Yeah, you.
Okay. I'm sure you're pulling some big ones, right?
Listen, don't let him gaslight you. He set the bait. He set the bait. And you took it. He's just gaslighting you.
Oh, okay. No, I want him to tell me his game, so I can get on his
married.
level.
He ain't got no game.
Yeah, he married.
Well, if he's married, then he's got
his
the
game-
ultimate game.
No, he
If he's
doesn't. His
married, then
game-
he no.
his
If he's
game is to
married,
get
no.
on
Hold on a
one
second.
knee and say, "Here, take all my shit."
Nah, if she doesn't leave him. But if he's married, then he's got the ultimate game.
But here's the thing, man. At the end of the day, bro, I think niggas gonna trick directly or indirectly. This is every man in the world, bro. I'm gonna tell you why. Hold on. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why we all gonna trick at some point in our life. Because when we meet a girl, let's just say this woman is a good woman, whatever. Let's just say you meet home girl at Walmart or at the supermarket, whatever, right? You wanna take her out. You gonna whatever it is, you wanna take her out to dinner, drinks, activities. Guess what? That is tricking too, bro. Let's be honest.
Facts.
But guess what? You're doing it tricking. That's the old-fashioned tricking right there.
It is, but here's my problem with
And it's not guaranteed, by the way.
Oh, it's guaranteed.
But you can't mix courting up with tricking. So tricking is when you trying to exercise your pocket to get power. That's what tricking is. Tricking is where you can't make up in conversation. Tricking is where you have to go into the pockets in order to leverage any kind of sexual activity.
If that's the case, then marriage is tricking.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Hey, I don't know. I don't know. Not with that definition. It may be.
That's different. No, it's different.
What makes it different?
So explain it to me. Tell me. Explain it to me like I'm
Because
4 years old.
tricking won't hold me liable for 18 years in alimony and child support.
Tricking is a way to alleviate responsibility. Yes, you can use tricking in a lot of ways. See, we operate as if tricking has some universal one definition. There's many different ways to trick, but I think when you're tricking to try to get sex is when you're actually making overtures for sex by using money.
Well,
So
when you can't not conversation.
That brings me back to what I was saying as far as marriage being the same thing.
Conversation. Do you think we conversate with women just for the sake of conversation?
I hope not, because girls don't know shit. They just talk.
Exactly. You don't conversate for the sake. It's all sex is always the end goal.
Let's just assume.
You
that everybody.
Before you say what you're gonna say, because I know what you're gonna say. That's why I'm gonna ask my question first. So you
Tell
would
me what
marry
I'm
a
gonna
woman that you would marry a woman you couldn't have sex with?
For the conversation?
No, I wouldn't marry a woman I couldn't have sex with, but I would stay married to a woman who at some point in time couldn't have sex anymore.
No, I'm saying no. You could never have sex. Sex was off the table immediately. You could never have sex with her. Before, after, during, nothing.
No, because the initial attraction ain't gonna be there.
Okay,
we all know that physical. We all know that physical attraction is the number one attraction. So
absolutely,
that's the base level of it.
So then the original transaction is based on sex for exchange of resources.
No.
Okay.
It is though.
No.
You could dress it up, but no. Listen, I'm neutral on it. I need to put that out there. I'm neutral on it. I'm not into policing what people do, but I'm just saying it is what it is. If you understand, because marriage is a business contract, it doesn't benefit men in this country.
There you go.
But you're still business transacting for access to sex. So it's still tricking. It's still a form of prostitution. It's just regulated by the federal government instead of being regulated by the pimp. Which is why pimping is illegal, but prostitution isn't.
Welcome to the Dirty Folks podcast.
I don't know how that got the pimping and prostituting for marriage.
Because it's all the same thing. You just don't want it to correlate because you have a personal, you get personally invested.
That shit is not the same thing, bro.
No.
It's the same thing.
No, it's not. Because
that's not the same thing.
No, it's not. It's not. That shit.
So tell me,
okay.
So tell me how it's different. I'll wait.
From pimping and hoeing, and it's literally transactional. You come to me to give me sex for a certain amount of time, or for one nut, however it is, for this much money. That's the basic definition of tricking. Now everybody done took it from there and branched it off the same way that they done with snitching and every other street word that ain't made mainstream. They done stretched it out to where it means this, and this. A nigga could be at work and somebody, do something at work and a nigga be like, you snitched on me. Nigga, you a 9 to 5. How do you snitch and you 9 to 5? But they've conflated it now to where street shit is mainstream. Tricking is a street term. It comes from pimping and hoeing. There's no way that can be attached to marriage.
Okay. So
you know why? Because the results of marriage are much more expensive than just one time.
No, I will also.
Hold on. Let me respond.
One second. I will also argue that getting a marriage contract with the state is not what marriage is. Again, like I was talking about
but that's
earlier.
what we made it. But the state has made it that. I agree, because you can.
I agree as well.
Because there's no marriage contract in the Bible,
all right? Go
ahead. But the state's monopolized it, so you have to.
Marriage is a social contract. It's not a government contract. Marriage is the most basic social contract.
I get what he's saying. So I want to respond. Because the conflict that we're having is about labels. So I get it. So you don't want me to label it as tricking. So we'll label it as extortion. Is everybody comfortable with that definition?
Whatever. Because but for some people you can label it as an investment.
Not with a good return.
Hold on. A lot of people get good return.
A lot of people get good return. That would depend on no smart businessman would make that investment in today's environment.
That would depend on.
A lot of people get good return on marriage. Marriage is a tax write-off. So you automatically getting money back.
That's not
you
true.
Automatically getting money back.
Are you a CPA, sir? I'm just asking.
No, am I talking about CPA stuff, bro?
No,
do I know how to? Am I a nigga that I've done taxes? I've done taxes. You get tax breaks for being married.
Okay, what tax break do you get for being married? We're gonna go down the rabbit hole. What tax break do you get for being married?
Well, you get a dependent, you get head of household money back. So you can go either way. You can get a tax break
without marriage.
Can you not get that without marriage? Yes or no? You can't. You have to be married to be head of household.
No, you can get that without being married, but why you file single? Do you know why you file single? You can't label that,
sir. I know what you're saying. You can't. What I'm saying is, if that's not a sole benefit to marriage, then you can't label it as a benefit to marriage. Yeah. That's all I'm saying.
Why does marriage have to be a sole benefit? If you claim married on your,
said it was a good investment.
Listen, man. Do y'all want to be right or y'all want to listen?
No,
do y'all want to be right or y'all want to listen?
I'm listening.
Let me answer the question.
One mic, please.
Let me answer the question. Y'all keep trying to shove it down my throat. Let me answer the question.
Pause.
You found it's a reason why you get more money taken out of your check when you claim single on your tax.
That's a fact.
It's a reason why single people bring home less money than married people, and not just because there's two people working. Whether you're married filing jointly or married filing separately, there are tax benefits to being married. So that you can only get. Why do you think gay people are trying to get married, bro?
You're still not answering the question.
That's for economic. That's for economic purpose.
No, it's not.
Sir, that's not responsive.
Health stuff. It was the health stuff that they were concerned about.
Right.
And then writing people into their wills. That's what they were concerned about.
Okay, right. And what's writing into the will? Is that the transfer of wealth?
That's only after you die. Yeah, hold on a second.
Right.
That's what marriage is to me. Marriage is the biggest wealth transfer from men to women in this country that we've ever seen in terms of divorcing and all that. When you look up how many women on the top women earners have built their fortune off of simply divorcing men, that's what I say marriage is, a wealth transfer.
Brother, You can't say marriage is divorce. That's illogical.
No, it's not.
Divorce is divorce.
That is the only purpose.
Divorce is divorce. Marriage is marriage, fam.
How do you get divorced without being married first?
You can't.
I get it. You can't die. You can't die without being alive. But they're two different things. Death and life are two different things, right? But
they go hand in hand. But they go hand in hand.
I'm not saying they don't go hand in hand. They're not the same damn thing.
I'm still waiting to hear the tax benefits. I haven't heard any.
Wait.
Man,
For y'all
don't consult the CPA, bro.
Wait. Let me say this.
Oh, now I gotta consult the CPA. You said there were tax benefits. And you can't name. I'll go easy on you.
Consult the CPA.
Just give me two. Give me two tax benefits.
That's pause because we got a lot of things.
I already told you.
We got a lot.
No, you didn't. You said dependents. You can get that without being married. I said a sole tax benefit to being married.
Hold on. We got a lot of things floating around. Here's the thing that I see that we missed. We jumped over. He said investments. Y'all started going straight to what you know to be legally unfair. But an investment is, if I take this to the thing that's missing in the conversation, you jumping straight to law, which I'm cool with, but an investment is, if I take this chick, the girl hasn't came up in a conversation in the marriage, right? If I'm investing in this chick and she on the spill, she doing what she need to do, and I move up, it is a return. Granted, I might have to give half, but it can be an investment. I don't look at it as an investment, because I'm just much more aggressive. But the direction you took it to is not what an investment is. You just talking about the structure. What you talking about is more so like a 401k or any type of investment vehicle where, if you endow, you got to pay a tax.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? But that doesn't make it not an investment though.
Yeah, I would say it would be risk.
But I get what you're saying, Face, because I've talked to people about you don't know what taxes. Taxes is stupid as fuck. It's just dumb, and you're not supposed to be paying it anyway. But
right, I agree with you. I agree with you as far as being an investment. But your life rapping him a little bit. All I said was, he said there was tax benefits. So I asked what was the sole tax benefit.
The only reason I jumped back is because it was getting away from that point. I didn't want to.
I was just saying. All I was saying was the sole tax benefit was I pay less taxes out of my check claiming marriage.
Well, you know what? I'm not gonna take.
Been single.
Well, no,
I've been broke. So that means that's the sole benefit.
I know how to get taxes without being married. So
but what I'm saying is, if you do your tax a certain way, you could still pay the same amount of tax married or single. There's other ways to write stuff off.
But that wasn't the original statement. The original statement was marriage must be tricking because you're exchanging money for lifetime sex.
I don't think it. I don't
right.
think it's
And we changed it.
It wasn't a claim. It was a question.
Right, but we changed it. We changed it based on what he was saying. We agreed on extortion, and then we moved on. That's what happened.
We're not going to title though. We're not going to change the topic to suit us. Look, this is the thing, man. Marriage is marriage. The thing is, black men aren't taught how to vet, and they're not taught how to make the contract work. That's why I made the Marry Your Secretary course. I call it Marry Your Secretary. Girl's either going to make you money, save you money, or save you time. If she's not doing either three, fuck love. Love is not required to hire. Y'all want to marry somebody and hope love is enough. Y'all don't work these motherfuckers like her employer do. How she only in a marriage for 5 years, but she had been at the company for 20. She got a gold watch because they gave her tasks and duties. So that is a vetting process.
She can't get an 18-year paycheck from leaving.
She can't. She gets a pension.
Really? No, really. That's what I'm saying. The liability is different.
A lot of jobs don't offer
and the thing is, she gets. There's limited liability there.
But y'all still worrying about the wrong shit.
You tell me we should throw risk to the wind?
Hey man, we can't even discuss marriage without talking about divorce. Can we just talk about one at a time?
No.
Yeah, because every time I go in the car, I wear a seatbelt, right?
System, yeah.
No, but the current system is the default system. You can make your own system. I say that all the time. Y'all are crying about a system that you can change with a system.
What system can you change? Prenups don't work. They can sue you for mental distress.
Anyway, so look, if we're talking contract law, because that's what marriage is, according to y'all, it's a contract between you and another partner. So now you're in a partnership like any other business. If you're in a partnership under a business, you go through arbitration. Y'all take arbitration last. That's called divorce court and child support court, because that's not criminal or civil. That's arbitration court. You go to a magistrate. You can set up your own magistrate beforehand. Everything that y'all complaining about is not the point. The point was the fact that black men go overseas and go to strip clubs or whatever because they have a fascination for pussy. Y'all would rather get pussy than have freedom. A man who decides that he gonna have one pussy at the crib and she gonna cook dinner and he gonna keep the lights on, that's a totally different topic than not being emancipated, because you will give all of your sovereignty, all of your income, all of your passion for pussy. It's two different conversations.
Okay, so what makes the woman that you come home to so much better than everybody else?
It's not about better or worse. What makes you better than the other dude she was fucking before she met you? It's not about better or worse.
It is about better. We live in the real world. It is about better.
It's all about choices.
And she has a choice to leave you.
She had a choice to stay too.
How many are you telling me you have the answer to? Are you telling me you have the answer to get all women to stay?
I'm telling you to vet your girl. Don't listen to girls tell you about girls. Listen to guys tell you about girls. Vet your girl. You'll know, if you know what to ask her, then you won't ask her what she brings to the table. You'll tell her that motherfucker what to bring because you know what you need. And if she don't bring it, you don't marry her. Y'all going off on love. And then you say, what if love don't work? You'll lose half your shit. Yes, you will. Don't go off love.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I get what you're saying as far as the arbitration, but we have to be realistic. That will not hold up in family court. That's number one.
What you have to understand in statistics, there's two interdependent events, right? I can control myself.
Okay, so here's a better question. Here's a better question. So, do you want a girl?
In terms of what?
In terms of, do you want a girl? Motherfuckers flying to Aruba to get girls all in the Philippines. People getting married.
You asking him or you asking in general?
You want like to marry long term?
A long-term girl, marriage or not, move her in your crib and just be common law for 10 years. That's still taxes for that.
I don't know.
I'll ask another way, Dirty. Do you want legitimate kids?
At one point,
do you want legitimate children?
Yes,
okay, well then you want a motherfucker to be married.
Legitimate under whose opinion?
Man, we're not talking about all this theoretical stuff. We're talking about American law, the same law you worry about getting paid with and all that. We're gonna use that same law. That same law. Do you want legitimate children?
But I am concerned. The fact that my child, right, and you would tell me to throw risks to the wind. I get it, right?
I'm not saying throw risks to the wind. Run out on the battlefield
full of dead bodies and be the one guy that makes it, right? I'm saying that I would be very concerned. It would be if you took my kids from me, it's Amber Alert time. Okay, like that's what I'm saying. Like that's another thing of risk involved in that. And I know men,
but you got to cross that bridge when you get there, dog.
I know men. I agree with that, but I know men who are more financially stable than me, smarter than me, stronger than me, who had it all figured out, and they got their kids taken from them.
Okay, so then if you know that's what's going on, when she had a baby, while y'all still on good terms, tell her to sign over custody to you during good times. Like, I ain't going nowhere, baby. Just give me the title.
And that still involves her choice, right?
It just, this whole thing seems like
she signed under duress, so you can't do that.
I'm gonna tell you this. This is why women. Hold on one sec. Hold on. This is why women are kicking our ass in court because of the nature of the discussion. Hold on. Listen.
No.
Women understand systems. Listen. Women understand systems. Women teach other women how to work systems. All we do is talk about what we can't get done in the system. Listen to this conversation. Play it back. And go to another.
I gotta stop you there. Have you ever been in family court?
Yeah, I have.
On what grounds? Custody?
Child support. Yeah, custody.
No, let me explain something to you. When you go before child support and custody are two separate issues. So which one was it? Was it child
support and custody? I have a child, man, from a previous marriage that I divorced from. So assume I've been through my journey through the family court system.
No, but
I don't really want to get into a bunch of detail about my business personally, but I've been through the family court system.
But what I'm saying to you is, when you go through family court under the grounds of a divorce, it's a different dynamic, because I went through it also, but I was never married. So the laws apply to you different. they default custody to the woman regardless. So about women, it's easy to say that women work with a system that's built and catered towards them. It's completely different. It's adversarial for you as a man. You're basically playing, you know, the dream. You're playing the '90s dream team with a WNBA team when you go in the family court as a man. So you have to understand that from the jump. Yes.
No, when you react to being brought to family court, it's different when you go to family court than when you're brought to family court.
So are you telling me
it's about who gets there first. It's about who goes first.
Are you telling me you have the answer to the 90% of men who are having their child stripped from them? It is literally the biggest
I had my child
inequality.
stripped from me, man.
It's the
Do you
biggest-
have children?
No, it's the biggest.
Okay, I have an 18-year-old son. So I understand where you're coming from. I understand where your heart is, but this is real. This is real life. This isn't a theory.
It also varies with state and jurisdiction also. So you may fare better in other jurisdictions than you will in others. I promise you that you're not going to walk into a New York court the way you're talking and win. I'm willing to bet that you were probably somewhere around the Bible Belt.
But there is no man in here.
I didn't win, bro.
If I gave you 10 cookies, you
didn't win. You didn't win. You're proving my point.
But the thing is this: if I gave you a bowl of 10 cookies and told you eat out of this bowl, and only one of the cookies didn't kill you, nobody would eat out of that bowl. And that's the court system when it comes to marriage and child support. You have a 90% chance of losing. Why
Probably
even step into? Well,
Dude, you probably have a 90% chance of losing to half the people we run into on the street, but we go out in public, right?
That's incorrect.
I'm just saying, most of us. It's always somebody bigger, stronger, and faster.
But that's why
and
God
willing to do what we want to do. But I'm just saying.
Colt 45 to make all men equal.
Man, look, I seen a nigga get smoked with his pistol, so that shit don't mean shit. That shit don't mean nothing. It's always somebody bigger, stronger, and faster.
In that family, but the thing is, I'm not throwing caution to the wind. And not for
no, you don't throw caution to the wind. You don't throw caution to the wind, but there's no insurance for this shit. You just have to get out here and live. You're not living. Well, you just talking.
I got questions now.
Hold on. I think y'all missing the point. We went from proving that marriage isn't tricking to now we having a conversation and a debate about something that's not even a debate. Family court is despicable. It's the worst shit I've been studying law for 10 years. It's the most craziest shit I've ever seen in my life. What you saying, Big Mike, is, which I agree, the thing that the females do is they trade systems. Dirty folks talk about that all night, right? And they talk to each other about what will work. And that's true, and we don't. We talk about what's not going to work. But
that's all I was saying.
But to face fact point is that their confidence that they have is based off the fact that the government, this court system, is going to help them no matter what.
Right.
So I see that, I understand it. So now we in a conversation about we can trade from that to whether we should be afraid or not on doing something or not. Like, it's completely gone away from what's going on. We going down that hole.
Well, I
went
if you want to from the investment side, right? Like, if I'm making an investment of something at a 90% chance of failing, not to say that I won't do it, but it's a risk tolerance. How much am I going to lose if this fails? In 18 years of a paycheck, that's too much of a and my kids taken from me. I'm not doing
21 in some states.
I can't argue with that. I can't argue against that because that's literally how I look at it. That's why.
And right now, I ain't y'all. I ain't you, Big Mike. I ain't yo. A woman take my kid from? Oh hell no! You ain't getting a paycheck because I'm going to jail.
And that's not where to win. You lose no matter what. That's a lose-lose situation.
Yeah, and then you fuck the kids over.
You gotta decide.
You fuck the kids over.
How you want to lose?
Yeah, you fuck the kids over in that case. It's a lot of brothers, man, that divorce and don't get on child support too, bro. Like, so it's not everybody that has to go through that. Some people can come to amicable terms with custody and child care. So, I mean, you probably crazy than a motherfucker. So, she's going to take you to court.
I love my
and
kids.
probably do restraining orders and everything.
I love my kids. I ain't letting no woman. take me. Listen, I ain't gonna
There's,
be you.
there's nothing amicable about child
Ain't no
support.
woman taking me to. Ain't no woman taking my kids from me.
Listen. Let me
But
tell you
didn't I
this.
just
Let me-
say
hold on,
brothers aren't
one
on
second.
child support?
One second. Let me tell you this. That stuff that you just said and that dumb shit that Daryl Long said, that shit don't work. That shit does not work. That shit can sound good, and it's you. I'm a dad. It happened to me. There's nothing for me right now. I could delete this fucking live and then find my son mother somewhere in another country in somebody's dish. I know I could do that. But at the end of the day, when I gotta look in that jail cell and look at my son, and irrespective of our fucking relationship and how much I don't like her, I gotta look at this boy who I said I love with the fact that I killed his mom.
Right.
It sound good. But in the reality of it, to be a dad, I gotta take the L.
So once again, I'm not getting into a situation to take an L then.
Cool. I'm completely with. I take that. That's the out. I got you. But I'm saying, if you in that situation, so you just happen to be in that situation with a chick, that's not the move. It's not gonna work.
No, I'm not saying anything to the chick. I'm saying I'm gonna keep my kid. That's what I'm saying. If I got into that situation,
to your point,
I don't want to be in that situation. I'm not gonna put myself in a situation when I see dudes who's older than me and who done have more money than me. I'm talking about best of the best. In the system beat them. Oh, it's gonna destroy me. So why even enter it in the first place?
And that's
what's it? You can't not compete. Is that what this is about?
No,
not competing?
No, it's about being smart.
Oh, it'd be smart by not moving and not competing? Is that what smart is?
So you think you competing by going to war with the state over your kid?
You compete every time you go to. I'm not saying about. See, you're saying what you're doing is you're using false logic because you're saying you're not going to enter into something because you know how it's going to end up. So you basically don't move. You're not going to enter. That's why I keep saying separate marriage from divorce. You can't separate the two.
You can't separate them, which is why.
Look up the definition of them. Look up the definition of them, and tell me Webster doesn't separate marriage and divorce.
Listen, that means nothing to me. What I'm saying is you thinking the purpose of marriage is divorce because under state. I'm not talking about marriage the way that Noble would talk about it, like where it's.
I'm talking about the way Noble talking about it.
Well, first of all, church and state is supposed to be separate. So the fact that you have to sign a marriage, are you talking about marriage or are you talking about marriage license under the state guide? Because it's two completely separate things.
I'm talking about the basic social contract between a male and a female, bro.
Yeah, but that's not what you said. You said legitimate children earlier.
Legitimate children. I'm asking this man, does he want to have legitimate children?
I want a Lamborghini. I want a private jet.
But until you start your own system of law, I'm talking about
one mic.
Damn, that's all I'm talking about, man.
People don't get what they want in this world. I want a Lambo.
Who don't?
It's because I want something. Do I get it?
Listen, the minute you decide to have a child with a woman and it's an agreement between the two of you, your children are legitimate. I don't give a damn what any state and or systems decide. So asking a man if he wants legitimate children, any child that comes from that man that he takes responsibility for are legitimate, regardless of state intervention. So I'm gonna say that and leave it at that.
How many children don't have their father's last names out here, bro? That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a child that's going to be born with your last damn name in this country. I get all the theoretical stuff. I'm talking about what we're dealing with realistically.
It's not theoretical.
So why wouldn't a child have your last name?
It's because the mom kicked the dad out.
Ask the millions of children who don't have their father's last name.
Well, you made the statement, so I'm asking you.
Dude,
I'm asking you why would
my child has my last name. I have my father's last name,
but
so I'm just saying.
Then why make the statement? You saying that there's children out here without their father's last name. So all I'm asking you is why would they not have their father's last name?
Because they weren't married to the mother.
Well, that's a lie because my child has my last name and I wasn't married. So that's a false statement.
Dude, it's just the woman that you happen to have children with, bro. And if she decided to change your child's name, the simple fact y'all weren't married, she probably could change it when she wanted to.
Wrong.
Okay. I'm always wrong, bro. You're right. I
Listen,
just give it to you. You're
listen,
right on everything we're saying, bro. You're a
listen,
CPA, tax attorney, all of that. Let's go.
Well, I had to
Well, hold
represent
on a
myself
second.
in family court. That's why I know the things that I know. It's
Okay.
not about me. It's not about me pumping my
tell us
chest
about
or
your
waving
win, bro.
or waving
Tell us
resume.
about your win. Stop telling us what we
case,
can't do.
I will.
Mike,
I
can
will
you
tell
tell
you
me
about
about
my
your
win.
win?
Yo, one mic, bro. Hold on.
Well, I was gonna respond.
I didn't win.
My
You
case
didn't
is still.
win. So you
Which is
can
why
win
I'm
by
explaining to you.
Okay.
And
All right, so
I
could
could
is not a winner. I got you.
right, but and I could probably tell you where you went wrong in your case. But what I'm trying to explain to you is, it's a process. The system. You said that women band together and saying that men don't, because as it stands currently, there is nothing for men to band around in family court where we could advise each other on. Which is what I'm trying to express to you, which is what I'm currently working on. Now, my case is extremely complicated and I don't want to contaminate the stream with that. But what I'm saying to you is a lot of the things that you're saying are based on precursors and tropes that aren't true. Now, I'm not saying you're wrong because you're wrong. I'm saying you're wrong because you're misinformed. And you're misinformed on purpose. The system has set it up that way. They don't want you to be informed.
I'm on the other side of my shit, man. That's what I'm telling you. I'm done with my situation. So if you act like you act as if I don't have an experience.
But if you were a winner, then you would have never gotten that situation. So you're trying to tell me to enter into something that you failed at. And I'm not saying that to be disrespectful to you, because like that's the one thing I'm trying not to do. Dudes that have had to go through that, I don't really wish that on anybody. So that's what I'm saying. But I'm not. You older than me, bro. I grew up seeing dudes like you have to fight for stuff that should have been theirs, and it's like, come on, you can't.
Okay, but we fought because that's what we had to do, bro. We didn't run away from the fight, and we definitely didn't bow out from the fight.
But that's what I'm saying.
We didn't opt out. We didn't opt out of the fight.
Yeah, but I know a lot of dudes that took on the fight and lost. The chances are against you, bro.
You guys are taking
at all.
You guys who think like this. Not everybody. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the guys that don't want to move, the guys that are afraid to lose and get out here, that don't have any risk tolerance. Y'all are eventually gonna die out because you're not breeding.
Hey,
and that type of mentality is gonna die out, bro. And that's
that is true.
Hey, Big Mike,
y'all aren't breeding.
What's your definition?
Hold on a second. Big Mike, you a smart guy? Didn't you know that was by design? It was by design that the men who could see the system not working and the women who could see the system not working and not enter into it, who were smart enough. This country is going to idiocracy, where only the people who are dumb enough to get in that will reproduce.
Yo, what's your name, man?
Oh wow.
What's your name?
So this is like a long-term
Mike, chill. Yo, fam, what's your name?
Eric is already sliding. Eric,
let me ask you a question. Because we're talking about investment. All investment is investment. So we're talking about investment. Have you ever taken a calculated risk? Like study the portfolio?
Correct. Absolutely.
Okay, cool.
Absolutely.
So with that being said, when you're taking any type of risk, even if it's calculated, you can lose, right?
Correct.
Had I known in 2007, when Bitcoin was 2 cents, that it would go up to 64,000,
yeah,
I took that win. But there's people that bought it at 64,000 and it dropped to like 20,000. They took an L.
Okay.
Right.
But the thing is, how much more am I losing versus what I put in?
I'm
losing 18 years more than what I put in. Come on, man. Show me an asset out there.
Listen.
Come on, bro. There's nobody's making this investment right now.
Dude, people act like their children on assets.
The marriage rates are declining. The people that are
Hold on, one at a time. Patriarch, hold on. Let Dirty rock. And we can go. Then Patriarch, you go after him, and then Mike, I want you.
This is all I'm saying. I understand what you guys are saying. I understand. I swear to God, I do. That's why I talk about systems all the time. Because you're fighting a system. Y'all call it the system. But yet and still, you never say, okay, if this is corporate law, because that's what it is. It's a merger. It's a partnership. If this is corporate law, in the corporate system, how under corporate maritime law can I win? Y'all looking at it as the woman, because y'all preoccupied with the woman. This is just another contract. Another contract that comes with an arbitrator, and you're getting, whether you call it kids or whether you call it your money, that you're trying to get a yield out of it. You gotta see it in the same. Y'all see, because the way that y'all vet is y'all vet for love. Y'all don't see her as a business expense or business acquisition. Y'all see her as a lover that occasionally gives you pussy. I'm saying, bro, there is a system for that. But y'all don't want to hear about the system. Y'all want to complain about the bitch. I complain about bitches all the time because they dumb. But I don't complain about them because they got clothes on. Anything they do with clothes on is dumb. So I'll be complaining forever.
Yeah. So let me respond to this. So I love your business terms, right? So when I'm looking at something, and I get what you're saying because we're focused on the woman, right? Now, you saying that, if I'm analyzing something, you know that a majority of divorces are initiated by whom?
By women. Absolutely.
Okay.
True.
So and do women have the freedom and the choice to initiate those divorces in the United States?
Yes, but you're still looking at the current system. You're still not.
Yes or no. That's a yes or no question.
It's a yes.
I don't. Okay. So based upon, like, I'm telling you, any type of statistical analysis with interdependent events, that is a factor that I cannot control. That is not in that I can't control. Right?
You can't control it though.
I can control how another woman acts.
No, you can't control her acts. You can control your yield and your loss.
You cannot control your yield and your loss with the current
can.
system. No, you cannot.
By any
your prenups, when you are analyzing a business arrangement.
I'm not talking about prenups. I'm talking about a system.
No, hold on.
With the system, oh my God.
We can solve this real quick with Patriarch. What do you know about contract law?
Little, just little. I'm versed in investments. I thought we were having an investment conversation.
Well, this is why I always talk about etymology, parsing, and syntax. Talk about grammar and law. We'll talk about grammar that goes in the law. What Dirty Folks is explaining to you is draft up a contract essentially, and not take the default bullshit, the prenups, whatever, all that shit, and draft that shit up and get an arbiter. Which there's some other things you can do other than the arbiter, but this is consistent, and that's what he's talking about. You can have a plan in place to where if it don't go that way, it doesn't go. It goes a certain way. You have things in place. Although I agree with face facts, that shit not gonna stand up in family court, because somehow, some way, she's gonna take, like I said earlier in this live, she's gonna find a way to take our private rights and put it in the public. But that's what he's talking about. What he's talking about, what Dirty Folks is talking about, is accurate. So I just want to.
So let me just say this. Like I said, if these guys have the answer, if you have the answer for all divorce and all, because I had the same issue with other people on YouTube. If you're the one guy that has all the answers on how to get out of child support and the family law and divorce and alimony and all that, you are the one guy on here that has that silver bullet. You should market it and sell it, because you would literally put the family court system and half the lawyers in the country who are with family law out of business. The numbers don't prove what you two are saying. The numbers are in my favor. The numbers prove what I'm saying about who's paying alimony, where the checks for alimony go. Even if you sign a prenup, there's mental distress, where custody will be awarded, where the child support and spousal support with children will go. The numbers are in my favor. I don't like 90% of custody payments, 90% of child payments go to women, 90% of alimony payments go to women. It's overwhelmingly in my favor.
That's true.
And if I didn't ask myself, what would the risk be in anything, in any situation? We manage risk every day. There's certain neighborhoods you don't go to. There's certain environments you don't put yourself in. You wear certain seat belts. You take precautions. Some people had to wear a mask, even though we didn't agree with that stuff. You know, some people, everything around you in this world is about managing risk. Not saying don't take one, but it's about managing. For individuals that tell me to throw all caution to the wind to enter into an arrangement where if it went bad, I am going to be 90% of the situation will be against me.
Because I'm on the phone.
I'll be held liable for 18 years. It's absolutely ridiculous. And the thing is this, you could say it's me. You could say, hey man, it's him. He's a loser. He's an incel. He's whatever. Fine. But check this out, bro. The numbers of the younger men are also slighted to me as well. They're not participating in this arrangement anymore. And that's men of all races.
All right, I'll say this. You mentioned it earlier that it's been set up for this result to happen, right? You would agree, right?
Correct.
What I'm telling you at 36 is that your response has also been predicted. These conditions exist because they know when you become smart and you look at the stats, you'll make the decision that you're going to make. These things have been created by men older than me, playing a game older than me, that knows that once you see those numbers based off the education that they gave you, you'll be left to the conclusion that you have now. So that's why I'm sitting. I'm not really neutral on it. I have a particular place, but these conversations is where it starts. You got people that's already in this chat and around this channel that even Face Facts himself said he's working on stuff. There's a lot of people working on it. People are just waking up.
I don't know everything. I'm not going to sit here
No,
and say
no.
I know
I get. That's why I explained
something that I don't know. Now that would be stupid of me. If you have other, because I'm about to go watch the second half of Ozark here in a minute. But if you have things out there that you feel could hedge risk with child support, I'm not going to be dumb. I can
So
always
3
learn.
times about the system. Folks have been telling you.
But hold on, Noble, tag me in. I need to say something.
Go ahead.
Right. Here's the thing. Right. I understand what Dirty Folks are saying. I understand what Mike is saying, and I agree with Patriarch. But the issue with Patriarch is saying is he's never been through family court, so he's not explaining it right. The thing that Dirty Folks and Mike are missing with the family court system, what Dirty Folks is saying could work. The problem is his strategy will only work for him. The way the family court system is set up, this is why there's no silver bullet. That's what Patriarch was saying. What's the silver bullet? How can you market it? The way that system works, once you go through the door, it closes behind you. So if let's say for instance, Dirty Folks went with his contract that he set up prior to getting the woman pregnant, and through some miracle of God, she agreed to it, had a lawyer present, signed it. They couldn't run I signed it under the rest game. Once Dirty Folks got that deal for him, that door would immediately seal behind him. There would be no one else that would be able to walk through that door behind him. That's how that system is set up and designed.
Hold on, 3 things real quick. Number 1, you on the Dirty Folks podcast. I show you all this shit all the time. So let me ask you a question. When you create an agreement to use Google or Yahoo or Facebook, they ask you, they make you sign a terms of agreement, and you got to click yes and put your initials, correct?
Correct.
It doesn't matter if you read it or not, but you have to agree to it, correct?
Correct.
Are you under duress when you agree to it? Because you can't use Facebook unless you charge the agreement.
Correct.
Or are you under duress when you click the agreement?
No, listen, I'm gonna agree with you because I know the path that you're taking with this, but you're missing the point.
I'm not missing the point. So then the actual better debate was me and Noble talking about religion and law. Right?
Right.
So do you agree that Mormons, Muslims, and Amish have their own marital cultures? You never see them in divorce court.
That's not true.
You might see a Muslim in divorce court. You ever seen an Amish or a Mormon in divorce court?
Yes, I've seen Amish. I've seen Jews. You see
Amish in divorce court? That's crazy.
Yeah, and a Jew, but because you have to remember, it's something that's
Pennsylvania.
How could I put it? The divorce is like a gun. When I say that, I mean guns don't kill people. Guns don't kill people. People kill people.
I get
So the way that system is, and I get what you're saying with like the contracts and if you use Google, but the main issue with family court is the laws and the rules that govern normal courts do not apply to family court.
Because it's arbitration court. You're right, because it's arbitration court. It's not criminal or civil.
Hey, I'm about to leave, but Dirty, I got your podcast. I subscribe to you. If you have solutions for this, I just got to go. I can't hear them right now, but I got you.
Every time y'all come on the Dirty Folks podcast, I got a whole thing on there that say, man, donate your daycare fees to the Marry Your Secretary app. The app comes with arbitration, the payments, and everything. Everything goes through the app. So you already have a legally binding thing that she has used 100 times before she tries to divorce you. And says, man, so she's not under duress because she has to use the app. So the app gives you your arbitration. Your app gives you your counseling if that's what you need, because it's all arbitration and magistrate law.
That's why I didn't understand what you didn't get what I was talking about earlier. All of that stuff is
No, I got what you said. I just didn't agree that the Moors were the only ones that could do it. But I agree that religion and
they're not the only ones that can do it. It's the only ones that they're going to recognize. That's what I'm saying. You can do anything. Anybody can do anything. But these people that you need attention, you need.
No, they recognize they recognize Native Americans too. As a matter of fact, they're the only ones that don't pay taxes in America.
A Native American is a British subject. That's why they acknowledge them, so they can stay up under them. That's why I'm very particular on what you say. Like you talking to the guy that look up etymology. I look up all these words that we've been using. A native is a I think it's called a denizen, which is a British subject. That's why they say that.
Say that in Canada too to this day, and I don't begrudge you that.
Mm-hmm.
They also don't pay child support. They don't pay taxes. Period. They don't have to pay for college. They don't have to pay for shit.
Yeah, it's levels though. Because royals don't, and royals don't have to pay taxes, and they don't have to report income.
There you go.
It's levels though.
So there's a bunch of systems that separate. It's like careers.
But I agree with everything you were saying prior to. I'm in the country with that.
No, that's cool. What I'm saying is, what you do is, it's not necessarily I close the door behind me. I'm Mr. Feed the Pack. I'm Mr. High Tide Raise All Ships. I'm trying to get y'all to supreme being status because I understand your fears. I got the same fears. Niggas is not fucking because they got them fears. I'm fucking, so I triple fear. That's like, you know what I'm saying? That's the difference between avoiding high crime areas and being in a high crime area with a pistol looking for the shooters. Like, I'm in the game, coach. You know what I'm saying? So I'm always trying to make a system that works for me because I want to be on top of these things, because the worst thing you want to do is get caught lacking. And now you're talking about 18 years. You know what I'm saying?
I agree with that.
It's contract law. But all I'm telling you is to be proactive instead of reactive.
No, I get that. I just want to clarify my statement. I wasn't saying that you would close the door behind you. I'm saying the system will close the door behind you.
I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is the system can't close the door behind me because I'm giving you a system. I keep talking about system. I say you can't fight a system without a system. When I start talking about tribal law, like tribe up, I'm like, yo, we already changed our social designation. Create a system based on your religion. The religion says you can't get divorced. If you get divorced, you don't get shit. That's religion. The same reason you ain't got to wear a mask or get the shot because of religion. You tie your law into your religion, and then you push your agenda. Everybody got to get down and lay down.
It goes back to what you was talking about, culture, right? And you kept aiming to culture. And I was pushing because that particular conversation was more about nationality, right? But you're right on the culture because what they've been putting out is counterculture, aka counterintelligence, aka social engineering. Just doing things just to be doing things, knowing that people are going to be susceptible to heterosuggestion, constant bombardment of advertisement, and that shit sit in your frontal lobe and you make those decisions. So we're sitting in the counterculture where your day in, day out stuff is convincing you, like Patriarch was saying. Patriarchy got his concepts because of his social exchanges. He doesn't really know contract law, doesn't really understand law yet. But because of his social environment, it's causing him to think certain things. And that's really what the problem is. So even within what Dirty Folks is talking about, we build an environment. It has to be a culture inside the culture. I've always said offline that I'm here to change the culture of the people changing the culture. That's what I represent. That's what I've always done. The niggas that's hitting around the block, I go talk to them. I don't go talk to the niggas they work with. Like, nah, I don't really hear him because of this going on. And they're like, all right, because of the credibility I have with people playing that role. So everybody got to play their role. We're not going to agree, because if we're in a nation or an empire, we probably be all of us is up here probably be in complete different divisions at complete different ranks. And that's what I be noticing about things. But it's also important to come and have a conversation, because like faith studies, law, you know how to stand up. My brother, I think you live, matter of fact, the Truth Reloaded. My sister was up here for a minute. She bounced out. I've been studying law, like I said, 10 years. We will be handling that. You know what I mean? Got Tommy here. He's 6'4". You know, he be in the military. Big Bike 6'6". He be in the military. So we're not going to agree, because genetically we just born for different parts of an empire, a nation, or a tribe. And But nonetheless, I think this shit was dope. We had a dope ass conversation. I ain't ended it, but I do have to shout out to OGJ Speed, gave me a $10 cash app. Shout out to XL Pro for the $5 cash app. Shout out to Dominique Levin, sorry if I'm saying your name wrong, for the $100 cash app. Shout out to Bernard S for the $20 cash app. Shout out to my guy Supreme 10 for the $25 cash app. I always get the shit afterwards. I appreciate y'all. Yeah, go ahead. Poppy, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Dirty. Unless you forgot what you said. You said, if you're not live, you should have came up, bro.
No, I ain't forget what I said. All I was saying, bro, is what I said. There is a fear leads in action, right? Courage is not the absence of fear. It's doing what you have to do despite being afraid, right? To put your life on hold because you're afraid of what could happen is a fool's errand.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
It's almost passport bro level. Like, I'm afraid of what can happen to me here. I'm not going to control my situation as a man and create my own circumstance. I'm going to say, yo, I'm going to be a default for everybody else that's a default. And what happens to default people is bad. And I don't want to do anything bad, but I want to stay default. And I'm just like, yo, be proactive. If you know what's going on and you see it, reverse engineer it like they do everything else. That's what science is, reverse engineering.
That's true. I give you that. I think, but to Faye's point, he was saying, maybe not what you were saying, Face, but we ain't got this thing figured out yet. I'm with y'all 100%.
I'm not thinking about what Face saying. Face was not. I understand what Face is saying. Face is coming from a place that even if I don't agree, I can understand. I was talking about my mans who just left. Like, yo, bro, you scared of life? Like, you scared of living? You don't get no pussy. You don't have no kids. You ain't gonna get no girl. Like, because you're afraid of what could happen?
Fear of loss is serious. It's a deal. It's a big deal. Matter of fact, definitely want to build with you, Tommy, on your last live, on your birthday live, because that shit heavy, bro. That survivor's guilt.
Yeah, it is.
It's a big deal, man. Like, it's not like, so I mean, he himself. I think his name is Eric. He's pretty extreme, but I was watching Tommy's live. Definitely go, if somebody, my moderators is still up, definitely put his last live in the chat. And I got like, now I don't want to say PTSD or something, but I was like going through the same shit here. And you say verbatim the same shit I heard. Like, why the fuck? Out of all these niggas that I know get popped up, hit up, like, what the fuck make me special? I'm living them niggas. You know what I'm saying?
70% from the military for PTSD, and it ain't got a damn thing to do with no military.
Nigga, I did 8 tours to Chicago, my nigga. I feel it.
Yeah, I already know what it is. I had a partner. Matter of fact, one of my partner's ears from the that I met in the military got smoked up there at it was a club called the gaming room or something like that.
Oh, the dating room, the dating game, yeah. The dating game.
They got him right outside of there. He got into it with some chick.
And this is why I leave an hour early. Because they always shoot at the parking lot.
Bro, everybody knows that if you from a hood, you know you don't stay to the end every time. But he was one of them cats. I ain't gonna lie to you, because it messed with me because it happened the day before Father's Day, and dude was an excellent father. But he was one of them cats that he kind of did too much. You could tell he's kind of making up for what he didn't do when he was a youth. You know those cats that when they was youth, they were scared to do it. So when they get older, they like I give you weird shit he would do. Like, we would go to his house. This is while we was in the military. He would answer the door with a pistol. I'm like, bro, you're not selling dope. We in the military. What are we doing here? You feel like just weird shit like that. So I had heard a story when as soon as he went back home, because he got out here, he had like a box Chev on 24s, I think, or something like that. They stripped all that shit when he got back home.
Shout out to Chicago.
You know, he one of them types. So he get the, running his mouth and shit to some chick, and she pretty much told him, like, I had some dudes coming, and I keep mine on me, da-da-da. And they pulled up and knocked him down.
Okay. Here's the thing. I'm gonna cam up for this because I want y'all to see my look. Everybody needs a man. You understand that, right? And everybody needs a man for the same reason, for provision and protection. You got to put your mans in them on, and you got to save them sometimes from themselves. I got little cousins like that. If you know how many people are alive because of me, you know how, nigga, and my man over here now as my witness, we went to a nigga crib, the whole party full of sheriffs and municipal workers. Everybody got a license to carry. This motherfucker, fuck y'all niggas. Y'all niggas ain't shit. This nigga get drunk and lose his mind. And everybody in that fucking party looked at me. Cause they was gonna air him out. And they looked at me, and they only looked at me to say, am I gonna get him or am I gonna get both of y'all? And I could tell I just lost a pass, right? Like, you only get a limited amount of passes before niggas fuck you up. I had to use one of my passes on him, like, you know what? We about to ride. I'm gonna take it. It was like, man, all right, fam. And hugged everybody. But I know in their mind, they think, like, don't bring, they hit me like 2 days later, don't bring this motherfucker over ever again. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's those, I ain't no punk, because I ain't got no daddy, and I'm gonna prove I'm a man ass niggas.
Extra shit to get you extra fucked up.
Bro. I tell people that's the most important thing my pops taught me coming up was your number one job is to walk through that door. Period. Nice. And that was crazy. Like when we was on the live with our boy that was from Baton Rouge, and just to hear the way he talking, I'm like, bro, like you basically begging to get smoked, bro, with that type of attitude. If anybody call me this, I got it. Man, I got out of that alone, and I'm glad I did. And I told him literally March of this year, I had a homeboy, bro, we 40. You fighting a security guard, and he ended up getting smoked. Now your 4 girls ain't got nobody there.
You said it right, 40
are we swinging with a security guard?
I can't vouch for everybody, but I could probably vouch for Noble, but I can't vouch for everybody else. Nigga, I got my name before I was 20, and I fought for my name. My name is my name, right? I'm getting in strip clubs at 17. I'm being with the old folks. I'm getting money. Before I'm 20, I did everything you weren't supposed to do before you was 21 and older. By the time I was 25, I'm chilling. There's no reason in the world for you to be 38, 45 years old trying to get the name that you didn't get as a kid.
Talk.
Yeah.
Amen.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but the thing is, a lot of people, bro, a lot of men, they don't know how far the next man is willing to take it. That's when it comes down to it. That's what it comes down to it.
That's what it comes down to.
In most of my fights, bro, and stuff like that, 95% of the time I didn't start it, but I'm willing to take it all the way. You see what I'm saying? Like sometimes you don't know, you don't know where. Like I'm the kind of guy. Like for example, it's like we know that we all grow and evolve at some point, right? Let's say we all were street niggas at some point. At some point, that shit kind of get out of you, but your instinct still in you. You see what I'm saying? Like before, we used to go to the club, me and the homies, always me, 3, 4, 5 guys, whatever, right? Before it was a problem if a nigga step on my goddamn shoes and don't even turn around and say, hey man, I'm sorry. Now, my nigga, I ain't gonna lie to you, I don't even care no more because I'm like, now at this point, it be like, yo, we in a crowded place. It's impossible for this motherfucker to not even step on this shit. See what I'm saying? So it's 2 different eras.
But also, Poppy, even if you look back on them days, like a big thing I tell people is intention. If this man didn't intentionally do it, what are we doing here? Mistakes happen. Now, it was times where when we was ignorant, we did this. Man, I slapped niggas hats off their head, stumped niggas shoes, like just begging for a nigga to do something. You know what I'm saying?
But you know what I seen that, Tommy? Sorry, I'm cut you. Go ahead. Finish.
Go ahead. You good?
But you know what you really see how niggas is fucking wild, bro. And I'm pretty sure all of us had the same experience on this one. When you outside, it can be the club, it can be the bar, whatever, right? Let's say you at the bar or club. You grab a girl arm and you trying to talk to her. Hey, baby, can I talk to you for a second? Obviously, you don't know that her nigga is there, right? And then it's always a nigga, hey, cuz, that's my bitch, cuz. Hey, I'm sorry, boss. I mean, you know what I'm saying? A nigga already, me personally, I'll be like, hey, I'm sorry, boss. I didn't know. You have a good night. Right. But guess what? Right. The next nigga, he always gonna press the issue. Hey, cuz, I beat your ass. Go out, shoot. Oh, what? Bro, I say sorry, homie. You keep going by.
That has never happened to me with a man, Poppy. That's happened to me a lot of times. Never with a man. Always some little lesbian bitch with a sports bra and a Bill Cosby sweater.
I'm gonna tell you when it happened to us, though. Is when I was in the military, and you know that was that whole, like, especially you in the military towns, the niggas there, they just think all the military niggas are suckers. And every time we got in a fight when I was in the military, I knew exactly who the fuck we was gonna fight. Because when I get in the club, I'm scoping everything. I want to see what these niggas over here are doing, how they looking at us, what these niggas over there doing, how they looking at us. Every single time I knew exactly who the fuck we was fighting. Every time. And the thing with the military is everybody. It's like that. What do they call that? Where everybody's separated by like 5 people. So you got these dudes here who, and then you got say like some people outside in the line. They connected to some people in here because they were stationed here together. So we go to the club and we like 10 deep. But by the time everybody who knows somebody here, we end up 35, 40 deep easily. So we get in a fight with these niggas. And then by the time the whole fight get pushed outside, we got 20 more niggas outside waiting in line. And we still air them niggas out.
So y'all,
Virginia Beach.
your own. You talking about niggas from the hood?
Yeah,
niggas from the same army that you're from.
The local niggas from, like when you go to military towns, the local niggas in the hood think that all the military niggas is just nerds, like just straight up. So we always get into it with them niggas. I had the same thing growing up when I was in private school. Like we used to have to fight the public school niggas because they thought we was nerds. Nah, nigga, my daddy just ain't a bum like yours is. Sorry.
I like that there was different.
But these hands is for everybody, nigga. Like it's just what it was. So for us, we uniformed up.
Baby.
They in regular clothes and it's whatever, nigga. This shit unbuttoned. It's whatever.
You know what's crazy? Here's what's crazy. Y'all was in regular clothes or y'all was in service clothes?
Regular.
No, we was regular clothes.
All right.
But they could always tell because like I'm from Cali. So if I'm in Virginia, they could tell just by the way I dress and shit.
Oh, no doubt.
They ain't from here. And then it's a mix of it. So it's like a Cali nigga, a New York nigga, a Texas nigga, Alabama. Like, so you can just tell we don't even mesh together because we dress so differently. So, okay, that's them boat boys. They called us boat boys. I was in the
Y'all boat boys.
I've been meaning to ask this for a while now. Why do y'all drive like that? Why military guys? Why y'all drive like that?
I drive
like Mexican women. What they drive like Mexican women?
So, I'm gonna tell you what it is. Though. No, this is what it is because I think that's more for the people who like are lifers in the military. But you're put into a town and you have drivers from all over the country in one place. So you got them crazy ass LA drivers, crazy ass New York drivers, all Miami drivers, all of these people, and then you got like the country everybody. Because I remember when I came back home. No bullshit, y'all. I was on the freeway and an old white lady passed me by and flipped me off. And I'm like, God damn, I'm doing like 65. She smashed by doing like 8. It's just you drive different. I came back home, I had to snap back. Oh, I'm back in Cali. We drive woo woo. It's just, but like San Diego's, your Virginias, you literally got the entire country in one place and all those driving habits mixed together. It's just a clusterfuck.
Well, everybody I know that's like active and like a dude that got to make it down to base. I drive it's crazy. I'm like, all right, I know I drive fast.
They trying not to be late. That's why.
I get that.
Though, like especially like out here, the way they drive out here, like in Oakland, pure idiots. I'm talking. I never leave a red light after about 2 or 3 seconds. I'm waiting because niggas will smash through that red light like it ain't nothing. We done drove from I stayed, so my hood is 98, and we had a funeral to go to, I think it was on like 37, and we drove that whole way and ain't stopping not one red light the whole way. That's Oakland Drive. Like that shit is wild.
That's Oakland. Like Detroit. Detroit don't use turn signals for shit. They just bust lefts for no reason.
Yeah, we cousins with Detroit. Detroit and Kansas City and Oakland, that's locked in. Yeah.
Nah, I got a shout out to Bronx, New York.
The sidewalk.
Yo, Poppy, tell me the worst drivers in the world ain't from the Bronx. BX all day.
I wouldn't argue that. I know you niggas crazy.
Yo, they drive with no side mirrors, no headlights.
But you know what's crazy?
Not because they ain't on, because the car just ain't got them, and they'll drive the wrong way down a one way.
You know what's crazy? You won't see no accidents over there. No.
Yeah, that's because they all drive. That's because they drive off after they have the accident. It's always it's a hit and run by default in the Bronx.
Here. Hey, if that motherfucker start up, we gone.
Bro, I was like I think I was a preteen, 12 or 13, man, and we was in New York, right in Manhattan. And my mother wanted us to see all the shit we seen in the movies. I'm like, all right, we seen it. Nigga, y'all do this fucking tapping your bumper shit? Nigga, we was about to beat this shit out them niggas. Yeah, they tap your bum when it's in back-to-back traffic. They tap your shit. Niggas was about to beat
it's so the express is so little out there, it's not even fun. We don't got space, bro.
But that's for the now. If they do that, I'm gonna tell you what it is. Cause
I'm gripping, son.
That's not a New York thing. That's a somebody that can't park thing. Because
we went
he talking regular traffic.
You was in traffic.
They be on their phone.
Still
They,
driving.
they was on. They probably on their phone or looking at a chick walking by.
My godmother who lived up there, that's what we came up there to see. She said that's what they be doing. I said, the fuck if they do it again? She's from Baltimore.
I can believe that.
Beat the shit out them niggas.
I can believe New York got the worst traffic because they got the most congested streets. Like Atlanta. Atlanta at nighttime used to scare the fuck out of me.
That traffic is so bad, bro.
Bro, no, not the 285 going. No, you talking
I
about
was
the
about to
285
say, I
going.
do that shit every day, bro.
No,
I
no,
do
not the
Atlanta every day.
Not the 285. When you're on an 85 at nighttime, when really ain't no traffic and the speed limit 75 and you doing 85 and the nigga fly past you like you doing 20.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's Cali, y'all.
That's where they be
LA.
shooting folks on 85.
Yeah.
See, Atlanta traffic got bad because you had all those transplants. Like,
Yeah, same thing.
I want to
Same
say it
thing.
started maybe like 20, 15 years ago. Like, all the people that couldn't afford to live in the other major cities, when they found out that Atlanta was becoming a black mecca, they all like migrated, and now it's gotten ridiculous.
It's just like like I was explaining in the military cities. It's the same thing. You got people from everywhere, same different driving habits in the same spot.
Man, it's 6 million people here, man. This place was never meant to get this big.
No,
it's probably about 14 counties with about 6 million people.
That's
great.
LA.
Y'all only got like 2 highways over there.
They got
and
3.
And the snow down there, they'll call a state of emergency for 2
Yo, they
weeks.
shut down the whole city. That I was down in the snow of 2000, January 2000. They shut down the whole city.
Yeah,
I'm down there. I was staying down there, but that's that was the Super Bowl when the greatest show on turf was there.
Yeah,
when Marshall Faulk and them came down.
Marshall Faulk and New England Patriots.
Yeah, y'all garbage ass niggas in Baltimore. Shout out to Noble. When the Baltimore won and your boy, what's your boy name who shanked everybody?
That's after Syracuse sat on my quarterback. I want to throw that out there. Cheating.
Ray Lewis. Ray Lewis shanked the motherfucker. I'm down in the A for that. Here's what's so crazy. Because at that time they were St. Louis Rams. They just left LA.
Yeah.
The St. Louis Rams was at the hotel I was at the Crown Plaza Ravinia, right? So we kicking it the whole time. These niggas ain't practicing the shit. I ain't practicing either. I ain't on the team. Nigga, we partying like a motherfucker. Because we knew they was going to win. They had Marshall Faulk. Like they had a squad.
Oh, yeah, that was bad.
Isaac Bruce, Torrey Hall.
Bro.
Yeah, Isaac Bruce, Torrey Hall.
They had a squad. So, you know, I'm rooting for him. And I'm at the hotel with him.
Hakeem.
Isaiah Hakeem.
Wide receiver. Yeah.
And then all I know, we was at the hotel. We was at the restaurant with the bar in it. And all you hear is goddamn it, man, Ray Lewis. The police coming in for Ray Lewis. They looking for him because he done sank the motherfucker. Here's my thing, bro. But that's my Atlanta memory. Like Atlanta went down, but Freaknik Atlanta. Everybody want Freaknik Atlanta, but this ain't Freaknik Atlanta. Everybody want glamour LA. I remember you should be able to hop out the plane in either San Bernardino or in LAX, and there will be a pretty Cali girl to suck your dick. Be like, you're from Chicago. Let me give you some head. Welcome to Cali. Social media fucked that up. How you fuck that up?
Hey man, they can be lit. They can be the chick in the penthouse now.
They still there. They just moved them.
Yeah, they moved them. They ain't in San Bernardino no more.
They still there, but
no more West Covina.
Outskirts.
Man, I ain't trouble with this. This is all right. So to go back to the second conversation, this is the problem I have with the passport bros. They ain't traveled America. There's a different vibe everywhere you go in America.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? The Texas vibe, man, I should have married a Texas girl. The Texas vibe is different than the Cali vibe. Both of them cool though. Arizona vibe different.
North Carolina, best place I've ever been in my life.
Oh my God, they so gorgeous.
Man,
I was gonna move to Raleigh.
Texas is the.
Yeah, I fuck with H-Town heavy. I
don't fuck with H-Town. I love, man, look, H-Town got some of the most gorgeous women I ever saw in my life. But I ain't moving to H-Town. North Carolina, H-Town, LA, and Miami had the finest women I've ever seen. Atlanta women ain't fine since 2006. Because all them girls was transplants. They went back home. But the coolest people ever, like you want to just raise a family, the Dakotas, North and South Dakota.
Oh yeah, I've been up there. Yeah, man, them people. I ain't gonna lie, you right. Them people.
Listen.
I was in North Dakota, South Dakota, and Idaho, running cars and shit. Yeah, they nice as fuck.
Hey Pop, you know how?
why? It ain't no traffic. Ain't nobody mad. Niggas is chilling. No, it was 2:30 in the afternoon. Zero traffic. I'm like, yo, this is weird.
You know why else? You know why else is so nice? Because you see black men going out there, but you don't see no black women. Black women bring the chaos. Black men just slap, fuck the Becky, used to get a couple of dollars.
Black women bring the kids.
Black women bring the chaos.
Free housing. You got good supplemental income up in this bitch. I'm ducking my nigga.
All right, they might be looking for free housing because these bitches don't want to pay shit. Goofy bitches. They don't want to pay shit, but you see all these bitches basic.
Hey,
anyway,
hey man, can I say one thing real quick, man?
Go ahead, man. Say something,
I never got a chance to address the young gentleman that got off the phone, got off the stream earlier. The patriarchy guy.
Oh, patriarchy.
I had a run in with him the other night, man. Patriarchy,
we all had Big Mike.
You gonna get cooked. Nah, patriarchy finna get cooked. He next up. I didn't want to do it on Noble Show, but I do want to put that out there. But one thing I have to say that he represents to me, he represents the apathy and the sense of inadequacy that's in our younger generation boys. The will to not compete. You know, and it's this everybody gets a trophy, generation. I feel like, and that's killing us, man.
Yeah.
Like I told him before, that type of mentality, you're gonna not breathe. In which case, you're gonna die off real quick. That mentality is gonna die off real quick. Noble says it a lot. This is about genetics in a lot of situations, and I think that I'm not gonna say every passport, bro, is on the same type of tip. I'm not saying everybody's traveling for the same reasons. But to me, it seems like they're traveling to try to replace or gain some kind of status by being able to throw money around. And this is a big thing with the FBA immigrant argument as well, because you got a lot of people that come from these backgrounds that's what they do is throw money around. And that determines success because maybe they came from a place where they didn't have it. So there is a difference in how we look at that from a cultural standpoint as well. So I'm gonna land my plane with that. I did want to just address that this inadequacy and this inability to compete and fight is detrimental to our community right now. Detrimental.
You ain't got no goddamn community, Mike.
Are you boomer splaining? I gotta ask.
I'm not a boomer, man. I'm not boomer splaining. I'm just saying this dude is saying he don't want to compete. I don't want to get out there. I might get hurt. I don't want to get married because I'm going to get divorced and all of this stuff, man. Do people not realize that the family structure is the reason why all these other races are whipping our ass?
Okay,
well, whatever you call yourself.
That's
the family
partially...
structure is, the family structure.
No, listen, you're right, partially. The only issue that I take with the statements you're making is that deal was made available to everyone. The women that look like us that are not our women but pretend to be are the only ones that took that deal. That's part of the problem.
Look at you. Welcome to the Dirty Folks Podcast. They are not your women. Goddamn right.
I mean,
look at you. Look at you. I'm so proud of you, man.
I don't understand what we're disagreeing on.
I'm gonna tell you what they disagreeing on.
I don't understand how that explains that. How Jewish families or white families or these different family structures are able to outperform on so many levels.
Well, I just told you. We're the only group that hasn't had the ability to to deal with our traders. This is public knowledge.
No, face facts. I'm not gonna give you that. And I like you, bro.
It seems like we're the ones that don't really have the balls to deal with our traders.
That's where I'm gonna go with it. It's
not that we don't have the ability. We lack the balls. We literally have a dude on there saying he refuses to go get in the game.
I'm glad you took the bait because as you tried to age shame him earlier for being a young man that doesn't want to compete.
I did not try to age shame him.
Whoa. I'll let you get it out. Let me get it off. You're trying to stop me because you know where I'm going. You see it coming. It's the vacuum.
I just don't deal with shaming and words like that.
No,
those are new age feminist words.
All I'm saying to you is you just naming it. What's the bigger issue for you? Naming it or doing it? Because obviously you don't have a problem with doing it. What I'm saying to you is if you're gonna say that they don't want to compete, this fight should have been fought before he had to fight it. Being an older man, you should have took it upon yourself to take on that mantle. So
I can't get no hoes for that nigga. What is you talking about?
No. We're not talking. I'm not talking about getting hoes for him. Why
That's what I'm
take
talking
it
about, bro.
I can get hoes for him though.
Listen, you don't listen.
For that young nigga,
Listen. Trust me. Yeah, let's not do that. What I'm saying is, we all in here know you don't got to compete for them, because I don't have problems getting women. I have problems getting rid of them. But I'm not saying that he doesn't want to compete. It's not about competing. What he's saying is the current system does not favor him. Now, if we ignore that, then we're being disingenuous. There are a lot of traps and minefields that everyone is not equipped to navigate around, yourself included. You admitted that you had a situation and you didn't emerge from the court victorious. And I can tell you from personal experience swimming in these shark-infested waters, navigating the family court is you have about a 2% chance of coming out of that on top as a man. It's a very, very difficult thing to navigate, and everyone's not equipped or has the will or the resources to do it.
Brother, but I'm gonna tell you this.
No, Mike,
man.
let me
Like
get
I
this.
said, this is
Mike,
why
Mike,
this is.
Mike,
Hold
Mike.
on, Dirty. I ain't talking in a while. Let me just get this out real quick.
Get your rock off,
Get it out real quick.
Go ahead, get your rock off.
Let me get it up back real quick. Let me get it off. Get my shit off real quick. So basically, is we keep going down this illogical path of associating marriage with divorce. If a dude can keep the contract with a woman, however they decide to craft their contract, is what we're talking about. There are plenty of people who are still married. Every marriage doesn't end in divorce. And I think that's illogical to try to approach it that way, to try to connect the two. Like I said, if you look up the definitions, but you won't look up the definitions because you don't subscribe to that. It's kind of hard to have a logical conversation with somebody that doesn't subscribe to anything.
See, I have to stop you there because I never
Besides
made the
what you want to arbitrarily subscribe to.
No. I never.
So if we're gonna look at, we've been conflating the two issues the whole time. I'm talking about marriage. I'm talking about you getting with a woman, you being with that woman, not the goddamn divorce, not the child support, not the family court. I'm talking about you consummating a social bond with a woman.
No, you're contaminating my statement. What I said, I never conflated the two. You did. What I said was, I never said that all marriages end in divorce. And I could make the argument that a lot of marriages that don't end in divorce are probably worse than the ones that do end in divorce. Because a lot of those times, that's how you get the situation. Listen, and we agreed on this.
Do we want to be happy or alive, man?
Listen, what is marriage?
Do we want to be happy or here? Do we want to be happy or here? No, I'm talking about marriage guarantees. You're
not letting me get my statement out, which proves you may not be a boomer, but you're a boomer light. What I'm saying is, we just spoke earlier about having the situation with the emasculated man. Those marriages that don't end in divorce are because the man found out what he was going to lose, and a lot of these men capitulate and they're CompuServes because they're basically held at marriage hostage. Like those, they go to these counseling sessions where they get bug broken by these counselors telling them what they're going to lose, and men will not tell you that part of this. They will not tell you that part of the story. I've been in the court to have to talk to men that are crying because I'm talking about grown men.
Are you a lawyer?
I might as well be. I've paid enough in legal fees to go to law school. I've been fighting my case for about 5 years, so I'm damn near verified as a paralegal. And I'll tell you the truth, 5 years is not long when it comes to family court. There are some men that have been fighting. Some men fight their case so long that by the time they finish, the kids are grown.
Brother, why can't we talk about it? But why can't we talk about the actual marriage? We keep going to what your comfort zone, which is the family court. We keep taking it back there.
Well, listen, if it's not going bad, then it doesn't need.
It's not right.
If it's not going, if it's going good, then it doesn't need to be discussed. Right?
What? If it's going good,
you take your car to a mechanic if it doesn't have a problem.
That's being fixed. That's being fixed. But I still discuss my car, and when it's doing good and when it's doing bad. I'm saying we can't omit stuff from the discussion just so you can win. and so you can feel comfortable. You can't do that.
See,
You
no,
can't do that.
you're doing the boomer stuff. I'm not trying to win.
Stop trying to label me, bro. If you would spend more time listening than trying to label me, I don't care if you call me a boomer. I'm not a boomer. So
then it shouldn't trigger you. But what I'm saying is,
it doesn't trigger me. You just
I get what you're
saying
saying. Okay, listen. If people have happy marriages, then congratulations to them. But this is a space where people come when they have problems. People don't come here when they have good marriages. Just like a lot of men that get divorced for the second time. When they get married and they go through their first divorce and then they get remarried, they exit this space. Oh, well, I made those mistakes, so now I know what to do. Then when they make the same mistakes, what do? They come right back. So no one comes to this space when they don't have the problem. When it's going good, then this space isn't needed. So bringing up the fact that they're happy marriages, listen, I would hope that we could have some of those in our community, because I'll agree with you. That's probably what we're in desperate need of. But
that's exactly what we're in desperate need of. That's how I keep
wait.
And we got this conversation that way.
This is what's offending me about what Face Facts is saying. I'm gonna tell you the word that offended me. Community. Community means to commune in unity. I don't want to get into the epigenetics. So I'm gonna let Noble do his thing. But that's what community means.
Etymology? You said epigenetics. Go ahead.
I sure the fuck did. My bad.
Stressful.
Etymology on epigenetics. Fuck you. Anyway, you see me sipping, motherfucker.
I see. I see. It's working. It's definitely working.
He said it's working.
Listen. I know what you mean, but I'm only using the words that are available to me.
I get that. But to commune in unity is a man thing. Women only care about what's inside her front door. Everything outside is men. All the bonds you make with your neighbors is men. Your neighborhood only has 2 neighborhood moms. You understand that, right? There's only 2 moms that give a fuck enough to know who our kids' friends are. There's 64 houses on every block. 2 block spans, 4 blocks wide. So that's 64 plus 64, that's 128. 128 times 4 is roughly 996. Out of 996 houses, there's only 2 women who give a fuck about who her kids' friends are. Men control the commune of unity. We gotta know our neighbors. Girls don't have to know shit. They just do shit.
Man.
So I'm saying, but no, I'm not shitting on you. I just hate that word community when Colored said it.
Well, listen, I hate it too, but
it was something there is no other word that we have to describe what I'm talking about. But I gotta push back on you with saying this is a space for men who have problems. You act as if men don't come here seeking solutions as well. And I think a bunch articulating your problem, it doesn't really do anything to push the conversation forward, other than the articulating the problem. I find that a lot in these spaces is that you have people that just continue articulating problems. That's female behavior. That's what women do. Women complain about shit and never have solutions. They just want to stay in the echo chamber complaining. That's why I say we're in the matriarchy, and we have to check that behavior in these spaces. I'm not trying to be hard on you or go off on you, bro. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying we need to keep this thing honest. We're men, bro.
It was a nice thing to say.
We don't need a dude saying we can't when we're sitting up here trying to figure out how we can't. It's just like the old dude that was there when George Floyd was getting choked out that kept saying, "You ain't gonna win, you can't win." That nigga was useless as fuck, bro.
You know, that's why I responded.
You see what I'm saying? Like
that's why I said what I said. The patriarch, since he thinks I can't get him to get off the math, but what I can get him to get is that somebody outmathed him and position the environment to get him to come to that conclusion.
I bet you didn't. I bet you didn't.
Man, I got this man making overtures to the dumbest white people in the world to oppress us. The other night, I got this man on screenshots doing this when he was responding to me. This dude is one of those people that's in disguise, man. I didn't want to say it. I wasn't trying to bust him out. He's in disguise, bro.
Anybody that's real and got into it with that cat, and he done went to some weirdo shit. Like he went world class, didn't the whole
no cap.
Dope house and all kind of weird shit. Like, bro, I guess he trying to calm down now, like kind of what he did on this panel. But my first interaction with him, my first 2 interactions with him, I was just like, bro, if you see me on the panel, don't say shit to me. I don't say nothing to you.
This nigga told me the other night that they hung my grandmother.
Yeah. That's what he
Yeah,
do.
he told me some shit like this on the panel with some white
Bro,
folks.
this is
So
what I mean by revenge
these
of
are
the
the
nerd.
type of people. That's what I'm like. We don't need. This is lambda, lambda, lambda all day, bro.
Yeah.
But
And I'm gonna tell
Omega
you,
Moon didn't fuck with Lambda. But
hey,
I digress.
my wife coined that phrase. She like, these niggas the tri-lambs. It's just a certain group on here that's so lame. Them niggas is lambda, lambda, lambda.
Chaotic, another one.
Them niggas
And
lame,
Chaotic
man.
got into it.
That chaotic shit is a no. That's it.
When I first ran into him, and I politely explained to him, like, bruh, if you said that in front of me, I'd slap the shit out of you. Like, period. It's just what would happen.
I just don't understand why they think we won't kill them. Like, it's so weird.
man.
Like, I don't. It's weird to me.
Look at them because they say something you don't agree with. Yeah, that's why.
Hey, bro, this the nigga on the west side.
Not agreeing. I
They can disagree.
They can't disagree, motherfucker. Nigga, you know me in real life, Wayne. Nigga, but you got to drink though. You got to disagree. Yeah, now
It's just niggas that got
It's okay to be disagreeable and still find common ground.
No,
Stop
nigga.
fucking everybody so make a motherfucking man fantastic.
I'm get down and lay down, nigga. You could choose.
Nah, because they get on this little nerd, you know.
Nerd shit.
Yeah, the little rah-rah shit.
And then
It's
it should
like,
be
bruh,
fake. And then that information fake.
My boy a bully. He'll win
say
that
that in
coach
front of
Shannon,
me, bro.
bro.
Just don't. That's my thing. Don't jump off if you wouldn't do that in front of me.
Whatever.
That's why it was hard for me to take anything the dude was saying seriously, man.
It is.
It's almost trollish, and then we find ourselves going down these rabbit holes of actually discussing and trying to defend these motherfuckers. Dog, these motherfuckers are gonna die out, bro.
Yo, here's the thing.
They gonna
with
die
Aria,
out,
man.
bro. Stop trying to even agree with them.
I don't.
Here's the thing with Aria, yo.
try.
Eric, the patriarchy, yo, that guy, he is smart, yo. You see what I'm saying?
He is not smart. He's not smart.
Listen,
He's not smart. No, Poppy.
That
He's not
nigga,
smart.
the reason why I don't see is because I have heard Buddy speak a bunch of times, man. He know a lot of shit, bro.
He does
Bro,
not.
But hold on, let me tell you something about him.
Shoot
The
yourself.
thing with him is, in my opinion, he's smart. Okay, y'all don't think he's smart, he ain't smart. That's what y'all think. Here's the thing with him. Once Buddy feel like he's being slighted in any kind of way, he gonna go off. He don't got like no kind of medium ground, nothing
Okay.
like that. He gonna
So
go
what's the
off
key word
into it.
there? What's the key word, Poppy? Feel. Feelings is for bitches. Men think.
Yep.
Girls
Right.
feel. So I don't give a
That's
fuck what
why
you
he
talking
ain't
about.
smart.
That's why he ain't
Because
smart.
guess what? I can use those same emotions to lead your ass into a trap.
Yeah.
That ain't smart.
He ain't smart.
You predictable. So you know if you want to get a
I
certain
can tell you what
reaction
else
in
ain't smart,
response from
Poppy.
him,
Him telling
you
you what
can-
city he live in and not knowing if niggas got niggas out there to come knock on his door. It's
Because niggas
stupid
got
shit.
niggas everywhere. But check this
Exactly.
out. Here's my thing. Here's my thing. And this is why I said I wasn't tripping on face facts. I don't agree with what he's saying, but I ain't tripping on it. Because I understand where his heart at. Right? He been on my panels before. He subs to Dirty Folks Podcast. I fucks with Face. Face comes from a pragmatic place of this shit ain't working. He's still hard-headed, he ain't listening. But I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna break him down. I'm gonna get him there.
Hey, pragmatism is saying what the solution to it is when it ain't working. Being pragmatic isn't identifying that it ain't working.
Okay, I give you that.
That's the only part of it.
I give you that. Eric, I done seen Eric, and I first met him on Ramil channel. He was on panels, and every time I see this nigga on the panel, he's always gloom and doom. Always. There's never any sunshine with this nigga. That's why when he said, what's the solution? And 3 times I said, it's a system, it's corporate law, look at it corporate, don't look at it as love. I can't get him out the mindset of women are supposed to be sugar and spice and everything nice. He can't comprehend outside of his feelings. If
Bruh,
you can't,
you cannot. Go ahead.
no, I'm just saying, if you can't see that, then you don't want a solution. You just like everybody's girlfriend. All us been through it. Everybody in here had a girlfriend with a job who came home and told you everything bad that happened at work, and you listen is like, that's an easy solution. But she don't want the solution. She just want to vent.
Right. And I think it's dangerous for young men to stay in red pill rage mode. You can't be in constant red pill mode. You have to come out of it. Now, it's events and things that trigger us into red pill rage. Like for me, it was my ex-wife and my mother. So it was the child support and the family court system and my mother. And after that, you know what I'm saying? And later in life. But you know, I had to come through that red pill rage in order to get to the other side. You can't stay perpetually in rage, or you're gonna be crazy as hell. Which is why you worried about.
It's
Yeah,
these
it's
dudes, they stay
PTSD.
on this YouTube shit. I've said it multiple times to these cats. Y'all need to take a break from this shit. I remember when
I
first,
agree with that.
I remember when I
agree
first
with
seen the Kevin Samuels thing, and I was watching it, and then I put my partner on to him. We watching it, and then I'm just like, this shit is putting me in a weird headspace.
Yeah.
So I had to take a break. It was funny though, because I ended up calling my partner, and he said the same thing. He said, "Bro, I had to take a break from that shit." It put you, and
Bro.
these cats don't have that in their head to click. So they're watching this shit 20. I see some of these people on these panels damn near 24/7. I'm like, when the fuck do you niggas go to sleep?
Yeah, on the panels, not in the chat. Not in the chat.
Dude,
In the panels talking.
Dude, to the point, and I may be the bad guy for saying this, man, but I'm a realist and I point out real shit. So I see a lot of pushing P on the low going in some of these sectors. When you start getting to the far outer reaches of it, you start hearing a lot about violence. You start hearing a lot about all types of things, all these different, and you start hearing LGBT shit. You know, all of this stuff is starting to be Trojan horsed into this movement. This started out being a positive place for black men. Now it's just becoming infected with this disease that every part of our society is infected with. And that's this lethargic, apathetic, you know what I'm saying?
That's what I
Inadequate
said
people.
earlier, Big Mike. That's what I said earlier. Everything, most movement that start is always positive, protect the people.
But
Once
Poppy,
that mission is completed, it breaks down to everybody on their own, and people start making
Poppy,
money.
why they breaking up though? The money, and it's only a little bit.
Start
That's
making
what's
money,
funny.
and they're like they start making money, and everybody go their way. And next thing you know, they create their own rules. It's like literally like I don't know shit about no rap. I don't know shit about these pills like that. I just know a little bit of the course. So I'm not into none of the pills. But I tell you what, if you ask 10 quote unquote red pillars what red pill is, you're gonna get at least 7 different versions. At least.
That's why I only got the 2 that I paid attention to, and that's the only 2 I know.
Let me ask y'all this, because this is what's weird to me. I've been asking these cats. So I guess we would say that from this space, Kevin Samuels was the biggest person, correct?
And he wasn't even red pill, but okay.
Yeah, he never claimed red pill.
He wasn't red pill. He was just big in terms
But
of
I'm just saying
exposure, not in terms of message.
quote unquote manosphere space. So this cat was the biggest person to come out of this space, and he got 1 million subscribers. The biggest YouTuber is 450, 500 million subscribers. And they looking up to this dude like he on that level. Bro only had him. That's why I keep telling these cats, like, this world that you guys are in, it ain't as big as y'all think it is. The top dude had 1 million subscribers, and he's y'all god. That ain't shit in YouTube.
Well,
this is
that's-
the
well-
hood of YouTube.
But that's not exactly a true statement. It's not that there's a few things wrong with that. He wasn't necessarily red pill, and he wasn't necessarily the god of the space. What happened was he had more mass appeal, but the problem with this whole ideology, it was never meant to be mainstream.
Never.
To begin with. So what happened was when he blew up, he kind of bastardized it, and basically what he did was, well, I'm being facetious. What he did was he basically flavored the red pill for women. That's why he was able to market it the way that he did. He took buzzwords like high value man, which is female catnip, because high value man to a woman means high value divorce package.
Bro. If anybody like whoever have a private conversation with Kevin Samuel, bro, I promise you they will say like Kevin Samuel in his wildest dream never thought he would be this big, because he started those thoughts was only for rich people. You see what I'm saying? So he was just planning to have maybe a channel with like 50,000, 100,000 people. You know what I mean? The quote unquote rich guys. And this thing kind of like caught fire on the way. The average best video put them on the map. You see what I'm saying? That video right there. So now you had niggas at Walmart that stuck at Walmart screaming high value man. You got the men that cook the chicken at Popeyes, high value man. Everybody was a high value man and high value woman. You see what I'm saying? That's not really his fault. He was just like shit. So at that point, he just started rolling with it. Everybody, and the thing is like it's not that hard. It's not that hard.
He
To
don't
like
want to
kind of
get
like
his
get
work,
these people.
though. He had a very
Well, let's listen to what like me and Dirty talked about this the other day. And a lot of people overlook what Kevin Samuels really was able to accomplish. Kevin Samuels was actually able. See, if you can change 10% of a population, that's a cultural shift.
That's culture.
So Kevin Samuels actually achieved almost about 5% of that with the people that he reached and the impressions that he had. So
I got back to my kid's mom probably based off of some of the shit he was talking about.
He got a lot of families back together, and he promoted and got a lot of women who necessarily weren't marriage material before to be marriage minded now. And then what you have is
a lot of lesbians. Lesbians like him too.
I mean, I don't know about the lesbians. I don't hang out. I don't really know a lot about what they got going on.
They will.
Listen, I did two videos, I think like a year ago, right? 2 Kevin Samuels reviews. One of them did the chick with the that was the one little podcast I always talk about. Not psychologist, the therapist. That did 4,000, and then our next video with the fucking stupid little girl that said, "We don't need black men no more. We can get jobs." That shit did 15,000. So I say that to say I was watching this dude as he was expanding, and I remember what I watched when he was coming up, and I'm like, okay, I see what the goal is. I see what that's because I do active listening. I've pretty much displayed that I do active listening very well. I'm fucking on podcast shit earlier today, little podcast. Shout out to little podcast, and I'm listening to this guy again. Crazy how I come back to the same conversation. Name what? Trigger Mike? That was in that same fucking viral video with whatever his name is saying stupid shit. These niggas, and I think this shit dumb. The nigga said Future is not a high value man.
Yeah.
Pause. Let's just stop, right? Let's give them that whole thing. What you forget is Kevin Samuels restricted the conversation to his expertise. And that's a lot of stuff they miss. And to keep the chicks from flip-flopping. He said, and we did the rating game, right? You was there, Dirty, right? Poppy was there?
Yeah.
We did the rating game. Niggas going, oh, you can't use 7. No, he stopped them from using 7 so they can't move around. People's ability to listen is so poor.
100%.
It's so poor. It's mind-boggling. Then, so then a nigga goes on to say, Future is not a high-value man. I'm sitting there looking like, you mean a nigga that's been, a millionaire for what, 9 years? 8, 9 years? I don't know how long this nigga been rich. How many hairstylists that's millionaires?
But hold on, world class. Kevin Samuels specifically said athletes and entertainers he wasn't included.
But that's what I said. That's specifically what I'm talking about. He bonded the conversation down to his expertise because they're not going to fucking Kevin Samuels or image consultant. They're going to somebody much richer. It costs way more. So that's why he said that, and that's what his talking points was around that. Future, until he got famous, he couldn't get in a room with Future. Fucking you to say Future is not a high value? You fucking retarded.
Okay,
here's stupid rich.
Here's the flip side of that.
He's around. Listen, the nigga is around 80 millionaires a day. He got about 100 millionaires in his phone. Your criteria, he meet that shit 10 times over, and he don't drink and smoke. What you talking about? And he don't do none of the shit he saying this right.
But here's the thing with Kevin, bro. This is the thing. This is the magic that what he did. Like for example, that you cannot use 7 shit. He did that on purpose because he knew most girls was gonna land on 7 anyway. So what he did was genius. He was like, yo, I'm gonna force you because he knew how the women head works, which is very simple. They always think that they always overprice themselves. So by he taking the number 7 now, he knew most girl was gonna say, hey, no girl gonna classify herself as a 5 or 6. None. So then that's what he was gonna get him at. Boom, I got you, bitch. You ain't no fucking 8, you a fucking 4 or 5. So he needed that to kind of like quote unquote throw fuel into the fire, if you will, so to speak. You see what I'm saying? And the reason why he took out the athletes and entertainer, the reason why he took out the athletes and entertainer is very simple. because if he include them, that destroy his whole show right there. Because a lot of these athletes, they be a $40-50 million nigga at 21, 22. You know what I mean? In the NBA.
He framed it in a way where he can bind it down to his expertise.
Yep.
And
he cornered him.
Realistically, they're not gonna get access to an entertainer at that level. No damn way. What you'll have more access to is a guy in tech or
making 200,000
scientist or something. You know what I'm saying? Exactly, making like 100.
Somebody that they can see, they are more likely to see every day. It's that simple.
But here's the thing. This is Kevin Samuels' real beauty. Without Kevin Samuels, you can't get dirty folks. Because the shit I say now was shit I was saying in 2011 that got me canceled. It's the reason that Patrice O'Neal wasn't a great comedian. You know what I'm saying? It's the shit that got Obasayan and what the fuck his name is canceled. The shit that got Tommy Sotomayor switching channels every 3 days. All Kevin Samuels did was made it more palatable for America to listen to what men have to say. This ain't no new shit. Like, and Palmer tell y'all all the time, like, yo, dirty folks been like this since 2010. Like, I've been on this shit. Because I've been on, like, we need to do better as men to control our arena. Because only black men can turn America around. Y'all understand that, right?
Young people into
let me say this. Let me say this again.
With the drum boys.
Only, the bucket boys.
Bucket boys.
Only black men can turn this around, and I'll tell you why. Because the laws are default laws for heterosexual white men. Y'all understand that, right?
Yes.
The only fringe groups can move. So the fringe groups that you have are the gays and the blacks, but y'all let women control y'all narrative. So let women, gays, and felons have the black narrative. We rebrand, be something else. I don't agree with Freeman as a title, but as the
dirty, I gotta push back on you. I gotta push back on you.
Gotta say pause. You gotta
say
pause.
How does the conversation keep going back to women? Where do these conversations?
I didn't even say
no. When you start talking, it go back to women, bro.
No, I didn't say that. I said I said that the women, gays, and felons have black because that's the people who get the money. Goldman Sachs gave $10 billion to black women. They give a cent to men. Goddamn it, Obama made all these policies for women. Do shit. Matter of fact, when he made the My Brother's Keeper program, black women shot against him so black boys couldn't get shit. Nobody gives a fuck about black men until they die, and then gays and fucking women and felons get the benefits. If you want to have your own party, this ain't even about women. This is about women. These ain't your women. Y'all just share the same crayon and you think you're friends. What I'm saying,
I'm not the one who keep bringing the women up.
I didn't bring women up. I'm talking about groups. I said
let them finish, man. Emotional damage.
When blacks do something, when I looked at the Democratic National Convention, all they had was single mother lesbians. Don't ask me how they a single mother and a lesbian. Don't worry about that. Single mother lesbians and gay men. When the blacks came to the Democratic National Convention, there was not one heterosexual Tony man at that convention. Not one. Because I don't think Obama heterosexual. I think he bi.
But should there have been at the Democratic convention? That's not. We're not.
If you're talking about if you think you black. If you think you black, then yes, you should have been represented because there was black people there. But blacks only represent women, gays, and felons. You keep saying come back to women, but I keep saying women, gays, and felons.
But we're not talking about gays and felons on the most part.
No, because y'all don't want
the majority of this conversation isn't about gays and felons.
No. We talking about I'm talking about the descriptor of black. There are tawny and swarthy men out here who can do a job that won't get it because the EEOC doesn't give the company enough tax breaks to hire them. Then they go to jail for 8 years, come back home and get the exact same job they couldn't get because now they're a returning felon. They get that extra check. Women, gays, and felons are black. Men are just men. So you have a default law for white men, and then they deal with special interest groups. And black men are the special interest group. Black men are. The 14th Amendment, black men. Black women couldn't vote until 1965. Not to 1965. Black men were the special interest group. Everything is conditioned against black men. So once black men say, yo, we're going to build on our own, we'll have what we have going on. All right, I'll explain it, Bill. Black men can turn the country around because only black men have the autonomy and the leeway to create their own policy. I keep talking about systems. I keep talking about policy. Y'all not listening because y'all want to be, because black culture is women, gays, and felons, and y'all just want to be chocolate colored white people. But black men have the ability to change policy the same way the LGBT changed policy, the same way feminism changed policy based on the 14th Amendment that was made for you and you don't use because you think you black and hide behind a skirt. As black men, the reason we can turn the country around is because we have the same problem every man has. Every man is on our side, but they can't change it because the default laws are American laws. We're still American, but we're also special interests. So when special interests move, the nation moves with them, whether it's gay marriage, whether it's feminism, whatever the fuck it is. When special interests move, the nation moves based on special interests. Black men don't want to be the squeaky wheel because they're scared of what happens. They're going to kill us. They're going to burn our towns. No, they're not. They ain't going to do shit. Except for there's 41 race wars. 39 of them was over a bitch. From Emmett Till to fucking Tulsa, Oklahoma, to Jacksonville, to the shit that happened down there. All that shit was over women. The only two riots that weren't about women were over banking. That was the Chicago race war in 1919 and some bullshit that happened in Detroit. Everything else was over a bitch. Remove the bitches from your circle. Men can create their own laws. For gays and women to get Black Lives Matter money, a black man got to get killed. No, nothing happen to gays or women, but they receive the benefits for saying we support black men, but they don't. Black men need to do just stand up. Nobody give a fuck about you. Like for real. Nobody care what you do. The reason I'm dirty, folks, instead of using my real name, is because the more toxic I am, the less I gotta worry about getting rich and some fucking Keisha come out of nowhere like, he raped me 20 years ago. Because people love toxicity. White people love toxicity. Becky's over there Becky's is twerking. You got white boys throwing up pitchforks at their wedding, Crip signs and shit, all type of shit. Because they expect anything that black men do, they're just gonna ride with it. But black men won't ride with each other. That's why I keep yelling tribe up. Black men ride, girls do what men come. Whatever the fuck niggas do, bitches come. If men build a logo, girls come. I don't care what logo it is. A frat logo, a gang logo, a biker club logo. Anytime men is trying to do something for themselves, it's some goofy bitch to be like, I want to do it too. And some goofy ass nigga be like, come on, shorty. And then some bitch that fuck up everything that he built.
Hey, man. Hey, dirty. Why we gotta reinvent the wheel, man?
We not reinventing the wheel.
Why hold on,
we not reinventing the wheel. This is the wheel.
Why do black people have to reinvent the wheel? Why can't we already go with what's been before us?
Because what's before us didn't work. We still want to be in this motherfucking yard. We shall no. Look, the wheel is before us. World move. That's the wheel. They take black men pain, and then Goldman Sachs get black women $10 billion. They take black boys having a 52% dropout rate in public schools and somehow turn that to black girl magic. Black girls are the most educated. They fucking you up. They take everything about boys. No. I ain't giving you that because I ain't black and I ain't gonna let you give me no black talking points. They take everything that's masculine and they give it to women, gays, and felons, and y'all cool with it. Like we match the same thing.
Dude, why you keep saying we cool with it? You the one who keep talking about black.
Like, y'all gotta be cool with it. We be arguing about this shit. I'm telling you, only heterosexual, tawny, and swarthy men can change it. Shut the fuck up. Only heterosexual, tawny, swarthy men can change it.
Dirty. I'm gonna call you out. You filibustering right now.
I'm not filibustering. Only a special. Okay, let me say it like this then. Only special. No. I say it like this. Only special interest groups can make change. Because
Dirty, what can we do? What can we do besides having to go through all of this change? What can we do in our current state? I don't want to hear about our current state.
Shut the fuck up.
What can we do in our current state to go to get where we need to get to?
Okay.
We understand the problems, man. Everybody understands the problems, man.
Check this out. Wait. If you understand the problems, then men's job is to create solutions. So the thing is, what do you do that benefits you directly? Fuck your kids, fuck your wife. What would make your life better? No. What would make your life better, and what would make what unilateral things would make every man's life better? Because when men are good, everybody good. The wife good, the kids good, the community safe. When women good, the kids hate it. The men pull up in front of the crib and sit in the car for an hour, like, do I want to go in the crib?
So are you saying the solution is to make it bad for women?
No. When men are good, women are good. I just said that. When men are good, women and children are good. When men are winning, when patriarchy is winning, because when men get money, women want a woman. When women get money, she don't need no man. You can take that and apply that to anything and say, well, men do something, we're very egalitarian about it. We're very helpful. We share information, we share resources, we hire our own, we use nepotism. When men are in power, when men are good, everybody that look like them in their tribe is good. When anybody else is good, nobody else gives a shit. When you start talking about gay rights, it's black men who be like, I'm LGBT before I'm black. When you start talking about anything, black girl magic, I learned how to color. It's black girl magic. Hey. Everybody excludes you and you include everybody. When you love yourself enough to say what's best for you and fuck everybody else and everybody else to catch up later, then that's the solution. But we got to start there.
Everybody naturally goes there. But I think everybody naturally does that.
I don't think everybody. No, Colors never did that. Ever. Colors never did that.
Y'all have a good night. I got to take off.
All right, bro. Appreciate you coming through, man. Definitely.
Yeah, good to see you, bro. Like for real.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do the same, but you can't get on me for calling you a boomer and then you're gonna make a comment like that. That's all I'm saying.
Man, I'm not restricted to what you think my comment should be. I'm a man. I can think how I want to think. Appreciate
What are you talking about?
Bruh, you could call me whatever you want to, but I'm not restricted to what you call me and what comments I make. That's not how this operates.
I never said that, but that's what I mean by you doing the boomer thing. You're inserting words into something that you're putting words in people's mouths. Like, I didn't say this.
I'm 44. How the fuck would I be a boomer?
I didn't say you don't have to physically.
Explain how I would be a fucking boomer at this stage in the game, because you keep trying to go ahead and go there. Explain how.
Are you gonna let me explain it?
Please explain how 44-year-olds are boomer.
Are you gonna let me explain it without being triggered?
I'm not triggered, bro. You just keep bringing up this point, and I'm not a boomer, bro. I'm a Generation X.
Okay.
What the fuck are you talking about?
What happens is
boomer's an age group, is it not?
Are you gonna let me explain, or are you gonna keep talking off the ripple in the moonshine? Let me explain it.
All right, man. All right, bro.
When I say that you're a boomer, I mean that you express tendencies of a boomer. Being that if you're a Generation Xer, then that means you were raised by a boomer. A lot of times when you're raised by a generation, you exhibit the characteristics of said generation that raised you, because where else are you going to learn your habits and behaviors from? So you don't physically have to be a boomer in order to exhibit those characteristics and act like a boomer. That's what I'm saying when I say that you're a boomer. You don't actually have to be a boomer, meaning you were born in that generation, especially if you act and exhibit the characteristics and behavior of the prior generation. Does that make sense?
I went through a stage of rebellion when I was like 14 or 15 from my parents. I'm not in a constant state of rebellion from my parents who are boomers.
What does that have to do with what I just said?
I'm not a default Democrat. I mean, you keep saying like somebody's parents don't have an effect on them. If you're in your 40s, you were raised
your
by
parents
a
do,
boomer, bro. Like what are you talking
That's what
about?
I just said.
Okay.
That. You're
okay,
arguing with me,
and we understand that. We understand that.
Disagreeing with me and agreeing with me at the same time.
I'm not disagreeing with you. You're just stating the obvious. If I'm a damn Generation Xer and I'm in my 40s, of course I was raised by a boomer.
Right, but that doesn't mean that you have to act like them. You're disagreeing with me and agreeing with me at the same time, like a boomer would. Because my mother does the same thing, and she's a boomer.
You can keep rebelling from your parents into your 40s and 50s. I'm well past that.
You should stop rebelling against your parents once you're out of their house. Grown adults don't rebel. What are you talking about? If you're a grown man,
you're the one who wants to throw away everything you were raised.
You brought up rebellion. What are you talking about?
You keep bringing up boomer as if that's some kind of offensive. I'm not drunk. Were you listening? You're the one who keeps trying to bring up boomer and make me a boomer. My mother's a baby boomer.
I said you act like a boomer. That's what I said.
All right, man. I act like a boomer, brother. Jesus. Now what?
For everybody listening, this is why you don't act like a boomer. That's the only point I'm trying to make.
Okay.
Dirty folks, you there? Did you come back up? Okay, going to. Dirty, you there?
I don't get that, bro.
Hey, Poppy,
I don't
you there?
get that. I don't get that at all.
I'm here.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Like literally, man, we got a bunch of like kids in this space, man. We got people that are literally having dealt with issues from their childhood that are out here trying to lead and be voices in the community, man. We can't. This is part of the failure.
Listen, like I said earlier, we all, if this is a nation, we all be in different divisions. That's why I just sit back and let it rock. That's why when I go on shit, and I appreciate y'all for letting me rock when I do what I do, because this is a part of being a nation, and this is a case study for us for later on who should be together and who shouldn't. You know what I'm saying? And I heard the conversation clearly, but my ears are mine, and they're not yours, and they're not his. And yeah, I understand what he's saying, but I deal with this shit all the time. When I'm saying something, niggas start talking to me about, you think you smarter, and they'll I get that same claim. I did it on I think 6 straight panels. You think you're smarter than me? I'm not smarter than you. That's just your association of what I'm doing. What I'm doing is called being disciplined and having integrity. If I see you do a thing, if I see you or I hear you say a thing, I act like I seen you do it or I heard you do it, and that's just that. But they be so worried about what they think I'm after. Like Podcast was talking about yesterday, I think, if not the day before. Stop trying to jump to wherever the fuck you think I'm gonna get to. Just stay right here.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
You're trying to shortstop me. Right. You're trying to catch me at the cutoff.
Yeah. It happens a lot.
So you can talk.
It happens a lot, and that's what's been happening with me. So,
dude, I used to have these same arguments with my child's mom. It's the same tactics. It's the same thing. It's like it's really not a man's way of moving.
I don't know.
Like, we understand that nobody's gonna be lockstep in order with what the next man wants.
Of course not.
You know, so we have to operate off a series of compromises, and we have to sit back and hash it out. You don't get what you deserve, but you get what you negotiate. So, you know, this shaming and these words that they're using, oh, you shaming him because of his age. You're not getting ready to box me as a man into what I can't say. Now, as long as I'm not in your face and I'm not, disrespecting you, you can't box me into what I think and what I say.
I meant to ask him how old he was.
You can't box my way of thinking into a boomer as if I'm supposed to be ashamed of my damn parents. Are you serious? I understand that a lot of people are ashamed of their parents, and that's sad, but I'm not necessarily ashamed of my parents, and I shouldn't be pigeonholed into feeling ashamed of my parents. Did my parents get everything right? No. Did their parents get everything right? No. Are we getting everything right? No, because all our kids see is a bunch of dudes blaming their grandparents for shit. Instead of picking up the pieces and moving on, we're trying to opt out. It's ridiculous.
I understand that point.
It's crazy, man. It's insane, bro.
I understand that point. We got I'm not that type, man. I've been made it clear on each one of these positions where I'm at. I'm here. This is my shit. I'm gonna stand and fight. But like I said, with the first part of it, we're gonna understand them dudes that want to bounce, and for whatever reason, and certain shit like that. Again, the red pill dating, red pill rage dating, and the red pill rage family court. I get it. I get that other side. I'm with the family it's other things in family court. It's so much shit in law I need to learn, bro. But to get to it. True Freeman, if you listening, you're asking to help me too, because I'm not doing it by myself. Get people clear on what's going on, but at the same time, do what I've been doing and showing you how race traders, what it look like and what it don't look like. I'm still on the fence on patriarch, but the conversation we had,
when I drop on patriarch, you ain't gonna be on the fence no more.
When I say I'm on the fence, it's particular. It's not just where I'm at with him. It's just do we fit the race trader quality, the race trader title. I don't see that yet, but I had seen him hop on podcast posts twice. Absolutely belligerent and ridiculous. It was outlandish. Then they was having a
made
conversation
jokes about hanging my grandmother. We hung your grandmothers. Literally, he told the white man that the white man should step down on me and say, yeah, I'm your oppressor. Get in line, do what you say. You white people are weak. Literally, I'm paraphrasing, but literally, I got the footage, and I'll get it out there. But yeah, zero respect for that dude. Zero respect for him.
I can understand.
I hate to say that, but zero respect. When you start trying to belittle somebody's heritage and make somebody a victim to suit your narrative, you're a cheater. You're not a competitor. You're cheating. That's the way I feel about it. So yeah, look, I'm not trying to dictate anybody else's relationship, your relationship, or with anybody on here. But it's certain people that come in disguise, man. They shape shifting, bro.
Yeah.
So, they're becoming whatever the panel they're on is.
Well, yeah, like again, y'all know, I know that's what I'm gonna do. But calling out these people that's on this fuck shit, that's literally and precisely what I do. But I give them the rope that they need to hang themselves. But being clear on the facts.
Hey, Westside said he was gonna choke old boy, man, the other night.
But what we're gonna do is be clear on the facts. We're gonna present the facts and make sure shit cool. Make sure people understand why I named the channel what I named it, and that's to get y'all updated on what's really going on. At the same time, almost half the other battle is getting people to recognize fuck shit and fuck niggas. And these fucking, I haven't said it yet, but I'll say it now. These fucking divesticons, these divestors in disguise, doing the same shit you just claimed, being on panels like a bullshit Rob B privilege, and these other little panelists, female panelists that be up here. And again, one of the things that I think Poppy said it, some of these past bros are divestors. You don't want to rock. You don't want to be on a team. Don't be on a team. Stop playing. Yeah.
Them niggas ain't got enough game to get a white woman, so they go get the closest thing for paper.
Facts.
Yeah, that's what that shit is, bro.
Yeah, but
they really want to step to the Beckys.
You think so?
Yeah, they just don't know how to compose themselves.
Yola, man. To be honest with you, your guess is as good as mine, bro. All I know is just in the internet is an interesting place, man. When you think you heard it all before, man, you wrong. The next day on somebody's stream or your own stream, you're gonna hear some wild shit, man.
The internet, this Black Manosphere is the MCI, Marvel Comics internet. Like it's one character after the next character after the next character.
Because the reason I say that, bro, because look, everybody obviously we live a normal life, stuff like that, man. We all got friends, real life friends and stuff like that, right? And we deal with women, of course, right? Because look, I've been in hundreds of dates, bro. Not even one woman ever asked me if I may see. You see what I'm saying? None. And I'm talking about I've been in dates with girls, all kind of background, bro. You see what I'm saying? From stripper joints to girls that are doctors. Hell, the mother of my kids are goddamn lawyer. See what I'm saying? I should let you know what kind of range I got.
Oh, your mom
my point is very simple. So he's like, what we hearing here, man. First of all, the reason even fall into this into this space. I fall over here by mistake. I was looking for information about stocks, so I'm learning how to trade. So next thing you know, I fall into these things. I was like, oh shit, kind of entertaining a little bit. Let me check it out. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And then I start listening, bro. And I'm like, yo, that's not really how real life operates, you know? But it's entertaining. This is like a big old, a lot of this don't know all the channels, of course. But a lot of these channels is like a big old, I want to call it reality TV unscripted. That's what it is.
Unscripted reality. It's a lot of drama, bro, for no reason. It's too much. But, you know, I did want to address this. I was thinking about doing a video. I'm glad I did a live instead to have y'all come up and help kind of go through this, because I've been thinking about it for a while. Like, I've really been watching this since I've been in here, and I think the distinction needed to be clear. And because what happens is a bunch of drama. And then I like what we had here today, because I like shit to be honest. I like people to be honest. You know it's welcome here in this space. I ain't gonna shy for no debate, and I'm not gonna interfere. People stand on two sides. I'll be here to mediate situations. You know, it's a place where you can come get your shit off. You know, always. But we gonna keep shit clear and keep shit a stack over there. Y'all can do whatever y'all do, or wherever you at. Other people's rules. Like Poppy, you see, Lil Pot is establishing his rules and shit. Like he's supposed to, and I know you're gonna do the same, and we all gonna do that. You know, take the position that we got to take. But the goal ultimately is to accomplish what we came in these spaces to accomplish, and that's for me, is to bring world-class information to the average person, and that's just pretty much it. That's all I'm looking at. So I'm doing the best I can to display in real time a high level of understanding, discipline. I know y'all don't seem to really kind of acknowledge that. It's already clear. I'm clearly smarter than most motherfuckers. I'm not interested in that. What I want you to be interested in, y'all that want to go back and forth with me, is be a disciplined person. When I sit and I say, when I listen to it, y'all go, I'm smart because I say etymology, but I constantly say I'm 36. I never drank a day in my life, never smoked a day in my life, no tattoos, no criminal record, never tried a drug, never wore my pants off my ass, been vegan since 2012. 2007 was the last time I watched TV, and you know, like regular people do, and listen to the radio. That's a person talking about discipline. I'm not talking about being smarter than you. I do what I do in these conversations because I have integrity, and that's what y'all missing about in this space. Like, y'all got talking points, but the shit not based. It's not backed by research. It's just you seen the other nigga saying he got so many subs he can't be wrong. That's not how it works. Like, that'll work until you sit in front of, be on the panel with me or sit across the table from me. And I'm gonna make you look stupid because I'm disciplined, not because I'm smart, not because I've read a bunch of books. I was smart before I read books because I'm disciplined. And the only time I was gonna get up on little podcast shit, and I said, no, I ain't gonna do it. I'll say here. The only time I hear the word discipline come out y'all niggas' mouth is when the word dick is in front of it on some gay shit. Y'all niggas only understand discipline when you saying dick, and it's crazy. It go back to the same conversation we've been having. A lot of these niggas, man, we've said this. This has been said over and over again. What did bro say? What did Tommy say? Revenge of the nerds. These dudes can't get pussy like they want, and they really worried about another nigga fucking. Another nigga getting pussy. You want them to be dick disciplined so he don't fuck the chicks that you can't fuck.
But ahead, most of these channels, though, if you really think about it, I'm conflicted about this, man. Like, look, I subscribe, I support the homies that I think that are, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I think they're doing something good. Like, I fuck with Big Mike, of course. I fuck with you. I fuck with my man, Daddy Foles and stuff like that, Mr. Palmer. Mm-hmm. Because they got like a message behind it, of course. But it's the thing. I also support other people that they don't have a quote unquote strong message, because it's more on the entertainment part. I know how to separate both of them. You see what I'm saying? I know how to separate both of them. Indeed. The thing is, a lot of people be going to this goddamn channels trying to look for gain and knowledge. Nah, that's not what a lot of these channels is, man. And I always separate everything like this, bro. Most YouTube channels is 80% true. I mean, 80% entertainment, 20% true, bro. That's it. It's that simple, man. Now, not all of them are like that. All the channel, like for example, Mr. Pam, he's gonna try and speak a lot of facts. And you say it's gonna be a lot of facts because he's working with cores and numbers and all of this and that. See what I'm saying?
Right.
Stuff like that, yo. And that's when they both start getting confused.
Yes.
And you can just see it because what these channels is gonna do is talk about dick and pussy all day long. And don't get me wrong though, I participate and I'm guilty. I'm guilty because, like I say, I go in there for the entertainment. But once I took care of my business, I'm sitting down on the couch with some bullshit. Let me say some my little 2 cents in here. And you can just see it that, but most people take it more serious than the next one. You can see on these people like the girls start screaming, no, that's not how it is. Because according to YouTube, man, according to this app, every man make 300,000 every 2 weeks. their wife is a fucking model, is a model, bitch. Right. You know what I mean? Everybody bitch is Beyonce.
All that wives look like Lucky, and all that side bitches look like Six.
So and then the women they are the biggest liars actually. They're all born again virgins. They all got 2 bodies, and the only reason they got 2 bodies is because they probably got 2 kids. But some ways somehow they be having like 4 baby daddies.
Well, they had a waist trainer. They had that one body, and then they got the waist trainer, and they got a new body. I'm a virgin.
So it's like in those kind of channels, bro, it gets to the point like who can say the biggest lie at that point.
Right.
And you can just see it, bro, because look, one thing about girls is you can just see it, man. Like one thing about girl, if a girl she even thinks that she looks good, she gonna come up and let you know, like, yo, look at me, I'm a good looking woman. You see what I'm saying? Look at Lucky. Lucky she always come up. Oh yeah. She embossed me about that shit too. But look, like, pay attention. The good looking women, they come up with a heartbeat. Like you got the Chantel, what's her name? Chantel Simons. She always coming up or Lucky, sister guy. This women, right? They ugly and look even how they even argue. Even when they get into argument with you, they be calm, quiet, cool. Because they know it don't matter what these dumbass niggas say, niggas still gonna be on the inbox. That's a fact, bro. And pay attention how the ugly ones act. They always routed, combative. Everything is a fucking struggle. Like the ugly bitch will argue like, nigga, like you can say that, yo, the skies are blue, and she gonna turn around, no, the skies are gray. And that would be an argument for 3 hours right there. Because she would die saying that the fucking sky is gray. You see what I'm saying? But they just beat her, bro. They just beat her, bro. That's why I be like, man, you know what? I just figured out how this thing work over here. Like, you know what? These girls right here, they kind of hurt a little bit. You gotta let them have their moment, fam.
Yeah, man. I don't be fucking with these niggas, man. I just let them rock. I like the way you be moving. I've been watching you. I've been watching you get into it, bro. The last couple, I say the last 2 weeks, you been kind of getting that motherfuckers on shit that they say. And I appreciate it.
Oh man, that's what, man, bro. They just be talking, man. Like, don't talk to me. You don't make more money than me, man. Stop. That's why I always like, let's bet. If I'm broke, let's bet. I show you cash money. Right. And even the crazy part, I always tell everybody I'm broke. That's the first thing. Yeah, I'm broke, man. I'm broke. I'm homeless. It don't matter what I tell you. I'm broke. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I don't
care what people think.
That's facts. Hey man, some of us are on YouTube to make money, and then some of us are on YouTube because there's work to do. Mm-hmm. I'm here because there's work to do. You know what I mean? And I said I'm gonna just do the work, man. I ain't trying to be like the rest of y'all. Even in my community, listen. Got a whole community, bro. If I was really out here to do all of that, you would see Bays and L's all up and down that chat. I keep shit stacked and build my shit organic, doing a very specific thing. I'm in multiple communities. I don't be fucking with it. I deal with my little tag couple Facebook friends, and that's it, man. And I rock out. And I appreciate the support from all the people I met in this space. Should have been hopped on this shit. I ain't gonna sit there loud. In hindsight, yeah, I should have just started on YouTube. All the fucking Facebook comedian shit I've been doing, and trolling shit I've been doing on Facebook, getting blocked. I could have fucking just been building this shit because I kind of just use this like Facebook, and I don't really care if I make money or not. But because of the relationships we making. Like Big Mike, me and him talk just about every day. Bernard S. So you know this Gail was dope as fuck. I don't talk to her that often, but
like for example, like I'm looking at this. What's her name? Lucky, you just joining, right? I'm looking at her little live right now, right? I got her on mute. So, but I'm
awesome.
looking. But I promise you that they probably will get a huge ass fight. One thing, social media, bro. Social media was made for female. This is their thing, right? Social media. It's easy for them to get money and pay out of this shit because all they have to do is look semi good, and they will get paid behind it. Look at Melanie King. Melanie King is doing nothing spectacular. All she's doing is repeating what homeboy name Kevin Samuels. That's all she's repeating. She repeating that nigga shit word by word. Homegirl got 200,000.
She got 200,000 subscribers, bro. I don't even okay. I think MTR got 200. Poor man got MTR got like
MTR got like about 300-400. He around the 400 and shit. He in the 400.
Poor man podcast got like 4. So, but to have a girl that got 2, Obsidian got 22,000. I don't know how many channels he got, but
he won. As far as I know.
Fuck nigga, he's a fucking. That's what you get for being a sellout. Which is fucking hilarious. But it is, man. It is what it is, bro. That's pure entertainment, and I might participate in the entertainment space, but not with this channel. I just look at this channel to put work out, man. I'm gonna put a lot of shit here. I got a lot of shit I got to do.
The decision you gotta make though is, you say you want your shit organic, cool, no problem. Yeah, that's cool. But if you want your shit to grow, you have to throw a little bit of interest. That's just my 2 cents from the far away.
Yeah. Good luck. I got. So we have Savannah gonna be doing a show for like for girls or whatever. She's been busy, so she's gonna be doing a show here. I'm gonna have young ladies that I know that are on some real shit come through on the channel, and so they can have that space. Cause like I told podcast, I'm like, I really learned a lot watching him grow in the last couple of days. Women are they'll come and have a conversation, or at least be in proximity to hear the conversation if you make it a space for them, which is all I was saying about him with the patriarchy situation. So yeah, definitely. And I also wanted to make sure like Breezy, the ones that come through the channel, the women that come through the channel, got a space to cool out and kind of chime in on what men be talking about. So we're going to do that. And like Big Mike got Ronnie and everything. Go ahead. What was you about to say?
Hey, I was just about to say. I just figured out who old boy was. I just figured out who Patriarchy was. He be calling in the Star Show. He goes by the name Aaron on Star Show. But yeah, that's who he is, man. So yeah, this dude talk crazy all over the internet. Yeah, he talk crazy all over the internet. I think Dana went off on him last week, man. She started dropping the F-bomb and everything on the boy.
Well, he be camming up on Fight Club, right?
You say what?
I was asking Poppy. He be camming up on Fight Club, right?
Yeah, kind of on the YouTube space. I just came across I want to be a little bit sad. About 2 months ago, maybe. We in August going to September, like around May, so about 3 months ago. He came through. What Anthony Daniel shit that he be having going on? Fight Club. Fight Club.
The Look Peef Network. Oh.
Yeah, he came through. No, he came to the Fight Club. So in the Fight Club, the niggas be ruthless over there. They be talking about each other's wife and mamas and sisters and all that crazy shit over there.
Yeah, and niggas be enjoying that internet privilege over there, huh?
Yeah. So that's over there. It's like last week. I think it was last week. I want to say last Saturday, man. So that nigga Daryl violated that nigga E-Black, talking about his wife, and that nigga E-Black was talking shit to him. The niggas went at it literally for a whole hour. Like the panel was supposed to be like 10 people. They took everybody on the panel, let them 2 niggas go at it for 45 minutes at least. Like they sent me the clip, like Papa, you should react to this shit. Like, man, I won't react to that bullshit.
I should. Big Mike, I give you a gist of kind of like what it was. Yes. It's a lot of this.
Oh yeah.
A lot of
Oh yeah.
A lot of that going on.
A lot of peekaboo playing and shit.
A lot of sass. I know,
Hey,
I
a
know
lot
what you
of-
got, Poppy. It's
a
not
lot
a
of power
reflection of Poppy
bottom-
Blanco.
Power
It's not
bottom
a-
commentary.
It's not a reflection
No,
of
it
Poppy
be,
Blanco.
but the thing is, here's the thing though. That's kind of like that's their model on that particular platform. Like, are you supposed to come over there and let's say Big Mike, his argument is that Jesus was a woman. He go over there and then he had to present that to quote unquote the competitor, which is the other panelist, and they're gonna go back and then they're gonna have to prove you why do you think Jesus was a woman. They're going back and forward. Next thing you know, your mama is coming to the conversation. Your kids is ugly. Your wife was a fucking horse. All that crazy shit. And that's what, to be honest with you, that's what people like, man. People like, not everybody, but a lot of dumb people like that kind of entertainment, man.
Oh yeah.
This what they like. They like all this.
And what I find it funny. This is what I find it funny. That's I don't know if Big Mind is familiar with Fight Club, but listen, just to give you a little quick rundown. They start that live stream like around 8 o'clock at night, and then they don't finish until the next day until like around 11 in the morning, something like that. So it's like a 12-hour stream kind of thing. And
Yeah, 11, 'cause if
motherfuckers
it's 12, it's not gonna
actually
load.
sit down and watch that whole thing. Like for the girls, it's a lot of women. Look, listen, they put at least I wanna say they average like around between 600 and 1,000 live viewers, right? So it's like a pretty balanced joint. It's like I think it's a little bit more men. I take that back. It's like 60% men, 40% women. So the women be in the chat talking all kind of shit like man this, man that, man ain't shit. Y'all niggas bro, blah blah blah. But you there for 12 hours to say that, yo. And the niggas say the same shit. Oh, the black woman this, the black bitches that. Da, 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 da. I'm like, yo, y'all motherfuckers ain't got no life. How sad are you? You be in the middle of the night for 12 hours talking about the same shit for the past, I don't know how long those platforms been going on.
Yeah,
That's
that
sick
shit's crazy.
shit.
It's sick,
That's
bro.
sick.
Like,
All right, but look, we about to shut down. I'm gonna put the link and I'm gonna put it up here for y'all too in private if you want to jump on just to listen. I don't think I'm gonna get on the panel, but we're gonna hop on to What We Know Rob. Appreciate y'all coming. I appreciate everybody. Hold up, let me just do this. Give me all the thank yous and everything. Definitely, Mike. I appreciate you coming through. Drag your nuts, as you say today. I appreciate you.
Anytime.
That's always. Poppy, I appreciate you, man. You've been supportive. You've been in the space for a while now. Dirty folks, I don't think you actually there, but I appreciate you. Patriarchy, appreciate you having the balls to come up. But you ain't know if I was gonna be a dick or not, but I ain't on that shit. It is what it is. Mandrell, Tommy B, Savannah, you was a godsend today. Jenny, send me your Cash App, please, so it can be put up. Some people can Cash App here. Appreciate again JSP, XL Pro, D, Bernard, Supreme 10 for Cash Apps today. Appreciate everybody watching the stream live. Appreciate everybody on the replay. Comment below, just a comment to keep the aggo going, or anything that you wanted to say. Anybody that think they want some smoke, I will fuck you up in the debate. Y'all not built for that. I'm the shit. I don't want me to start flexing out this bitch because I crush you niggas. What else am I missing? Yeah, fuck Nathan Daly. Fuck Raw B Privilege. Fuck Daryl Long. Fuck what's that other nigga name? Nathan Daniels. What's his name? Anton Daniels. Fuck Obsidian. Fuck Polite.
Yo, sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. You got issue with the Daryl Long?
Fuck that bitch.
What happened? I mean, you could tell me in the back chat.
How about we do this?
I know you have smoke for this nigga.
On IG that don't nobody give a fuck about, hasn't changed your life. You got 3 wives that you can't even fucking show because they're more likely not versions of women.
You see the hand? Motherfucking finger's gonna touch his elbow. That motherfucker crazy.
But what we have niggas doing in this space is
Look
they
at
act
this.
like they talking points is a business, right? This is why you should follow me. My business is secure. It's secure. All right, cool. Show me one motherfucker that has came into your business and fucking thrive.
Look at this. Look at this. It's the. You see what I'm saying? Like, you can't talk to a man doing all that fucking gay shit. I'm set. I'm from the hood. I fuck you
So
up.
you ain't supposed to what debate some points and shit
No
like
debate. You was there, Poppy. You was there when it started. Well, not really when it started. He said I was on the panel.
I'll be honest. Sometimes I'm gonna be honest. Sometimes when I'm in this panel, man, I'll be more engaged with the chat. To be honest with you, so I'll be missing that. That's what I asked you. It's like new to me. What happened?
Well, long story short, he's a homosexual. I'm not.
Isn't it?
That's pretty much it. He's a fag, and that's what they do. So I'm good. That's about all I had. Faggy. Yeah. So just like the shit you was talking about earlier with E Black, he just saying little girl shit the girls say. I don't know. I have no idea. They've been telling me about this kid since last year. I don't pay it no mind. But I think I came across.
I've been in the live stream with him a few times, man. As far as I know, he never came at me sideways. I never came at him sideways. Just I tell people, listen, there's a few people I fuck with like that, you know what I mean? Yes. But in reality, you don't know these people like that. It's the internet, my nigga. Everybody can portray whoever they want to be to this goddamn phone.
That's what I'm saying. So at the end of the day, fuck that nigga. Fuck Polite. Fuck Dr. Umar Johnson. Fuck Pharaoh. Fuck the RBG. Yeah. Let me see. Fuck the free. Fuck most of the Freemasons, not all of them. Who else? Fuck all the child abusers. Fuck every bitch that got an abortion for any reason. Keeping shit a stack, cause fuck y'all.
Use the A word, man.
What? Yeah, child deletions. Fuck all y'all. Y'all some shit. Fuck every bitch that put a nigga on child support because she wasn't good enough to be the only one. Fuck your wife and the sex you claim. All that other shit. You know, that's where we at, man.
Fuck Maree, fuck Biggie, fuck Bad Boys and Staff, record label in the crew.
All that shit, man. Fuck baby mama terrorists. Fuck Baltimore police. Like, fuck and county. Fuck y'all on some real shit. I don't know how I missed y'all. Fuck all city and county cops, retired and aspiring. Fuck y'all. What am I missing? I would say fuck the Shriners, but the Shriners don't be fucking with me. Fuck the medical industry. Yeah. Fuck whoever killed Tupac and Biggie. Fuck Farrakhan. Yeah, I don't like that nigga. That's what I'm at. Anybody else got any shit y'all want to go?
Oh yeah. Hey man. Great show. Great show.
Oh, fuck Chaotic Truth. Fuck that bitch.
Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Hey man, great show, brother. I appreciate you for having me up. I'm almost back to 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Soon as I get back, man, we back on and popping, man. I'm going at your boy Patriarchy though, man. Fuck that dude, bro.
You fuck all them niggas, man.
Fuck Patriarchy.
I mean, you niggas no good.
Yeah.
What you got, Poppy? Oh, go ahead. My fault, man.
No, I already told him I was gonna cook him. So this ain't nothing. This ain't me talking behind his back. The nigga know what time it is. It's going down.
Patriarch.
Oh yeah, it's going down. I'm working on that shit right now.
All right, what you got, Poppy? Poppy, another chat. What's going on, dirty folks? What you got? Get up out of here.
I'm just saying, man, I need everybody to like and sub to the Dirty Folks channel so I can start caking and being nice to the whores I just need 1,000 subs. I'm gonna change my whole format, and I'm just gonna be a pick me pipeline to help pick me's reaches to freedom, because I know they're scared of all these Keishas and Karens and all these cuckolds. I'm here for you, baby. I'm gonna play Jason Weaver all the time. That's gonna be my new intro song. I'm gonna just take y'all, you know what I'm saying, to the place in which y'all need to be, so that y'all could just, you know what I'm saying, be naked and pregnant all the time, barefoot and shit. Well, you know, dollar flip flops though, from Old Navy, because you know rocks hurt, and y'all could just be happy. Y'all won't need money. Y'all won't need shit. You know what I'm saying? I just got you. All you gotta do is keep roaches out the crib. I'm gonna start a pick me pipeline, and I'm gonna use all these Mario Secretary graduates. They're gonna be that's gonna be your panel. If you don't like them, all you gotta do is post naked pictures on Instagram, and then you're gonna recruit more dudes to take the course, so you can have the right dude. We're gonna train them. We're gonna beat them up for you. We're gonna beat you up too, though, but we're gonna beat them up for you. And then got them, man, y'all gonna be happy. I want y'all to be happy, just happy, naked, and not talking, and eating tacos, and raising kids. Not all y'all though, just like 2 of y'all raise kids, because most of y'all ain't good parents. But the 2 that actually like kids, y'all be like the tribe mothers and shit. And then, but I can't do that till I get 1,000 subs. So if y'all want to see my compassionate side, you know, that Tevin Campbell that's within me, I need y'all to sub to the Dirty Folks podcast, so I can get 1,000 subs, and I can change my format and just be a pick me lover.
Yes, yeah. Subscribe, man. Subscribe to my man Dirty Folk, please. Subscribe to my channel too. I'm trying to get to 1,000 too. I'm on 720, some shit like that.
Yeah, I'm at 547. I appreciate everybody that's up today. Yeah, man, I'm just out. You know, I had a ball. So we about to hop over to We On Lock. I'm sorry.
Oh shit! What?
That's fucking correct. That we about to hop over to What We Know, Rob. Cause fuck We On Lock. That bitch can die any day of the week. I don't give a fuck about that nigga. Keep it a whole stack. Fuck that nigga. Hold on, that nigga get a car.
Nigga, I'm still drinking. Where we at?
Oh shit!
We out, man. Peace.
No, where we at? You gotta put in the put the link in the.
No, send it. You fucking drunk. All right, hold on.
All right, man.
You got some other shit.
Oh, okay. You talking about follow to this stream? All right, I'm on it. I'm out there. All right.
Hold on, where we at? Hold on, let me look at this. All right, fella.
All
right there, that last one.
I guess.
All right, peace.
We gotta go bang on his shit too. We gonna get pick me's in this bitch.